Capítulo 244. Chapter 243, The Champions' Families. Skylar observed Ron and Harry casting concerned glances her way, inquiring about her well-being. Hermione appeared to hold her breath as she murmured something, then repeated the gesture of smoothing her hair before mimicking the action of holding a walkie-talkie to her mouth. Perplexed, Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered looks. A subtle gleam flickered in Skylar's eyes as he recognized Hermione's astuteness. She had likely deduced Rita's true identity as an animagus. In the original plot, Hermione would soon uncover Rita's secret, gaining leverage over her. However, now that Rita had become Skylar's subordinate, he couldn't allow that to happen. With a glance at Cassius Warrington, the sixth-year male prefect at the Slytherin table, Skylar conveyed his instructions. Cassius promptly left the table, heading straight for the headquarters of the intelligence team. As soon as Cassius departed, Skylar wasted no time. He utilized the double-sided mirror to inform Rita that Hermione had uncovered her identity as an animagus, cautioning her to cease any attempts to approach the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Meanwhile, Hermione suddenly rose from her seat with a look of revelation on her face. She appeared to have pieced together something significant and stared blankly ahead. Despite speaking for an extended period, she continued to clench her fists and gesture in front of her. Skylar, seated at the distant Slytherin table, was out of earshot. Although there was a listening charm in place, it only provided partial insights. Fragments of phrases such as "I know," "no one can see," "climb onto the windowsill," "not allowed," and "library" were vaguely discernible from her lip movements. Observing Hermione's abrupt departure from the hall, Draco seized his school bag and dashed out like a whirlwind. "I might consider commissioning Rita for more articles like this in the future. After all, I still have plenty of stories to share," Draco whispered triumphantly. "Draco, it's time for your exams. As the next patriarch in line, I won't be letting you off easily if you fail without even being present," Skylar retorted angrily. "Ah, blast it, only 10 minutes left. Catch you later." Draco's expression soured as he hastily packed his belongings and dashed off to the History of Magic classroom. "It's your turn to go, Daphne," Skylar murmured softly, planting a gentle kiss on Daphne's cheek. "Although the exam shouldn't pose much of a challenge for you, I still want to wish you good luck." Daphne offered a faint smile, rolled her eyes playfully, and whispered in Skylar's ear, "This semester, we sisters have devoted a lot of time to reviewing for the Serpentes Vigil Club. You must properly compensate us." Sure, as long as you do well on your exam," Skylar said while waving his hand, smiling toward Daphne. With a graceful motion, she dabbed her lips with a napkin, gathered her belongings, and left the hall, leaving a hint of fragrance in her wake. Professor McGonagall descended from her seat at the professor's dais and beckoned Harry and Skylar over to a secluded corner of the auditorium. "Malfoy, Potter, and the other champions are to assemble in the conference room adjacent to the auditorium after breakfast," she instructed. "But the tournament doesn't start until tonight," Harry protested. "I am aware, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall replied evenly. "The champions' families have been invited to observe the finals. You may greet them there." With that, she strode away. Skylar offered a polite smile to Harry before returning to his place at the Slytherin table to finish his breakfast. After a leisurely breakfast, Skylar strolled towards the conference room adjacent to the auditorium. The room was already bustling with activity. In one corner, Elinor conversed rapidly in German with her parents. Upon spotting Skylar's entrance, Elinor turned and greeted him with a radiant smile. Her father, Cords von Hohenheim, offered a friendly nod, his majestic demeanor exuding warmth. "Mr. Hohenheim," Skylar called while bowing before turning his body toward Mrs. Hohenheim and doing the same, "Mrs. Hohenheim." While Elinor had inherited her brown hair and eye color from her father, her facial features bore a striking resemblance to her beautiful mother. The way her mother regarded Skylar was peculiar, almost as if she were scrutinizing and silently passing judgment. "HMPH," a little scoff could be heard as Skylar offered his bow. Catalina, too, sported an uncharacteristic smile. Since the second project, Skylar has had minimal contact with her. Rumor had it she had become considerably more reserved, seldom venturing beyond the Beauxbatons' carriage and only gracing Hogwarts with her presence during mealtimes in the Great Hall. Engaging in lively conversation with her parents in French, Schuyler caught snippets of their discussion about her experiences at Hogwarts. Mr. Morrow, head of the esteemed first pureblood family in France, was impeccably attired, befitting his status. The simple black wizard's robe exuded a noble aura typically reserved for royalty. With Schuyler's keen eye, he couldn't help but notice the distinguished air surrounding the garment. What set it apart was the ethereal charm halo it emanated. While supreme wizard robes boasted a similar enchanting aura, they merely enhanced Schuyler's charisma, making it easier for him to garner favor. Mr. Morrow's attire, however, was on another level altogether. Indeed, France had long been known for its fashion prowess, excelling in both the wizarding and Muggle realms. Mr. Morrow's seemingly understated robe belied its true splendor. Crafted from luxurious silk satin, it was adorned with meticulously embroidered phoenix tail feathers, each dyed black with a special ink. Integrated seamlessly into the fabric, these feathers imbued the robe with an unparalleled sense of natural nobility. Like moths drawn to a flame, beholders felt an instinctive pull towards its magnificence. As Schuyler entered the meeting, Mr. Morrow's gaze seemed to flicker with an imperceptible regal presence, subtly acknowledging Schuyler's presence with an air of dignified authority. Not long ago, such a palpable presence would have left Mr. Schuyler feeling suffocated and overwhelmed, perhaps even stumbling over his own feet in a display of vulnerability. But now, as the invisible coercion approached within 3 feet of Schuyler, it seemed to dissipate into nothingness, like a gentle breeze swirling around him before vanishing into thin air. A smirk danced across Schuyler's lips, his eyes briefly morphing into serpent-like slits before returning to their normal state in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Mr. Morrow experienced a momentary flash of crimson light before a sudden dizziness overtook him. As he regained his senses, he realized there was something amiss on his chest. A small, broken fragment of the amber stone pendant that had hung around his neck now lay scattered against his skin. His complexion paled, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This seemingly unassuming amberstone held great significance. It was one of the Morrow family's 3 treasures, a legendary alchemical artifact on par with Catalina's aspen feathered serpent wand, bordering on the status of a quasi-artifact. The broken pendant held a profound significance. It was more than just a mere trinket. Its enchantment served as a shield, safeguarding the wearer's psyche, ensuring unwavering calmness and rationality, and acting as a barrier against the intrusion of dark magic like the Imperious Curse or Legilimency. Yet, in the wake of its destruction, there was no room for the slightest pang of regret or sorrow in Mr. Morrow's heart at this moment. Instead, all that remained was an overwhelming sense of fear, an indescribable dread that gripped him to his core. What manner of power, what unfathomable means could have brought about the silent demise of such a formidable artifact in a split second, without even a glimpse of the wand that wrought its destruction? Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley and Bill awaited Harry by the fireplace, their presence exuding warmth and familiarity. Mrs. Weasley's kind demeanor and Bill's distinctive appearance, long hair and fang earrings, added to the familial charm. Harry's surprise and delight were evident as they engaged in lively conversation. In the distance, Schuyler caught sight of Lucius and Narcissa. Both his parents were showing a bright smile as he approached them. Clad in their customary elegance, the Malfoys epitomized refined British sophistication. While Mr. Hohenheim from northern Germany boasted a sturdy, imposing physique, and Mr. Morrow of France epitomized opulence with his lavish attire, Lucius and Narcissa embodied the quintessential essence of the British aristocracy. The family's distinctive aristocratic aura easily rivaled that of their counterparts, evoking a sense of equality rather than inferiority. "Darling, we rushed here as soon as we received word from the school," Narcissa greeted with a warm smile. "How have you been?" "Quite well, Mother," Schuyler replied, returning the smile. He cast a brief glance at Lucius, noting the rare hint of warmth softening his usually stern countenance. "How have you been, Father?" Skylar asked while putting his arm around Lucius' body and hugging him. Capítulo 245, Chapter 244, Skylar's Relationships. The hug they exchanged was truly something genuine between both of them. Skylar and Lucius could feel how they melted into each other's warm hugs. Narcissa stepped forward, embracing Skylar gently before shooting a playful glance at Lucius. "Look at you, dear, acting as if this competition is anything to worry about." Her gaze swept arrogantly across the room, landing on the other three champions. "How could opponents of this caliber pose a challenge to my son?" Skylar nearly choked on his saliva, coughing twice to signal his mother to cease provoking hostility. "Oh my God, I understand you want to boast about me, but even if it's true, don't say it so blatantly in front of others." Mr. Morrow snorted disapprovingly, while Mrs. Weasley and Bill wore uneasy expressions. Despite Harry being the highest-scoring champion in the second event, Skylar maintained a substantial lead in total points, especially considering the remarkable manner in which he achieved them, surprising even key figures in European wizardry, including the school principal. Using ancient dragon language to train the evil dragon guarding the golden egg, and employing a new and original human body transformation technique to sneak into the bottom of the lake. Both instances showcased magic never before witnessed. So, what new methods will Skylar employ for the third task? Even Dumbledore likely couldn't fathom it. Hence, even if Mr. Morrow and Mrs. Weasley harbored doubts, they couldn't muster a rebuttal. Aliner's parents didn't harbor dissatisfaction. Instead, they regarded Skylar with smiles and admiration. Mr. Hohenheim approached with measured steps and extended his palm. Lucius recognized him as the most powerful pureblood family in Germany, worthy of standing alongside the Malfoy family. He didn't dare to slight the gesture and hastily clasped their hands together. Unaware of the Serpentes Vigil Club or the alliance between Skylar and the Hohenheim family. "Mr. Malfoy, I truly envy you for having such an exceptional son." He cast a glance at Skylar before continuing, his tone gentle and polite. "Although I wasn't present for the first two tasks, I've read the detailed accounts in the newspapers. From what I gather, it appears that our other three champions will merely be accompanying your son in this competition, with the final victory almost certainly belonging to your young master." Though Lucius shared this sentiment, he was well versed in the art of noble hypocrisy. He smiled and replied, "Your praise is overly generous. Let's not forget, he's 3 years younger than the other champions. And I believe," he paused, his tone thoughtful, "the outcome of the game remains uncertain until the final results are revealed." "Indeed," Mr. Hohenheim replied knowingly. "I've instructed Aliner to give it her all. Even if she doesn't clinch the championship, she mustn't tarnish the family's reputation and standing." "Sir," Skylar interjected, "allow me to express that Aliner's prowess is on par with mine, and she possesses numerous advantages in alchemical items. You should have more faith in her abilities." His eyes sparkled as he continued with a smile. "Rest assured, I will give my all and rely solely on my abilities to attain this honor." "I admire young individuals who possess humility, politeness, and a clear understanding of their own capabilities," Mr. Hohenheim remarked, his smile carrying a deeper significance. "Aliner has spoken highly of your abilities, and I have every reason to believe her. She could never stand as your equal. As a father with only one daughter, I know her well. Don't be deceived by her quiet demeanor. Since childhood, she's been fiercely competitive and determined to excel in everything." He continued, a sharp glint appearing in his eyes. "I've never heard her praise anyone as she does you." A lightning-like gleam flashed in Mr. Hohenheim's eyes. "You are the first, young Master Malfoy. I wonder what you think of my daughter." Lucius and Narcissa exchanged knowing glances, both realizing the implications. It appeared they weren't here to cause trouble, but to discuss a union. Lucius sneered inwardly. Women were nothing more than distractions, slowing a man's progress. He was a man of worth who was focused on his career. How could he allow himself to be entangled in trivial matters of romance? "You should be better than this even though you are not the one to. I will pass the family head position," Lucius thought as he scrutinized Skylar. Besides, Skylar, with his illegitimate status, had too many romantic entanglements. "Come on," Lucius wasn't without intelligence during his time at Hogwarts. He maintained regular contact with Snape, aiding in the collection of foreign-banned potion materials while seizing the opportunity to inquire about his two sons' progress at school. According to Snape's reports, Skylar appeared to have captured the affection of both young ladies from the Greengrass family. Then, there was mention of a girlfriend from Ravenclaw. If one included the missing eldest daughter of the Shafik family, that would make it 4 girlfriends in total. This guy just doesn't know when to stop. Damn it. Why didn't I receive such attention when I was young? Lucius shook his head, dismissing the slightly dangerous thought. Narcissa wore a smile that stretched from ear to ear. To her, having a son with such romantic appeal was a testament to his excellence. This, Skylar hesitated. Sensing the tension, Mr. Hohenheim dangled a tantalizing offer. As the head of the contemporary Hohenheim family, I can make the decision. If we are fortunate enough to proceed with this union, our family will respect your personal feelings. We won't interfere in any other emotional entanglements, and as a token of goodwill. The core top-secret inheritance of our Hohenheim family, human alchemy, can be given to you as a grand gift for your engagement. Mr. Hohenheim continued, his voice resonating with solemnity and promise. And upon Aliner's ascension as the next head of the family, you will also inherit the title of son-in-law of the family in the Hohenheim lineage. This status grants you authority and power equivalent to that of the family head. In the absence of the family head, you will wield supreme control over all matters within the family. This offer stunned everyone present, leaving Narcissa speechless, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. Lucius's eyes sparkled with excitement, his grip on his snake-shaped, silver-plated cane tightening. At that moment, he wished he could step forward and accept the marriage proposal on Skylar's behalf. Merlin's beard, Lucius lamented inwardly. I apologize for the disrespectful thoughts I entertained earlier. A good woman not only doesn't slow down a man in pulling out his wand, but also spares him from at least 30 years of struggle. Why didn't I receive such treatment back in my day? This was the second time today that Lucius found himself envious and jealous of his son. He couldn't help but recall Narcissa and her 2 sisters, the legendary 3 golden flowers of the Black family from their era. He pondered over his own past, his heart tinged with bitterness. I'm handsome too, and I come from a wealthy background. Why am I not in such a position? What's so special about this brat that everyone finds so enviable? Skylar remained undecided. He understood that a simple nod could instantly double his power. The Hohenheim family, though currently an ally, operated independently of his control. While they supported his plans and actions, they weren't subject to his directives. Yet he had his principles and integrity. He refused to leverage his emotions as a political bargaining chip. Though he didn't outright decline, it wasn't out of disdain for Aliner. He simply wasn't certain whether their relationship could evolve. After all, who could resist a beautiful, intelligent, resourceful partner willing to assist them? In no time, the conference room emptied, leaving only a few lingering figures. The Malfoy family strolled out of the now sparsely populated room and took a leisurely walk along the lakeside. For the entire morning, they wandered through the castle, exploring every nook and cranny. As they ambled along the corridors, Lucius occasionally offered critiques on the aesthetics of various statues and paintings, his expressions often betraying a sense of dissatisfaction. Narcissa, on the other hand, seemed thoroughly delighted to revisit Hogwarts. She regaled Skylar with tales of her student days, recounting various amusing incidents with great enthusiasm. She even mentioned a time when Lucius attempted to court her and was promptly rebuffed, leading to a sound thrashing at the hands of her sister, Skylar's Aunt Bella. Despite Bella's apparent disdain for Lucius in the original book, it's worth considering whether her attitude stems from his later betrayal or perhaps from their interactions during their school days. Capítulo 246, Chapter 245, Finals. Father, Mother, Draco exclaimed in surprise as he settled at the Slytherin table. What are you doing here? We've come to watch Skylar's finals, Narcissa replied with a loving smile, patting Draco's hand. And of course, to see my baby Draco. Lucius grunted, his voice deep. Draco, how did you fare in the exam? Well, I think it went all right, Draco responded. Though I couldn't recall all the names of the rebel goblins. Honestly, who bothers to remember those? I just made up a few on the spot. Besides, the history of magic holds little practical value for our future careers, right? Before Lucius could respond, Narcissa interjected. Absolutely right. Those ancient relics are only of interest to pedantic old scholars. When I was in school, I also made up answers for the history exam. If you ever need information, you can always have your servants look it up for you. Lucius sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Narcissa, you spoil him too much. Look at Schuyler. His knowledge of magical history is astounding. I doubt the consultants hired by the family can match his expertise. Although Malfoy Manor only housed one butler and one house elf, it didn't mean there were no other servants in the Malfoy family. Lucius, managing the family business, often required expertise from various fields, collectively known as staff. These individuals were experts in their respective fields, possessing extensive knowledge or specialized skills. They didn't reside in the manor regularly, but were on call for the family leader, ready to provide advice or answer questions whenever needed. As Daphne, Astoria, and Pansy joined them, greetings were exchanged. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, the three girls chimed obediently. Narcissa warmly embraced them. Ah, the two young ladies from Greengrass and Miss Parkinson. It's been just a few years, and you're all growing more beautiful. Mrs. Malfoy, you're as lovely as ever. I caught sight of you from afar and briefly wondered when Schuyler acquired a sister, Daphne quipped. Narcissa chuckled, her smile wide. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lucius, and they both nodded in agreement. Let's all relax and enjoy our meal together, Narcissa invited, motioning for the three girls to take seats beside her. Lunch at Hogwarts followed its usual fare, featuring roast beef, chicken, pork chops, and lamb chops, accompanied by mashed or roasted potatoes and vegetable salads. Narcissa hesitated, prodding the mutton chops on her plate with her knife and fork before ceasing to eat altogether. With a hint of disgust, she remarked, "The quality of the food here is truly appalling. You must endure quite a lot." Her sympathetic gaze turned to her sons, particularly focusing on Schuyler, who felt discomfort under her scrutiny. Schuyler, however, considered it merely a meal and saw no need to make an issue of it. Naturally, the food at Hogwarts couldn't match the standards of pureblood families. The school provided free boarding education while catering to the needs of hundreds of students. Serving dragon steak to all would deplete Hogwarts funds swiftly, especially considering the demand house elves would face. Narcissa's critique seemed somewhat exaggerated. The culinary magic performed by the house elves at Hogwarts was inherited from the great gourmet Hufflepuff himself. While quantity might occasionally overshadow quality, the overall standard was certainly not lacking. I actually find it quite enjoyable, Pansy chimed in, trying to offer a different perspective. Indeed, Narcissa continued, disregarding Pansy's comment. It's truly torturous to have to dine with a bunch of commoners. She cast a disdainful glance towards Mrs. Weasley, seated at the Gryffindor table with Harry and Ron, shaking her head in disgust. Dumbledore's notion of equal treatment is nothing more than a facade of camaraderie, Lucius remarked sarcastically, tapping his silver snakehead cane. Thankfully, they were far enough away that Mrs. Weasley couldn't overhear, sparing them another confrontation. After lunch, Schuyler and his parents went their separate ways. Daphne, Pansy, and Astoria volunteered to accompany Lucius and Narcissa on a stroll outside the castle, visiting Durmstrang's ghost ship and Beauxbaton's luxurious carriage. Schuyler sat alone by the lake, silently gazing at the shimmering water. He couldn't quite discern his emotions. The abundance of power had dulled his anticipation for the upcoming challenge. According to the description in the original book, the challenges Harry faced along the way included encountering Hagrid's blast-ended Scroot, facing a boggart, navigating through a golden mist that distorted reality, encountering a sphinx, and confronting a giant A-tide spider. But is that all? The original narrative unfolds from Harry's perspective, where he managed to reach the finish line unscathed, thanks to the covert aid of Mad-Eye Moody. However, even with this assistance, the Triwizard Tournament is designed to push the limits of 7th-year elite students. The competition's challenges are meticulously crafted by the Department of International Cooperation and the Department of Sports at the Ministry of Magic well in advance of the school year. The unforeseen consequences triggered by Skylar's participation may elevate the competitor's abilities, but will not alter the competition's core structure. This indicates that the tournament is tailored to the caliber of Cedric Diggory, Victor Crumb, and Fleur de Lacquer in the original narrative. And yet, even if these 3 competitors were combined, they would not be enough for Skylar to merely match his prowess. Given this perspective, how could Skylar still muster the same excitement, anticipation, and zeal as the other competitors? He sighed softly, grappling with the weight of his unparalleled capabilities amidst the standardized challenges of the tournament. He merely wished to expedite proceedings, eagerly anticipating Voldemort's return. "Voldemort, Voldemort, may you not disappoint me too greatly," Skylar chanted inside his heart. With a slight smile, he wished that the battle between him and Voldemort would not be too boring. Time trickled sluggishly, the sun sinking beneath the horizon, casting the sky in a mesmerizing hue of orange. As evening approached, the anticipation of dinner filled the air, drawing everyone to the auditorium. The feast was more lavish than usual, enticing many students to indulge heartily. Bagman and Fudge occupied seats at the staff table, while Bagman appeared jovial. Fudge, seated next to Madame Maxime, wore a grim expression, uttering scarcely a word. Skylar couldn't help but smirk. On the surface, Fudge maintained a facade of harmony with Dumbledore, fostering the illusion of unity. Yet beneath the veneer lay stark ideological differences, his internal biases evident. While he concealed his disdain for Muggles and Muggle-born wizards, his contempt for half-breeds such as giants or those with tarnished reputations like vampires and werewolves was palpable. As the enchanted ceiling transitioned from cerulean to a dusky purple, Dumbledore rose from his seat at the staff table, commanding the attention of all present. "Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, I will invite everyone to the Quidditch pitch to watch the final event of the Triwizard Tournament. Now, champions, please follow Mr. Bagman to the sports ground," Dumbledore announced, his voice resonating with authority as he pinched his long silver-white beard. The champions rose in unison, departing amidst a chorus of applause from the students. This was the culminating clash, the ultimate showdown. As the spectacle unfolded, the prowess displayed by each of the 4 champions endeared them to the hearts of the Hogwarts students. Unwavering determination and boundless courage, the hallmarks of their performances garnered resounding cheers and applause. Astoria clasped her hands tightly, fingers entwined in anxious anticipation. "Brother Skylar, you must emerge victorious." Daphne offered a supportive smile. "There's no need for words. We'll all be awaiting your triumph at the celebration tonight." Skylar returned the smile, his gaze determined. With a sudden turn, he strode forward, the night sky cloak billowing behind him like a celestial banner caught in the wind, etching a silhouette of heroism against the backdrop of the night, a harbinger of the heroic figure poised to emerge. Capítulo 247, Chapter 246, The Wand of Curse. Clasping her hands tightly, she suppressed her unease, whispering softly, "Skylar, please ensure your safety. We're all counting on you to return unharmed." Meanwhile, Dumbledore intently observed the departure of the 4 champions. His gaze lingered on Harry's figure, his eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and complexity. He knew Harry was on the brink of a significant moment in his life, one that could prove fatal if the mysterious assailant targeted him that night. Shifting his attention to Skylar, Dumbledore's brows furrowed deeply. Despite the distance between them, he sensed something familiar, a turbulent surge of magical energy emanating from Skylar, enveloping him in an aura of formidable power. This sensation struck a chord with Dumbledore, triggering a sense of foreboding. This young fellow might actually have gone through another magical breakthrough. Just how far can you prove yourself to be capable in these tough times? Dumbledore thought as he watched Skylar's confident stride. This surge of magical energy was reminiscent of the power wielded by the Elder Wand. Ever since Skylar departed with the Philosopher's Stone at the end of his first year, Dumbledore had been intrigued by the young scion of the Malfoy family. He had deployed his intelligence network to gather information on this enigmatic young man, but extracting details from the insular Malfoy clan proved challenging. Despite his efforts, Dumbledore could only piece together fragments of Skylar's past, primarily centered around his visit to Diagon Alley before starting school. One particular incident caught Dumbledore's attention: the encounter at Ollivander's wand shop and Madame Malkin's clothing shop. The custom wizard robe Skylar commissioned hinted at a keen sense of practicality and combat readiness from a young age, a trait Dumbledore could appreciate, albeit with caution. Dumbledore couldn't shake off his curiosity about Skylar's actions at the wand shop. While Ollivander was the preeminent wandmaker, Dumbledore's own expertise in alchemy granted him insights into wand lore. Staff making was an offshoot of alchemy, a craft intimately familiar to Dumbledore. He shared Ollivander's belief that the wand chooses the wizard, a hypothesis born of centuries of wand lore. Ollivander, renowned for his impeccable memory, recounted how Skylar had tested an array of wands during his visit to the shop's 7 unicorn hair wands, 12 fire dragon heartstring wands, 9 phoenix feather wands, and numerous other combinations. Yet none proved to be a match for Skylar. Dumbledore recalled his conversation with Ollivander a while ago as he was trying to investigate Skylar's past. "Mr. Dumbledore, it's not rare for a young student like him not to have any choice available because ordinary wands reject him." "There is," Ollivander tried to explain, but Dumbledore cut him in the middle. "I know of it, Mr. Ollivander. I had several cases of my own students with the same symptoms as well, but what I'm curious about is Mr. Malfoy's mysterious growth. There is no wizard in the history of this entire world that exceeds his achievements. All his growth might even be on par with those historical figures and the founders from the past." Dumbledore replied fiercely, confused with his own feelings about Skylar. To preserve his family's esteemed reputation, Skylar reluctantly retrieved the Thestral tailfeather wand left by his great-great-grandfather, an artifact with an extraordinary history. Contrary to Ollivander's prior explanation, Skylar knew the true story. His great-grandfather had embarked on a quest to craft a wand surpassing even the Elder Wand in power, dedicating himself entirely to its creation, forsaking rest and sustenance in his pursuit. Ultimately, his relentless pursuit led him into the abyss of his own obsessions. On the day of its completion, drained of every ounce of strength, he vomited 3 liters of blood and perished on the spot. With the loss of their most skilled wandmaker, the family viewed the wand as an ominous relic, shrouded in whispers of dark secrets. Rumors swirled within the family, one suggesting the wand bore a curse, devouring the life and soul of its creator to fuel its own power, a claim never substantiated. Nevertheless, the wand's peculiarities remained undeniable. Other Ollivanders dared to wield it in secret, yet not a single spell could be conjured with its touch. Attempts to sell it in the shop were futile. In its presence, other wands lost their resonance, severing the connection between aspiring wizards and their destined wands. As a last resort, the family expended considerable resources to commission an alchemist to craft a box, embedding the wand within a magical crystal infused with the essence of the 4 elements. This repository was then concealed within a clandestine chamber deep within Ollivander's wand shop. On that fateful day, an unprecedented harmony unfolded between Skylar and the Thestral tail feather wand, an alliance unforeseen by Ollivander's exhaustive understanding of wand lore. It transcended the conventional wisdom of the wand chooses the wizard, leaving Ollivander to entertain the haunting notion of the cursed wand's legend. This wand, imbued with a dark enchantment, recognizes only one master in its lifetime. Only the individual anointed by the enigmatic forces of destiny, as elusive as they are, can lay claim to its dominion. Beyond that chosen soul, no other shall wield its power. Dumbledore, among the most knowledgeable wizards of their time, comprehended the unparalleled potency the Thestral tail feather wand bestowed upon its wielder. Particularly in the realm of dark magic, its augmentation was profound, an attribute Dumbledore understood intimately. The reason for Dumbledore's furrowed brow lay not in the scent of the Thestral's tail feather wand lingering around Skylar, nor did it stem from any discernible aura of dark magic exuded by him. Instead, in the years gone by, Dumbledore had clandestinely observed Skylar, scrutinizing for any inklings of a propensity towards delving into the darker arts. Having grappled with the likes of Grindelwald and Voldemort, Dumbledore possessed an intimate understanding of the telltale signatures of those steeped in the shadowy depths of sorcery. Yet in Skylar, he discerned none of these hallmarks. Instead, Skylar embodied an amalgam of traits akin to Dumbledore himself. Skylar harbored the same ambitious aspirations as Grindelwald, yet was cloaked within a veneer of humility and dormancy akin to Dumbledore's own demeanor. Similarly, Skylar possessed the cunning and guile of Voldemort, yet tempered by the same vein of love and bond characteristic of Dumbledore himself. Thus, Dumbledore found himself compelled to place his faith in Skylar, believing that akin to himself, Skylar would eschew the allure of power, transcending to become the master of the wand rather than succumbing to the shackles of power's servitude. Truth be told, Dumbledore had long been aware of Skylar's possession of the Thestral tail feather wand. Thus, the presence of an aura akin to that of the Elder Wand came as no surprise to him. Even had Skylar truly exuded an aura of dark magic, Dumbledore might have felt a measure of solemnity or even a headache. Still, he wouldn't have been left with the expression of utter disbelief that now etched his features. Dumbledore believes as long as Skylar's intention of paving his future in the wizarding world doesn't cause harm to the majority of the wizards and witches, there is no reason for him to interrupt a sleeping serpent. Capítulo 248, Chapter 247, The Night Wand. Similarly, in the wizarding world, a wizard once proposed a comparable argument. He theorized that the initial generation of wizards were ordinary humans who, in response to the harsh environment and conflicts of their time, unleashed latent magical powers within them. These individuals successfully harnessed this magic, which he believed stemmed from a sort of adaptive idealism influencing reality. However, unlike Darwin, this wizard did not experience widespread recognition or fortune. His theory failed to gain traction and was largely forgotten, save for a handful of wizard historians specializing in ancient lore. The main obstacle to the acceptance of evolutionary theory within the wizarding world lies in the existence of creatures like fire dragons and giants, living proof that challenges the notion. Their lineage traces back to immensely powerful ancient dragons and giants, serving as tangible evidence against the idea of wizardkind evolving from mundane humans. In the wizarding world, there abound legends of awe-inspiring beings like the Dragon King, Immortal War Dragon, Titan God, and One-Eyed Troll. These creatures were so feared and revered that other species could only cower in submission. However, let's examine the fate of their present-day descendants. Fire dragons, once majestic rulers of the skies, have been reduced to mere pawns in the hands of wizards. Captured by goblins to guard their treasure hoards, confined to breeding grounds by wizardkind, and even exploited for their various parts in potion-making, wand-crafting, and alchemical pursuits. As for the giants, they, too, have suffered a tragic decline. Once formidable and proud, they are now a dwindling race, driven to the brink of extinction by wizardkind. The last surviving tribe, relegated to the desolate reaches of the Ural Mountains in western Russia, struggles to eke out an existence. By 1995, internal conflicts had reduced their numbers to a mere handful. Perhaps 80 individuals remained. Observing the plight of these once mighty species, one might speculate that ancient civilizations bore some guilt for their decline. Their dwindling numbers and subjugation have cast doubt on the concept of evolution among wizards, eroding belief in the idea over time. Even Dumbledore, a venerable centenarian, found himself grappling with disbelief as he surveyed the unfolding scene before him. Amidst the silence, a distant echo of a dragon's roar reverberated through the void, rising and falling like undulating waves. Meanwhile, Skylar's dark night star cloak billowed around him, its ethereal glow casting a mesmerizing display of magical radiance, refracting like stars suspended in midair, a breathtaking tableau of mystical energy. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Madame Maxim, and Principal Karkaroff seemed to sense something amiss. Their furrowed brows betrayed a hint of concern, though they couldn't quite pinpoint the cause. As the wielder of the Elder Wand, Dumbledore possessed a keen insight into the fluctuations of magical energy. His discerning gaze penetrated the veil of mystery, revealing the true form behind the ethereal presence. It bore a striking resemblance to the Thistral. Like its spectral counterpart, this entity lacked any flesh. Its form comprised solely of tightly bound black fur draped over skeletal bones. Massive bat-like wings sprouted from the shoulder blades, while its once-hooved legs now terminated in draconic claws crafted from the same ebony skeleton. The creature's head, once reminiscent of a dragon's visage, now sported 3 imposing horns, with rows of razor-sharp barbs adorning its snout and jaw. Yet the most notable transformation lay within its eyes. Once vacant and pupilless, they now blazed with emerald flames, lending an eerie intensity to their gaze. Dumbledore couldn't suppress a pang of recollection, his thoughts drifting to ancient lore. Much like the ancient dragons dwindled into modern fire dragons, and the colossal giants waned into their contemporary counterparts, the progenitor of the Thistral lineage was whispered to be a mystical entity steeped in the essence of death. The knightly corpse dragon, Mortem. Among the illustrious dragons, including the Hell Dragon King, Immortal War Dragon, Holy Light White Dragon, and Blood-Weeping Red Dragon, stood the knightly corpse dragon, an ancient progenitor. Could this signify the actuality of evolution, with the residual consciousness of the Thistral tethered to Skylar's wand having metamorphosed into its ancestral form, the Night Corpse Dragon? Dumbledore's slender frame trembled slightly, though he knew rationally that it was merely the vestige of consciousness cultivated through alchemical means from a tail feather, incapable of manifesting the cataclysmic power of its ancient dragon kin. This development was remarkable nonetheless. After all, it surpassed even Dumbledore's achievements with the Elder Wand over the past half-century. Promptly, he made a decisive gesture. Concealed within his billowing sleeves, his fingers executed a swift and intricate pattern. In response, a resounding cry akin to that of a phoenix reverberated from a distant realm. Upon hearing the distinctive call of the phoenix, the progress of the 4 warriors momentarily faltered. Harry, in particular, halted in his tracks, his curiosity piqued as he scanned the surroundings, attempting to discern the source of the ethereal sound. Even Skylar, the steadiest in his stride, paused for a fleeting moment, a subtle interruption in his unwavering advance. In the concealed pocket of his cuff, Skylar suddenly detected a warm and delicate object. Upon a gentle touch, he was almost certain it was a phoenix feather. A faint smile graced his lips as a realization dawned upon him. Without hesitation, he continued his stride out of the auditorium. Upgrade for the Thistral Wand, the Night Wand. Acquired prop foxtail feather. Exiting the auditorium together, the warriors descended the steps leisurely. Bagman, seemingly offering condolences to all, directed his keen gaze solely at Harry. "How are you feeling?" Bagman's inquiry was directed awkwardly, yet his focus remained on Harry. "All right," Harry responded, somewhat uncomfortable. As they entered the Quidditch pitch, a transformation was evident. Enclosed by a towering hedge, the once familiar grounds now harbored an enigmatic labyrinth, its entrance looming ominously. Within minutes, spectators began to flock to the stands. Hundreds of students settled into their seats, the atmosphere abuzz with anticipation and bustling footsteps. Above, the sky transitioned into a velvety expanse of deep blue, speckled with emerging stars. Hagrid, Professor Moody, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick strode onto the sports field, each sporting a large, shining red star on their hats, except for Hagrid, whose star adorned the back of his terry vest. "We'll be patrolling outside the maze," Professor McGonagall addressed the warriors. "If you encounter difficulties and need rescuing, just shoot red sparks into the sky and help will come. Understand?" The warriors nodded in unison. "All right, off you go," Bagman exclaimed cheerfully to the 4 patrol members. As the quartet dispersed in different directions around the maze, Bagman aimed his wand at his throat and incanted a loud voice. His magically amplified voice reverberated throughout the stands. "Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the Triwizard Tournament is about to commence," Bagman announced. "Allow me to present the current standings. Skylar Malfoy, 92 points, leading for Hogwarts School." Applause and cheers erupted, startling birds in the Forbidden Forest and causing them to take flight into the darkening night sky. Elinor von Hohenheim and Harry Potter, 85 points, jointly in second place. Another wave of applause ensued from the stands. Catalina Grindelwald-Morrow, 70 points, in third place for Beauxbaton's Academy. From a distance, Skylar spotted both his parents, Draco, Pansy, the Greengrass sisters, Morag, Susan, Cho, and Luna, all seated together in the same row, politely applauding for Katarina. He waved to them, and each one returned the gesture with a smile. "Now, Skylar, listen for my whistle," Bagman announced. 3, 2, 1. At the sharp blast of the whistle, Skylar unfurled the Night Star cloak draped over his shoulders. With wand in hand, he conjured 4 tennis ball-sized orbs of light that hovered behind him, emitting a gentle glow akin to moonlight. With confident strides, he entered the dark maze, his form blending seamlessly into the shadows, vanishing from the sight of the spectators in the stands. Capitulo 249. Chapter 248, The Black Devil's Blood Transformation. The tall, imposing hedge cast ominous shadows over the path ahead. Whether due to its height and density or its enchantment, Skylar found himself surrounded by an eerie darkness. Yet, aided by the 4 orbs of light hovering around him, he enjoyed a visibility of at least 15 feet. This advantage proved invaluable, whether scanning for potential adversaries in the distance or guarding against ambushes lurking in the corners. Casually pacing along the path, Skylar soon encountered a junction where 4 diverging roads stretched before him. With a deft flick of his wand and a whispered incantation, Skylar conjured a complex spell, orchestrating 100 tiny field mice to materialize. The mice promptly scattered, each venturing down one of the 4 branches. Guided by their acute senses and magical instincts, these enchanted rodents were tasked with locating the elusive goblet of fire with utmost haste. Even if confronted by traps or creatures along the way, they possessed the cunning to navigate through obstacles, sacrificing some of their numbers if need be. As Skylar pondered his next move, Bagman's whistle echoed from behind, signaling the continuation of the challenge. It appeared that Bagman's whistle possessed an extraordinary quality, its sound piercing through the maze's enchantments, signaling to Skylar that all the champions had embarked on their maze journey. A sudden intuition struck Skylar, spurred by the sensation that the magical vole had made a breakthrough. Trusting his instincts, he opted for the leftmost path. However, as he stepped forward, the entrance to the path swiftly sealed shut, the hedge sliding into place as though erasing any trace of its existence. Meanwhile, Harry, who had initially ventured into the maze with Elinor, found himself standing at a crossroads after traversing about 50 meters. Glancing at each other, they exchanged a wordless farewell. Harry veered left while Elinor chose the rightward path. Harry's chosen route seemed unremarkable at first. He proceeded cautiously, wand held aloft in his grip, straining to peer into the gloomy depths ahead. Yet, despite his efforts, visibility remained limited, shrouding the path in an impenetrable darkness. Unease crept over Harry as he felt the distinct sensation of being watched, unseen eyes lingering on him from the shadows. With each passing moment, the maze grew increasingly dim, the sky overhead darkening to a deep blue hue. Arriving at a second fork in the road, Harry paused, his senses alert for any sign of danger lurking in the labyrinth's depths. "Guide my path," Harry murmured softly to his wand, cupping it flat in his hand. With a deft flick, the wand swiveled, aligning itself toward the dense hedge to his right. That indicated north, and Harry knew that to reach the maze's center, he needed to head northwest. Opting for the leftward path, he planned to make a swift right turn at the earliest opportunity. The path stretched ahead, devoid of any obstacles. Upon reaching a rightward bend, Harry proceeded without hindrance. Yet, the absence of challenges left him unsettled. By now, he expected to encounter some form of impediment. The maze seemed to lull him into a false sense of security, tempting him with the illusion of safety. Abruptly, two brilliant sparks erupted from the field, one shooting southwest and the other southeast. "What in the?" Harry exclaimed, his heart lurching in disbelief. "Two contestants have withdrawn. It's barely been 15 minutes. The realization dawned on him. The maze posed far greater dangers than he had anticipated. His survival thus far had been nothing short of fortunate, owing more to luck than skill. Who could have left? Harry pondered inwardly. Though Skylar and he were both fourth-year students, he couldn't shake the feeling that Skylar wouldn't be among the departees. It's likely one of those Durmstrang and those two Beauxbatons girls. He speculated silently, his thoughts racing as he navigated the labyrinth's twists and turns. Skylar regarded the two distress signals in the sky with a pensive expression. He knew Alina and Catalina's capabilities well. Even if faced with a fire-breathing dragon within the maze, they wouldn't be eliminated so swiftly. So, could it be Crouch Jr.? Skylar pondered silently. Was it just Crouch Jr., meddling with the maze? His eyes narrowed suddenly as he raised his wand. A gust of wind swept from behind, signaling the approach of something, a creature. It was a blast-ended Scroot. The Scroot before him differed greatly from the ones encountered in Hagrid's class. Skylar recalled seeing them last December, just before Christmas, when they measured 6 feet in length. Their thick gray shells could withstand nearly all spells cast by young wizards. Following Rita's exposé of Hagrid's half-giant heritage in the newspaper, Hagrid took a temporary leave from his teaching duties, replaced by Professor Garaplan. Upon Hagrid's return, the Scroots were removed from the curriculum. Now, at the end of June, after 6 months of brutal competition and survival of the fittest, only one blast-ended Scroot remained, the one standing before Skylar. This blast-ended Scroot stood at least 10 feet long. Its gray protective shell, adorned with peculiar dark gold lines and menacing barbs gleaming with sharp edges. What truly caught Skylar's attention was the creature's lack of a discernible head. Instead, on one end sprouted a scorpion tail, while on the other its features varied by gender. Males sported a stinging needle, while females bore a sucker. However, Skylar couldn't determine the creature's gender. Curiously, it had grown an elongated tube covered in numerous suckers, capped with 6 menacing white tusks that opened and closed eagerly, as if anticipating prey. Skylar furrowed his brow. Something about this Scroot felt off. Even in the wake of cannibalism that left only one survivor, it shouldn't exhibit characteristics of both genders. This was clearly an artificial alteration. Aware that the creature's protective shell rendered it impervious to most spells, Skylar had already attempted an explosive spell upon its approach, only to watch it charge forward unscathed. Skylar understood the formidable nature of the explosive curse he had cast. Even the most potent death curse might not breach the defense of the blast-ended Scroot in a single strike. The prudent approach was to rely on physical prowess. After all, the killing curse drained substantial magical energy, and he needed to conserve his reserves. With a deft motion of his hand, the long-forgotten sterling silver dagger materialized in his grip. Taking a few swift strides forward, a gust of wind lifted him off the ground. The Scroot's elongated tube, resembling a retractable tentacle, swiftly lunged toward Skylar's midair position. Injecting copious amounts of magical energy into the pure silver dagger, he activated the impregnable curse etched onto its surface, causing the blade to pulsate with silvery white lightning-like light. Hissing in snake language, Skylar summoned a green snake-headed arrow, which whistled through the air towards the Scroot's tube. Though the bomb-tailed snail boasted formidable defensive capabilities, it lacked intelligence. Oblivious to the threat posed by the snake-headed arrow, it persisted in its attack on Skylar. The snake-headed arrow struck the tube with force, unable to pierce the carapace, but successfully diverted the tube's trajectory. "Extend," Skylar commanded, and the pure silver dagger morphed into a 2-handed giant sword. With a fierce downward slash, he challenged the strength of the carapace. "Let's see whose defense is stronger, your shell or my blade." With a resounding hiss, the silver sword cleaved through the carapace, severing the entire elongated tube of the snail. As the tube spiraled away, a vile orange liquid oozed from the snail's fractured body. Despite the success of the strike, Skylar felt discomfort. The reverberating shock from the sword's impact caused his jaw and arms to ache. Fortunately, he was skilled in aerial maneuvers, allowing him to mitigate the recoil by flying backward. The snail's carapace vibrated violently, emitting a grating squeak as it scraped against itself. Suddenly, a blast of scorching hot air erupted from the snail's tail with a crackling sound aimed directly at Skylar, who had just touched down. Skylar retracted his right hand, gripping the sword tightly. Then, with his body coiled, he bellowed, "Wadiwasi." He flung the sword like a javelin, aiming precisely for the fiery maw of the blast-ended snail. It's easy for readers to envision the outcome when a fire-spewing vent is obstructed. The snail met its fiery demise as the entire tail erupted from within. Flesh and viscous orange-yellow liquid sprayed in all directions, creating a grotesque spectacle. Thanks to his supreme wizard robe's liquid-repelling enchantment, Skylar remained unblemished by the splattering fluids. Advancing cautiously, he retrieved the sterling silver dagger, now returned to its original form. He meticulously inspected the patterns on the snail's carapace before tapping it lightly with his wand. Instantly, dark flames engulfed the creature, consuming it entirely and leaving behind no trace of ash. Skylar recognized the magic at play. It was dark magic. And not just any dark magic. It was the obscure and rare art of the Black Devil's blood transformation. During ancient wars, wizards employed this forbidden magic to twist magical creatures into weapons of destruction. Creatures altered by this dark enchantment would become exceedingly aggressive and resilient to magic. Not even the killing curse could dispatch them in a single strike. However, there was one caveat. This dark magic could only be applied to magical creatures, specifically those with exceptionally robust skin and bodies. Human wizards were incapable of enduring such transformations. A faint smile graced Skylar's lips. It appeared that the stakes in this game were escalating, and he relished the challenge it presented. Capítulo 250, Chapter 249, Demon-Piercing Arrow. However, his advance was interrupted by the slow sliding of the hedge on the left, revealing a gap. From the darkness emerged 3 soldiers clad in rusty armor. The foremost pair brandished long swords and towering shields, while the third held a colossal crossbow adorned with ominous, gleaming arrows. Conjuring animate armor with a revitalizing spell was undoubtedly the handiwork of Professor McGonagall. Yet, a disquieting feeling gnawed at Skylar. While the shield-bearing warriors were expected, the presence of the crossbow-wielding soldier unsettled him deeply. The sight of the giant crossbow hinted at something more sinister than ordinary arrows, something capable of threatening his very existence. Trusting his instincts implicitly, Skylar bypassed the usual step of casting the shield charm. He sensed that this sharp arrow would likely breach its defenses. Instead, he swiftly invoked a transformation spell, morphing a silver shield before him. Adorned with an aurora rose and intricate symbols, the shield began to rotate, drawing up pebbles and sand from the ground, which clung to its surface. While uncertain why the black arrow evoked such trepidation, Skylar's defense encompassed both magical and physical fortifications. He remained vigilant, his gaze unwavering on the crossbow held by the third armored figure. With cautious steps, he edged backward, his wand poised between the gap and the towering shields, ready to counter any threat. With each step Skylar took backward, the trio of armored warriors mirrored his movements with eerie precision, maintaining a calculated distance as though possessing a degree of intelligence, biding their time instead of launching a hasty attack. They seemed poised to exploit any vulnerability Skylar might reveal. Time seemed to favor the armored trio. Skylar still had to navigate to the center of the field to vie for the championship, while Harry likely faced less daunting challenges, akin to a novice village mode curated by Moody. If Harry could decipher a riddle from the Sphinx amidst the golden mist, he'd advance smoothly to the venue's heart. Suddenly, a distinct click echoed in Skylar's ears. His foot had triggered something, and his expression morphed into one of stark alarm. The ground beneath Skylar's feet transformed into a quagmire in an instant. Though his reflexes averted an immediate loss of balance, his body began to sink inexorably. Without intervention, the swamp threatened to engulf him entirely. The swamp, notorious for quicksand-like entrapment that worsens with struggle, threatened to consume Skylar as he sank deeper. Aware of the swamp's mechanics, he maintained composure, refraining from futile resistance. With his wand aimed at the quagmire, he began the incantation for reverse transformation, intending to counteract the field-type magic. However, a sharp twang pierced the air, the ominous precursor to the long black arrow's release. As the arrow vanished from the crossbow's grasp, Skylar shifted focus from dispelling the swamp to defending against the impending projectile. A slight opening emerged in the lower left corner of his protective silver shield, offering a narrow path for the incoming arrow. Though the arrow hurtled forward at blinding speed, Skylar's anticipation proved pivotal. A lone gap remained. "Waiting for you," Skylar's icy retort echoed. In a swift response, 8 robust tentacles sprouted from his back, reminiscent of a spider's agile limbs. Anchored firmly on the solid ground beyond the swamp, the tentacles braced against the sinking terrain, halting Skylar's descent. Simultaneously, the silver shield dispersed into shimmering starlight, vanishing from view. Within a foot of Skylar, the space twinkled with specks of starlight, resembling a swarm of fireflies dancing around him. This spectacle, viewed from afar, painted a magnificent and enchanting scene. With a subtle movement of his right index finger, Skylar gestured toward the void ahead. Waves of distortion rippled outward from the tip of his finger, creating a mesmerizing display. This was the essence of space magic, the manipulation of celestial bodies. Due to him mastering the dimensional shift, Skylar could now easily transfigure any of his body parts and let them cast whatever kind of magic he wanted to. No matter the swiftness of his adversary, once they entered his distorted space, Skylar wielded absolute control, akin to a deity. In an instant, a resounding clang reverberated as the crossbow-wielding warrior was forcefully propelled backward, soaring into the air before crashing violently to the ground. The armor shattered upon impact, its steel components strewn across the earth. Amidst the wreckage, the breastplate remained intact, albeit marred by cracks, with a long black arrow embedded at its center. Through the mastery of space magic, Skylar had reversed the trajectory of the long black arrow, circumventing the shield-wielding warrior's defense and directing it straight toward the crossbow-bearing adversary. Skylar, with his godlike surveillance, had all directions under his vigilant watch. How could he possibly succumb to such a rudimentary trap as the quagmire transformation technique? His intention was to lure the armored warriors into attacking first by creating a vulnerability. After all, the looming threat of the long arrow left him no choice. It may require further elaboration here. Arrows unleashed from their bowstrings often lack the same deterrent effect as those held in readiness, as anyone targeted by a life-threatening weapon is compelled to focus on defending themselves. This renders the assailant vulnerable, inhibiting their true prowess. Skylar needed to neutralize the most significant threat, the crossbow, before additional adversaries and monsters emerged. With the destruction of the crossbow-bearing warrior, the primary menace had been vanquished. Skylar retracted the tentacles sprouting from his back and gracefully leaped, conjuring a gentle whirlwind beneath his feet to cushion his landing. Simultaneously, the 2 remaining armored warriors discarded their shields, unsheathed their swords, and charged toward Skylar with determined strides. In silence, Skylar cast a spell, conjuring water from the ground. The tip of Skylar's wand emitted a stream of liquid, forming a foamy substance that coated the grass, rendering it slippery. One of the armored adversaries lost their footing, causing a collision between the 2 and resulting in a resounding clatter as they crashed to the ground. Swiftly, Skylar gestured with his wand, causing the earth beneath the armor to upheave, generating a massive wave of mud that pulverized the 2 suits of armor into fragments. Observing the outcome with an impassive gaze, Skylar harbored no sense of triumph. Even the most valiant warrior stands no chance against a wizard without the ability to engage from a distance. Lacking the cognitive faculties of humans, the armored adversaries relied solely on instinct. While their armor provided resilience against magical assaults, they failed to anticipate environmental manipulation as a tactic for victory. Uninterested in the damaged armors strewn about, Schuyler made his way to the remains of the crossbow-bearing adversary, retrieving the long black arrow with intrigue. Crafted with ancient finesse, the arrow exhibited materials unfamiliar to contemporary metallurgy. The arrow possessed an enigmatic quality, appearing completely black and transparent while emanating an icy chill upon contact, a stark contrast to its appearance resembling a popsicle. Despite its frigid exterior, Schuyler discerned traces of goblin metal forging techniques upon closer inspection. It likely comprised the secretive metal of goblins or ancient skills lost to time. Several thin, archaic characters adorned the arrow's surface, prompting Schuyler to devote several minutes to deciphering their meaning. Eventually, comprehension dawned upon him. The arrow to pierce the demon. Evidently, this weapon was crafted specifically for countering wizards. A look of epiphany crossed Schuyler's features. This arrow likely served as a goblin-made tool designed to combat wizards, its alchemical properties capable of circumventing various magical defenses, including the formidable shield charm. Throughout history, goblins, devoid of wands, had instigated numerous rebellions against wizards, leveraging such weaponry. For reasons unknown, this particular arrow had found its way into the possession of a wizard. Due to its reliance on the unique metal forging techniques of the elfin race, wizards lacked the capability to replicate or manufacture such weaponry. In essence, each use of this arrow marks its irreplaceable loss, making it a coveted possession typically only attainable by pureblood families occupying the upper echelons of power. Therefore, Schuyler likely harbored suspicions regarding the identity of the individual aiming to confront him. Obtain the demon-piercing arrow. Capitulo 251, Chapter 250, Leaf Sword. Schuyler proceeded cautiously, fully aware of the danger. His intuition alerted him that this was the area where the magic voles had met their demise. While magic voles weren't combatants, their small, swift nature and acute senses made it challenging to eliminate 25 in one fell swoop. It would require adversaries like venomous leopards emitting toxic breath or basilisks capable of fatal eye contact. However, given that the maze was tailored for 7th-grade prowess, it was improbable that such perilous creatures would be included in its design by the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts professors. The fog seemed imbued with potent magic, impervious even to Schuyler's mystical insight and the powers of illuminating insight, rendering its reality inscrutable. Yet, Schuyler had confronted fog before. He initiated the bird transfiguration spell, showcasing his heightened proficiency compared to a year prior. In a swift motion, he transformed into 12 white eagles, each as large as a golden eagle. With a wave of his wand, the soaring eagles generated powerful gusts, piercing through the mist. As the fog cleared, a towering giant tree loomed before Schuyler, gradually unveiled from branches to trunk. The tree's form resembled a palm tree, but with distinct differences. Despite Schuyler's extensive knowledge, this plant remained unfamiliar. It was certainly not a common magical specimen found in Europe, nor part of Hogwarts' herbology curriculum. Unlike the stout palm trees, this tree boasted a straight, slender trunk adorned with silver leaves resembling swords, emitting a faint tremor. A chill enveloped the air as an overwhelming sense of menace emanated from the silver tree. Killing intent, an invisible and intangible aura typically associated with dark wizards, permeated the atmosphere. It signaled the presence of a malevolent figure, one steeped in bloodshed and violence. In essence, the frequent act of killing distorts a wizard's soul, influencing their magical essence. Magic, deriving power from blood, thrives under the soul's guidance. However, a corrupted soul can taint magic with murderous intent. But why would a magical plant exhibit such potent murderous intent? Suddenly, a shrill screech pierced the air as myriad sword-like leaves shot forth at incredible speed, resembling streaks of light. The white eagles, caught off guard, offered no mournful cry as they exploded into a cloud of mist. The bloodied mist enveloped the swordleaf palm tree, lending it an eerie crimson beauty. As the sword leaves dispersed, revealing numerous perforations on the trunk akin to animal mouths and nostrils, the tree shuddered. With each slain eagle, the tree trembled and the sword leaves returned, slotting neatly into the apertures. This was how all 25 magic voles met their demise. Magic voles rely on smell rather than sight to navigate, rendering the fog ineffective against them. However, with hundreds, if not thousands, of leaves on the swordleaf palm, a mere 25 voles are insufficient to navigate through unscathed. Skylar noticed that he wasn't being attacked, indicating the tree's limited perception. Judging from the previous attack's range, as long as one remains beyond 3 feet of the swordleaf palm, it won't trigger the lethal assault. However, with the tree obstructing the path forward, unless one chooses to retreat and seek an alternate route, confronting the swordleaf attack becomes inevitable. For a 7th grade wizard, this challenge is daunting. Attempting to resist the onslaught with the shield charm would result in inevitable harm. Even with multiple curses shielding vital areas, sustaining severe injuries or incapacitation is likely to jeopardize one's ability to compete further. Of course, Skylar isn't your typical 4th-year wizard. Space magic is out of the question. He lacks the finesse to deflect such a dense barrage. While Divine Aegis could ward off the onslaught, he'd be immobilized, contrary to his intent of using it for broad protection and retaliatory spellcasting, akin to his strategy against the Swedish short snout in the first tournament event. Skylar recalled Chang He mentioning the Chinese elemental theory, which differs from the Western 4 elements belief. In this Eastern tradition, wood engenders fire, making it highly combustible. In essence, the swiftest route through this challenge lies in incinerating the tree. Ordinary fire spells won't suffice. Even intensified with a blue flame potion, they may fail to vanquish this magical entity. Thus, his options boil down to Confringo and Fiendfire. Both Confringo and Fiendfire are fire magics with astonishing destructive power, and upon reflection, there's actually a significant connection between the two spells. In the previous Fantastic Beasts movie, after Grindelwald used the magic flame to protect himself and lead his followers away, he uttered the words, "I hate Paris," and released the magic flame. Once he lost control of the spell, it erupted into a fierce fire, nearly consuming the entire Paris. From this, it's evident that Confringo is essentially a controlled, subdued version of Fiendfire. Grindelwald utilized his family's innate talent for inspiring people, and combined it with legilimency to craft the magic of Pratigo Diabolica. Compared to Confringo, Fiendfire possesses greater destructive potential, but is also far more challenging to control. Even Dumbledore and Grindelwald refrain from casually casting the fire curse or allowing the fire to escalate out of control. They must continuously exert firm control over the flames. The last time Skylar cast the Fiendfire was during a group battle against the A-Tide spiders. At that time, he didn't attempt to rein in or control the flames. In any case, his intention was to let the uncontrollable fierce fire rage unchecked, burning the A-Tide spiders to ashes, save one. However, he found himself in a highly anticipated competition now. If he opted to cast the fire spell, he couldn't be certain whether it might inadvertently trigger a catastrophic explosion. After weighing his options, the most suitable flame magic for the current situation was none other than Confringo. Pratigo Diabolica. After uttering the incantation, Skylar assumed the role of an orchestra conductor, elegantly waving his wand as a blue flame enveloped him, undulating like a sinuous fire serpent. As Skylar continued his dance, the fire serpent targeted the swordleaf palm tree, launching attack after attack. While the tree trunk represented wood in the 5 elements and was highly susceptible to burning, the same couldn't be said for the silver sword leaves. These leaves remained impervious to fire, retaliating fiercely whenever the fire serpent encroached upon their sensing range, puncturing it with holes and sparking. After orchestrating more than 10 attacks with Confringo, Skylar grew increasingly accustomed to the leaf sword attack pattern, refining his flame offensive to become more fluid and skillful with each iteration. Suddenly, Skylar sensed a subtle stirring in his blood. A gentle warmth followed the course of his veins, permeating his limbs and bones. Recognizing this sensation all too well, Skylar couldn't help but smile. In that moment, the blue fire serpent engulfing Skylar soared upward, and two egg-sized white flames materialized atop its head, as if this seemingly mindless fire serpent had suddenly acquired a semblance of consciousness. Now, Skylar merely had to think, and the fire serpent would execute any action he desired, as though these flames were no longer mere tools at his command, but rather comrades bonded to him by a deep connection. As Skylar contemplated, the upper body of the fire serpent split into two, then two into four, and continued multiplying until it assumed the form of a 9-headed fire serpent. The Hydra launched its assault with agility, yet despite the swordleaf palm's relentless barrage and lightning-fast strikes, it couldn't fully vanquish all the flames. Eventually, one of the fire serpents spotted an opening, its maw gaping wide as it lunged forward, sinking its fiery fangs into the trunk of the swordleaf palm tree. With a resounding crack, flames erupted from the heart of the swordleaf palm tree, creeping upward until they consumed the entire tree, reducing it to smoldering ashes. The sword leaves, bereft of their tree's trunk, seemed like displaced souls without shelter. First, they emitted shrill cries, then they plunged into the earth with a hiss, withering away at a visible pace. Capitulo 252, Chapter 251, Crouch Jr. Appearance. The creator of this challenge likely didn't anticipate that a fourth-year student like Skylar would possess such formidable strength. Considering the protagonist of the original series, Harry Potter, as an example, if he were in Skylar's position, his approach would likely differ. In a similar scenario, Harry would typically rely on more straightforward spells or direct approaches. For instance, when faced with the challenge of the Golden Mist in the original series, Harry initially attempted a crushing spell. However, upon realizing its ineffectiveness, he might impulsively charge ahead without much consideration. Fortunately, the Golden Mist in the original series merely served as a test of courage, and advancing bravely would automatically dispel its magic. If Harry were to recklessly charge into the attack range of the swordleaf palm tree in a similar foggy scenario. As Skylar progressed through the maze, his journey became remarkably smooth after overcoming the previous challenge. Employing a group of magical voles to scout ahead, he relied on their innate intuition to navigate the maze's twists and turns, ensuring he took the most efficient route at every fork in the path. The path behind seems clear, Skylar noted, his expression stoic yet harboring a chilling resolve in his gray eyes. Those individuals likely didn't anticipate my success with the swordleaf palm level. Swiftly dispatching a forest monster in record time, Skylar noticed a faint glow emanating from the end of the path ahead. Pressing on, he finally reached his destination, an irregular octagonal space encircled by multifaceted hedges. Dark and foreboding intersections dotted the landscape, hinting at multiple paths converging at this point. However, Skylar's chosen route proved to be the most optimized and time-efficient. It's worth noting that Skylar's field mouse pathfinding tactic proved supremely effective, surpassing even the 4-point spell technique utilized by Harry in the original series and many other fanfiction protagonists. The 4-point spell, akin to a compass, merely points the wand northward, aiding the user in orienting themselves and selecting the most probable path towards the maze's conclusion. For instance, if Harry entered the maze from the southeast entrance and the endpoint lay northwest of his position, discerning north would assist him in deducing which branch held greater promise. Yet, anyone acquainted with maze navigation understands that linear distance does not equate to traversal distance. The maze's design can cunningly lead one on a circuitous route, ultimately culminating in a dead end, nullifying prior progress and necessitating a frustrating backtrack to recommence the journey. Moreover, as per Skylar's observations, this magical maze is sentient, with its hedges perpetually in flux, further complicating navigation. If a normal compass were brought here, then the arrow would probably spin at a high speed all over the place due to the perpetual flux of magnetism. In the original narrative, sans covert assistance, relying solely on the directional spell and magic to navigate to the maze's conclusion would prove wishful thinking. As the first contender to enter the maze, Skylar was poised to lead the pack had he not expended considerable time at the swordleaf palm level. Despite this setback, his confidence in prevailing remained unwavering. He couldn't afford to be overly confident. After all, if Harry had clandestine assistance, he would likely reach the finish line ahead of him. Let's not forget that Harry's journey may have been smoother than what's depicted in the original book, but he still had to evade the blast-ended Scroot and rescue Cedric from Crumb. With the blast-ended Scroot vanquished by his hand and the premature exit of the two female contenders, these subplots presumably didn't unfold in this dimension. 100 meters ahead, the Triwizard Trophy gleamed on a pedestal, beckoning with irresistible allure. The Goblet of Fire remained, but Harry was nowhere in sight. Victory seemed within grasp. Yet as Skylar prepared to advance, he paused, rooted to the spot. Drawing from the countless narratives he'd witnessed in his previous existence, he knew that as the climax approached, the likelihood of catastrophe loomed larger. For in those moments nearest triumph, people often lowered their guard, unwittingly inviting tragedy to commence. With his illuminating insight operating at full potency, not even a minuscule insect on the grass eluded his vigilant gaze within a few dozen feet. Skylar slowly extended his wand towards a spot not far to the right. Simultaneously, 4 peculiar black shadows materialized on the ground, each positioned in the cardinal directions surrounding Skylar. Humanoid in shape, the shadows bore fine, short spikes along their edges, resembling thorn-covered figures. "Fascinating," Skylar murmured, "the shadow dragon." As Skylar gestured, the illusion crafted by the disguise spell gradually dissipated, revealing a slender figure with a wooden leg. It was Mad-Eye Moody. While this outcome fell within Skylar's expectations, it also held an element of surprise. "Impressive," Moody's voice reverberated, chillingly cold. "With my disguise charm, even Dumbledore would struggle to pinpoint my location in such obscurity. It appears you've got quite the knack for trouble, kid, with secrets aplenty." "Crouch Jr., it seems," Skylar remarked with a glint in his eye, though his smile remained feigned. "I must admit, your methods surpass my expectations. You're responsible for the blast-ended Scroots, the arrow-wielding assailants, the swordleaf palm trees, and more, aren't you?" "It's quite remarkable," Crouch Jr. remarked, clicking his tongue twice with a hint of lingering significance. "Despite my best efforts to overestimate your capabilities, I never anticipated you'd break through the labyrinth of bloodthirsty creatures, magic-defying arrows, and divine swords meticulously orchestrated by the organization. It appears the master truly possesses foresight. Tell me, how did you hone your skills? Is your prowess nearly on par with a wizard's?" Skylar remained nonchalant, posing a casual inquiry. "Where's Harry? Logically speaking, considering the delay I've caused, he should have arrived by now, correct? Surely you haven't dispatched him." "It's not entirely out of the question to share," Crouch Jr. replied with a sly grin. "You're quite astute. I'll be accompanying him shortly." Even in his state of mind, Crouch Jr. couldn't contain his pride, adding, "Harry, he's gone where he's meant to be. My master will return soon. Ha ha ha." With that, he erupted into maniacal laughter, madness gleaming in his eyes. Observing Crouch Jr.'s self-satisfied expression, it appeared that Harry had indeed fallen into his clutches. "Well, if the Goblet of Fire remains untouched, it suggests he's found alternative means to extricate Harry," Skylar mused. To accomplish this feat, under the vigilant gaze of the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore-required methods, far beyond mere apparating and portkeys. Cracking the apparition ban would surely alert Dumbledore, while creating a new portkey would inevitably trigger the Ministry of Magic's nationwide detection system. Reflecting on the task of silently transporting Harry out of Hogwarts, Skylar pondered whether he could achieve it himself. The answer was clear: it was feasible. Countless magics exist in the world, many of which evade detection. Take the Vanishing Cabinet, for instance. Its creation method may be lost, but with adversaries like the Shadow Dragon, a dark witch from antiquity, discovering someone versed in its construction wouldn't be improbable. Yet a chilling question emerged. If Voldemort required Harry's blood for resurrection, why would the Shadow Dragon capture him? Unless. A dreadful possibility dawned on Skylar. Every single possibility was racing in his head, trying to justify whether or not the meeting today with them would be beneficial for him, or if they were just another existence that needed to be rooted out of the equation. Since your target is Harry and you have succeeded, Skylar shook his head, his expression tinged with confusion. Then why are you still blocking me here, just to show off to me? Skylar had a valid reason for asking. According to the rules of the Triwizard Tournament, only the 4 participating champions are permitted inside the maze. For the sake of fairness, and to prevent any suspicion of foul play, the 4 patrol members stationed outside the maze can only enter if they see red sparks, indicating a need for rescue. Crouch Jr.'s presence here likely purported to rescue the 2 female champions, providing him with a legitimate reason for entry. However, lingering too long within the maze would inevitably raise suspicions. After all, Dumbledore was among the spectators, and he was not one to be easily deceived. Capítulo 253, Chapter 252, Fighting Crouch Jr. Only the 4 chosen champions are permitted to enter the Triwizard Tournament maze. To ensure fairness and prevent suspicions of cheating, the 4 patrol members stationed outside the maze may only venture in for rescue missions upon spotting red sparks. Crouch Jr.'s presence here should ostensibly be for rescuing the 2 female champions, providing him with a plausible reason for entering openly. However, lingering too long in the maze would inevitably raise suspicions. With Dumbledore present in the audience, fooling him wouldn't be simple. Skylar Malfoy, Crouch's tone was bitter. Do you comprehend the trouble you've caused me? In the confrontation at the Great Hall, your actions coerced me into using methods I shouldn't have. My knowledge of magic nearly exposed my identity and jeopardized my master's plans. Do you grasp the effort I expended to allay Dumbledore's suspicions afterward? And then, you imposed confidentiality agreements, complicating my task of aiding Harry in winning several times over. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, where the old man fled, you and Potter coincidentally appeared. Your performance in the first 2 tasks has become the greatest obstacle in my plan. Did you know that your father is also one of us? It's not betrayal. Skylar couldn't help but furrow his brows as he observed Crouch Jr., speaking as though venting his frustrations. Don't you dare group my father like one of you. Before talking about my father, perhaps you should look after yours that's been running around with bloodlust, swearing to kill you on sight. Skylar replied with a bit of emotion before he calmly threatened him. Crouch Jr.'s face was shocked for a moment. From Skylar's understanding of Crouch Jr., he was an exceedingly cunning individual. If he hadn't already seized control of the situation, it would be implausible for him to reveal his genuine emotions. Moreover, it was even less likely that he would risk exposing his true identity to Dumbledore, merely to boast of his accomplishments to others. According to the progression in the original narrative, even after the flames successfully transported Harry away, Crouch Jr. didn't seize the chance to depart Hogwarts. Instead, he remained in his position. His decision to maintain the facade of Professor Moody and continue lurking at Hogwarts likely held deeper implications. In other words, he probably harbored no intentions of relinquishing his identity as Professor Moody. You've said quite a lot, and from my perspective, Skylar interjected, a peculiar gleam flashing in his eyes. It appears that leaving here unscathed isn't in the cards for me today. I hear you, Crouch Jr., Skylar said slowly. Are you suggesting you can defeat me? You possess formidable strength, Crouch Jr. scoffed. I'll give you that. While I'm not entirely certain I could beat you, the fact that I'm here suggests we hadn't accounted for the possibility of you overcoming the Divine Sword Palm. You may not be aware, but the Divine Sword Palm is a botanical relic passed down from antiquity, mightier even than the most potent wizards. Millennia ago, it was felled and vanished from sight. The tree you obliterated was one of the preserved seeds, safeguarded by an arcane method. Paired with the enchanted mist, scarcely anyone in the organization believes you could navigate that level unscathed. Crouch Jr.'s expression grew grave, betraying his doubt in Skylar's abilities. Except for that individual. She had faith in your prowess and devised a contingency, Crouch Jr.'s eyes glinted with rare delight. And now our target is you. Are you referring to Meredith? Skylar shrugged, an evil grin spreading across his face. I didn't anticipate she still harbors such strong feelings for me after all this time apart. But, Skylar's expression turned cold. I've been wanting to catch up with her too. Before Crouch Jr. could react, Skylar swiftly pulled up the Night Star cloak, enveloping his form, and in an instant, he and the cloak vanished from sight. Damn it, what sorcery is this? Why can't my eye catch a glimpse of him? Crouch Jr.'s prosthetic eye darted frantically, but it failed to catch even a hint of Skylar's presence. Damn it, though a pang of panic shot through Crouch Jr.'s heart, the contingency plan left by the mysterious adult swiftly bolstered his confidence. He raised his hand, waving it vigorously as he shouted, Shadow Demon Blood Hunt. Shadow demons, also known as shades, are ethereal spirits resembling shadows, capable of unrestricted movement. They despise all forms of light, as pure illumination renders them invisible and dissipates them, forcing them to dwell solely in darkness. Preferring to lurk in dim recesses, shadow demons patiently await their prey. In areas devoid of light, they prove elusive and impervious to physical attacks as they effortlessly traverse solid matter. The shadow demons stand as the most formidable predators within the dark and lightless maze. These entities exist solely as phantoms, lacking eyes, noses, ears, or any discernible organs, rendering conventional senses like sight, smell, or hearing futile in their hunting endeavors. Instead, they employ a method known as blood hunting, enabling them to detect the presence of life forms with fresh blood. Skylar's mastery of invisibility magic has reached an almost impeccable state. Devoid of form, trace, sound, or scent, he appears imperceptible to all but the keen perception of the shadow demon. Strangely, the shadow demon refrains from launching a fierce pursuit. Instead, it roams the field aimlessly, casting ominous shadows upon the hedges. What's happening? Can't you detect any trace of him? Crouch Jr. panics, his anxiety escalating. With no time for contemplation, he hastily unleashes a barrage of aggressive spells in all directions, akin to a relentless machine gun. However, none find their mark, instead shattering the dense thorns and branches into fragments scattered across the floor. A thin film of cold sweat forms on his forehead. How could this be happening? Forget the fact that he vanished in an instant, forget the failure of the alchemical eyes to detect him, and forget the inability of the shadow demon blood hunter to locate him. What perplexed Crouch Jr. now was why all his indiscriminate attacks had failed. Could it be that Skylar's invisibility magic was capable of neutralizing physical assaults? Was there truly such an anomalous magic in existence? Just as he grappled with these thoughts, the strain of his incessant spellcasting began to weigh on him, leaving him feeling fatigued. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he paused, his hand holding the spell momentarily still. In that split second, something utterly unexpected occurred. A sudden flash of crimson light erupted, causing his wand to detonate, propelling his entire body through the air before crashing forcefully onto the ground below. Grimacing, he gazed skyward, unwilling to accept his sudden defeat. Meanwhile, Skylar's form gradually materialized, hovering more than 10 feet above the ground. Beneath his feet, two swirling whirlpools of wind churned, emitting a low, ominous roar. The Night Star cloak billowed behind him, its stars twinkling as it danced in the breeze, lending his silhouette an almost divine aura. His gaze was frigid as he leveled the wand at Crouch Jr., his posture exuding an air of dominance and superiority. Crouch Jr. found himself confronted with the chilling realization that his life could be swiftly extinguished without a hint of mercy. Damn it, you can fly? He gingerly pressed against his chest, each movement sending waves of searing pain through his body. He was certain that at least half of his ribs were shattered. Cough, cough, cough. Clenching his teeth against the agony, he spat out a mouthful of blood. You can actually fly. The notion of Skylar mastering flight without the aid of any implements caught Barty Crouch Jr. completely off guard. Flying unaided operated on principles akin to those of wandless magic, yet the level of difficulty was on an entirely different plane. Whereas wizards could begin their foray into wandless magic with simple, benign spells, the same did not hold true for flying unaided. Once a wizard cast the flying spell upon themselves and ascended into the skies, they were wholly reliant on their mental faculties to control their aerial movements. Any lapse in concentration or a moment's distraction could have catastrophic consequences, the likes of which were unimaginable. Plummeting from great heights and shattering every bone in one's body would likely be among the least severe outcomes. To underscore the gravity of the situation, it's entirely plausible for someone to lose control and ascend beyond the atmosphere in a single breath, or traverse an entire country or continent in the blink of an eye. There's even the alarming possibility of inadvertently venturing into forbidden zones, where magic is restricted and guarded by monstrous entities. It's abundantly clear that the perils of mastering wandless flight are exceedingly high. This is precisely why, throughout the entirety of the original narrative, only Voldemort, Snape, and Quirrell, those personally tutored by him, were capable of such feats. If Schuyler hadn't received direct instruction from Voldemort himself, and had instead acquired the skill of wandless flight through sheer determination, Crouch Jr. would sooner believe pigs could fly. Snape, you imbecile, after all that our Lord has done for you, is this your answer? Crouch Jr. cursed as he looked at Schuyler. Capitulo 254, Chapter 253, Schuyler's Weakness. Do you have any last words? Schuyler's voice cut through the tension, cold and unyielding. Last words? Crouch Jr. couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. Considering your lineage, your background, your reputation, your strength, you could easily be a pivotal figure in this era. You could unite our pure-blood families, lead us to glory, and carve a legacy second only to the Dark Lord himself. And now, Crouch Jr.'s lips twisted into a mocking smile. Are you asking me for last words? Could it be that you're incapable of taking a life yourself? Schuyler's visage remained stoic, but a flicker of emotion danced within his eyes. Crouch Jr. wasn't entirely wrong. Despite the casualties wrought by his schemes and conflicts, like Kingsley Shacklebolt and Gilderoy Lockhart, strictly speaking, none had met their end directly at Schuyler's hands. Although I don't want to admit it, what you said is actually right. Schuyler paused, taking a deep breath. You may find me ridiculous and naive, even unreasonable, but... You see, I've never been one to relish in killing, nor have I harbored dreams of becoming an eternal figure. Schuyler blinked, moistening his dry eyes, his voice hushed as if confiding in Crouch Jr. A person seemingly unrelated to him, yet speaking as if to himself. My pursuit of power was always rooted in a desire to protect those dear to me. If it weren't for the shadow of the demonic dragon's capture of Meredith, if it weren't for the Death Eater's intentions to ignite war, my family wouldn't have been dragged into the mire of conflict. Schuyler's gaze intensified, his eyes gleaming. I harbor no ill will toward you or Dumbledore. We might not have even been adversaries, despite Dumbledore's insistence on conflict. But there's no if in the past. Schuyler's resolve surged, the Thestral wand in his grip pulsating with energy. A golden glow enveloped it. The trials of recent years have taught me that avoidance doesn't solve anything. Whether it's the Shadow Dragon, you, or the Dark Lord, the wand's light pulsated rhythmically, each burst stronger than the last, echoing with a melodic dragon's roar in the empty space. Today, you've obstructed my path. Initially, Schuyler had contemplated ending Crouch Jr.'s life with his own hands solely to honor his promise to Crouch Sr. However, this had evolved into a trial, testing the resolve of his true intentions. Yes, indeed. If today marks the first life I take, I wish to hear his final words. Schuyler's eyes betrayed no hesitation, his resolve unwavering. I simply wish to understand what allure the Dark Lord holds for you. What could prompt you to forsake familial bonds, enabling you to commit the ultimate cruelty of slaying the father who nurtured you? Have you never felt remorse? Remorse, ha, Crouch Jr. erupted into laughter, tears welling at the corners of his eyes as he inexplicably recalled the eager expression on his father's face when he first uttered "Daddy." The tender embrace after his first faltering steps, nestled in his father's arms, seeking solace from the pain of falling. At the age of 11, he eagerly awaited the arrival of an owl-delivered letter heralding his acceptance into Hogwarts. With gentle pride, his father ruffled his hair, affirming that his son had reached a milestone. The scene shifted, revealing a time when he found solace in the companionship of a Ravenclaw girlfriend from a mixed-race family, a union fiercely condemned by his father. In pursuit of understanding the enigma of dark magic, he clandestinely delved into its secrets, driven by a desire to unlock its potency and engage in a bitter confrontation with his father. Upon receiving his owl-issued report card, adorned with 12 certificates, he soared to the top of his class. Yet, his father's response was a curt, impersonal note of congratulations, citing Ministry of Magic obligations as the reason for his absence from celebratory festivities. Left alone with his mother, they faced a silent dinner table laden with untouched, frigid dishes. Brushing away tears, his smile, distorted by sorrow, declared, "I will never regret it, never." "I understand." Schuyler's legilimency was fully engaged, deciphering Crouch Jr.'s turbulent emotional landscape. He pieced together the intricate web of cause and consequence, offering only sympathy for the trials endured. "I can only express my sympathy for your experience. Now." "Please, just a moment, hold on," Crouch Jr. interjected, his voice strained with pain yet tinged with an unwarranted sense of pride. "If you proceed with this, you'll come to rue it. Yes." "Is your mind addled?" Schuyler's patience waned as the dialogue dragged on. Crouch Jr., now incapacitated and bereft of his wand, destroyed by his own explosive spell, posed no threat. Schuyler, confident in the irreparable damage inflicted, dismissed any notion of outside intervention, even from Ollivander with the Elder Wand. Regarding the 4 shadow demons, their elusiveness in the dark maze presented a formidable challenge. Their ethereal nature demanded spiritual magic for effective confrontation. Furthermore, they excel at slipping through walls, thriving in environments rich with trees and enclosures. They are adept at launching attacks, but are impervious to retaliation. However, these shadow demons lack the ability to fly or engage in long-range assaults, rendering Schuyler, suspended in midair, virtually untouchable. With no capacity to pose a threat to Schuyler, he saw no reason to entertain further discourse. Channeling all his magical energy, he focused on unleashing the killing curse. The tip of his wand illuminated with a sinister green glow. Avada Kedavra. "Behold this," Crouch Jr. hurled a lengthy object, which landed a short distance away and rolled across the ground. Schuyler's eyes widened in recognition as he realized what it was. Hermione's wand. Hagrid's expulsion from Hogwarts in his 3rd year and subsequent appointment as the school's gamekeeper by Dumbledore were common knowledge. In the preceding year, Hagrid wielded a mysterious influence over the headmaster, securing the position of care of magical creatures teacher despite the presence of more qualified candidates. Hagrid, a formidable and intimidating figure, abused his newfound authority by introducing a slew of menacing creatures to terrorize the students under his care. In what was described as terrifying lessons, Hagrid inflicted injuries and traumas upon numerous students, all while Dumbledore turned a blind eye. As if these transgressions weren't sufficient, recent revelations by the Daily Prophet have unearthed damning evidence, challenging Hagrid's claim to pureblood wizardry. Contrary to his assertions, Hagrid is not of pureblood lineage. In fact, he isn't even a pureblood. Exclusive investigations have unveiled that his mother is none other than the giant Fridwulfa, whose current whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery. Giants, known for their cruelty and bloodlust, teetered on the brink of extinction due to rampant cannibalism in the previous century. The remaining few rallied under the command of a mysterious figure, orchestrating some of the most savage Muggle massacres during their reign of terror. While many giants aligned with you-know-who perished at the hands of Aurors combating the forces of darkness, Fridwulfa evaded such a fate. It's likely that Fridwulfa sought refuge in one of the remaining giant villages nestled in foreign mountain ranges. However, an analysis of Hagrid's peculiar behavior during care of magical creatures classes suggests that he may have inherited his mother's ruthless disposition. Surprisingly, it's rumored that Hagrid formed a close bond with a young boy, who ultimately played a pivotal role in overthrowing the mysterious figure, leading to Hagrid's mother fading into anonymity and seclusion. Although Harry Potter, may have been unaware of these unsavory aspects concerning his towering friend. Albus Dumbledore, undoubtedly, bore the responsibility of ensuring that Harry Potter and his peers were informed about the complexities surrounding blood lineage and the hazards associated with forging alliances with giants. Despite their efforts, the trio comprising Harry, Ron, and Hermione find themselves unable to locate and communicate with Hagrid, as he appears to be intentionally evading them. Capitulo 255, Chapter 254, The End of the Maze. Ha ha ha, you really care about her. Let me tell you, there was someone else who took her away. Hogwarts's defense mechanism is no joke. I don't have the ability to get her out of the castle under Dumbledore's eyes, so don't try to find out her whereabouts from me. Even if you kill her, I have no way of getting her out. You must be in pain now, right? You have only one way to choose now, Crouch Jr.'s tone was full of cruel pleasure. That person in the organization, she wants to see you. As long as you take me to see her, maybe you do know her whereabouts. Voldemort has not yet returned to the strength of his heyday, and can remain silent in Hogwarts Castle. There was only one person who kidnapped Hermione so loudly. Meredith. Skylar's heart ached, and the long-lost strong uneasiness hovered in his heart again. Meredith, why did you capture Hermione? What are you trying to do? The most terrifying thing is, if she really wants to be detrimental to Hermione, what should she do? Does she really want to fight Meredith? Say, Skylar said in a deep voice, how to get out of here, how, I want to see Meredith. Did you see that trophy? It's a portkey. It was intended to teleport the first warrior who touched the goblet of fire out of the maze and appear in front of the referee's table, but I used a confusion spell to change the teleportation location. It has been changed to the location of that person, Crouch Jr. Pointed out his finger in the direction of the goblet of fire. You take me now, and we can go and touch the goblet of fire together, and then we can go see that adult. Thank you, I understand. Skylar had calmed down at this moment, and he had to face what was coming, and... Goodbye, Barty Crouch Jr. What do you want to do? Crouch Jr.'s face turned pale, and he had a very bad premonition in his heart. Don't even think about messing around. Don't you want Granger's life? Avada. Bastard, Crouch Jr. shouted loudly, you madman, you will definitely regret it. Cadavra. A green light shot out from Skylar's wand, ruthlessly harvesting the minibus. Barty's life was left behind, leaving only Crouch Jr.'s lifeless body slowly falling backward to the ground. Fool, Skylar sneered, since you don't know anything, what's the use of keeping your life? Since Meredith's target is me, is it possible for her to turn against me directly for you? I still think so highly of her. Don't you see at all? You are just an abandoned child. The moment Crouch Jr. died, the 4 shadow demons who smelled the corpse couldn't hold back and rushed to Crouch Jr. The corpse was slowly wrapped in black shadow and began to eat. Skylar waved his hand, and the Slytherin pendant flew out of his arms and opened. As a green shadow rushed out of the box, it materialized in midair. The whole process was very fast, and the shadow fell from the air to the ground. At the same time, it had transformed into the giant-sized Yermingander. The black shadows reacted quickly and wanted to flee the scene, but under Yermingander's glare, they all seemed to be frozen and unable to move. The snake pupil of the basilisk has the ability to harm the spirit body, and Yermingander has already developed his sanity after the battle with the purple flame giant in Susan's bloodline, and has restored all the natural abilities of the basilisk. It is even possible that because it swallowed the bones of the purple flame giant and the flesh and blood of Skylar, it evolved into something more powerful than an ordinary basilisk. Although the shadow demon is much more weird and unpredictable than the ghost, it still cannot escape the category of a spirit body. At this moment, it was invaded by the curse power on the snake's eyes, and it was suddenly transformed into 4 stiff bodies that were covered in smoke and seemed to be fixed by an invisible container. Although the method of making shadow demons is not a unique secret, it is only spread among a few big families with ancient heritage, and it is not something that can be seen everywhere. Skylar put them all into the suitcase space. These shadow demons were valuable for his research. Skylar looked at the bitten and tattered body of Crouch Jr. and frowned slightly. He waved his wand and said, Evanesco, and used a vanishing spell to eliminate Crouch Jr.'s body. As for the evidence to be shown to Mr. Crouch, the people killed by the death curse can be traced through specific flashback spells. There is no need to cut off the head or leave the corpse. Disgusting behavior. Go back, Yermangander. Skylar touched the huge snake body of Yermangander lovingly and comforted the big snake that was hissing in protest. Yermangander finally came out to loosen his muscles and bones, but failed. I thought that it was about to be taken back even after 1 minute had passed. If I had known better, I wouldn't have killed those shadow monsters so quickly. I should have played with them. Skylar lamented as he saw the expression on Jormungandr's face. Jormungandr gently tapped Skylar on the shoulder with its snake tail to express its dissatisfaction, then turned into a green light again and flew back to the pendant box. After cleaning up the shadow demon, Crouch Jr.'s corpse, and Jormungandr, the scene returned to calm again. Skylar raised his head, squinting slightly and looking at the sparkling goblet of fire not far ahead. His eyes turned cold, and then he gently touched the snake-shaped ring on the ring finger of his right hand with the palm of his left hand. The snake-shaped ring flashed a few times, as if it was conveying some message. Is everything ready? The corners of Skylar's mouth raised slightly. At this time, his eyes were indifferent, without any fluctuation. I am counting on you for this one, so don't let me down. Solve, Skylar whispered softly, his voice carrying a sense of determination. He carefully checked the equipment on his body. Sterling silver dagger, supreme wizard robe, night star cloak, dueling gloves, anti-stun bracelet, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin pendant, anti-gravity boots, ring of guardianship, and philosopher's stone, all were equipped and worn. Each item got into position, and then Skylar used magic power to activate each one to its strongest state, streams of magic power glowing one after another around him. Taking a step forward, Skylar strode to the center of the field. His gray eyes, clear and free of impurity, were fixedly staring into the goblet of fire. Blue sparks danced around, rising and falling, as silence engulfed the scene. Thousands of thoughts passed before his eyes, surrounding him like flashes of light. Among them were Lucius, Narcissa, Draco, Daphne, Maury, Astoria, Luna. And others like him, friends he had made, members of the Serpentes Vigil Club who trusted him. And then, the memory picture changed. It was Meredith, her pretensive arrogance, her charming smile. And Hermione, her sad and tearful face on the eve of the Yule Ball. He sighed silently and raised his head, showing a smile as he said softly, Hermione Meredith. I'm here. His hand touched the goblet of fire, and immediately his feet left the ground. He and the trophy turned into a swirling vortex of color, quickly disappearing in the roaring wind. The base where the goblet of fire was placed now stood empty, as if Skylar and the goblet had never been there. Capitulo 256, Chapter 255, The Dark Lord Returns. Harry stood in a dark, overgrown graveyard, his heart pounding with panic as he scanned his surroundings, still trying to piece together what was happening to him. The scene shifts back a few hours earlier. Harry had just witnessed the red sparks signaling the withdrawal of the two female warriors. Determination set in as he gritted his teeth and pressed deeper into the maze. Now, his chances of winning the championship had surged to 50%. He knew he had to race against time. Perhaps victory was within his grasp. Encountering a Dementor initially, Harry swiftly countered with the Patronus charm, only to realize it was actually a boggart in disguise. With a quick spell of ridiculous, he banished the boggart. Passing through a golden mist that distorted reality, he faced a Sphinx's riddle, answering it correctly and finally glimpsing the distant endpoint. Amidst the maze's twists and turns, Harry spotted a lone, closed book lying in a secluded corner. Intrigued by the possibility of it holding clues, his Gryffindor curiosity got the best of him. Approaching cautiously, he picked up the book and opened it to read. It was empty. Harry flipped through several pages, but not a word or a drop of ink met his eyes. Frowning, suspicion crept in. Who would have left this kind of book here? Suddenly, realization hit him when he recalled of Tom's diary. The last time he encountered such an empty book was with Tom's diary, a memory he'd rather forget. Just as he was about to return the book, he noticed a bookmark fashioned like a feather on the last page, a striking pink-blue feather of unknown origin. Despite not recognizing the bird it came from, its beauty captivated him. Harry couldn't resist the urge to claim it as his own. After all, items in the maze were essentially ownerless, absolving him of any thievery. As his fingers grazed the feather, a soft pop echoed, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in this peculiar place. He was apparated into another place without him even knowing. Surveying his surroundings, Harry glimpsed the silhouette of a small church peeking behind a towering yew tree to his right. On the left, a hill rose, adorned with an elegant old house. His gaze shifted to the cemetery. The atmosphere was eerie, shrouded in silence. A sense of unease crept over him as if unseen eyes were watching from the darkness. With a wand in hand, he scanned the area cautiously. In the darkness, a figure emerged, advancing steadily amidst the graves. Though his features remained obscured, his posture suggested he carried something. Short in stature and cloaked, he drew nearer, revealing an object akin to a bundle in his arms. Coming to a halt by a towering marble tombstone mere feet away, the figure lowered his gaze to the small form he held. Suddenly, agony ripped through Harry's scar, an intensity unparalleled in his memory. His wand slipped from his grasp as he doubled over, hands clasped to his face, collapsing to the ground. Blind to his surroundings, his head throbbed as if ready to burst. This pain, why is it coming back all of a sudden?" Harry screamed in agony. Above him, a voice rang out, icy and commanding. "Is it him?" "Yes, master," the cloaked figure below responded deferentially. "Excellent, it appears the plan progresses smoothly," the chilling voice continued. "Waste no time, commence preparations for the ritual. I am impatient to begin." "Detention, swiftly." The diminutive figure capitalized on Harry's incapacitation, swiftly weaving a spell to ensnare him with rope. With Harry bound, he was dragged towards the marble tombstone, where he was securely fastened. In this unfamiliar realm, Harry had never laid eyes on Peter Pettigrew, thus failing to connect the figure before him with the notorious traitor. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Harry's voice rang out with icy resolve. Ignoring Harry's demands, Pettigrew raised his wand, laboriously maneuvering a massive cauldron beneath the tomb. The vessel brimmed with liquid, enough to submerge an adult. "Kindle the flames," Peter Pettigrew murmured, tapping the cauldron's base with his wand. A crackling blaze erupted beneath, swiftly heating the liquid within. The surface roiled and erupted in sparks, resembling a conflagration. "Set it aflame, my master," Peter Pettigrew intoned softly, the liquid now aglow with diamond-like sparks. "Ah, commendable work. And how about the others?" The contents of the bag on the ground stirred uneasily, accompanied by a chilling voice. They remained silent. I believe they harbor alternative intentions." Peter Pettigrew spoke cautiously. "HMPH, how naive of them, offering assistance without cause." The cold voice persisted. "Were it not for the escape bird feather they concocted, our task would not have been so effortless." Crouch Jr. himself harbors doubts, unsure if the plan will unfold smoothly and if the boy will reach the goblet of fire. The escape bird, resembling a plump, fluffy avian incapable of flight, was renowned in the Muggle world as the dodo, purportedly extinct on Mauritius Island. Unbeknownst to many, these escape birds possess the extraordinary ability to traverse space, akin to phoenixes, allowing them to evade imminent threats. Unlike ordinary apparition restrictions, the escape bird's uncanny knack for vanishing and reappearing remained unaffected by anti-apparition measures. Evidently, Harry found himself transported from the maze to the cemetery through the activation of a ball escape bird feather. "But remember, Wormtail," the voice intoned coldly, "I am your master." Yes, I understand, master. Please trust me." Peter Pettigrew stuttered. "I am loyal to you." "Is that so?" the voice retorted. "Then you'll have to demonstrate your loyalty to me soon enough." "Wormtail?" Harry suddenly pieced together the identity of the figure before him. Recollections of his recurrent dreams involving these two individuals flooded his mind, alongside Professor Trelawney's ominous prophecy during last semester's exams. It was a forewarning he couldn't shake off. "You're Wormtail, the traitor who murdered my parents, you wretch!" Harry exclaimed, his gaze then shifting to the bag. "And he's Voldemort." Snap, Peter Pettigrew delivered a harsh slap across Harry's face. "Boy, you dare utter the master's name so recklessly." With that, he conjured a cloth and gagged Harry, commanding, "Stay silent. How dare you be insolent when you are granted the chance to witness our Lord's sacred moment? Not even all of the members had the chance of witnessing his resurrection from the dead." With Harry restrained, Pettigrew proceeded to unveil the dismal form of Voldemort from the bag before lowering him into the cauldron. With a sinister hiss, it descended into the cauldron, and Harry could hear the muffled thud as its lifeless form made contact with the bottom. What followed was the grim ritual of flesh and blood sacrifice. As Pettigrew added the bones of Voldemort's Muggle father, his own severed wrist, and Harry's blood into the cauldron, the liquid within immediately blazed with blinding intensity. With his task complete, Pettigrew collapsed beside the cauldron, clutching his bleeding, shattered arm, gasping and sobbing in anguish. The crucible began to bubble furiously, emitting dazzling diamond-like sparks that bathed everything in their radiant glow, rendering the surroundings pitch black. Harry fervently prayed, hoping against hope that the cauldron would consume Voldemort, though he knew the futility of such a plea. Then, in a sudden turn of events, the sparks extinguished. A veil of white steam billowed from the cauldron, obscuring Harry's vision. As the mist dispersed, Harry was met with a horrifying sight, the eerie outline of a man emerging lethargically from the cauldron. Towering and emaciated, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a spectral figure. "Fetch my robe," commanded the chilling, raspy voice from within the steam. Pettigrew whimpered and moaned, cradling his maimed arm protectively, before hastily retrieving the black garment lying nearby. With trembling hands, he draped it over his master's form. Stepping forth from the cauldron, the gaunt figure fixed his gaze upon Harry. And Harry beheld the visage that had haunted his nightmares for the past 3 years. It was a countenance paler than death itself, adorned with 2 blazing scarlet eyes and a nose akin to a serpent's, its nostrils mere slits. The Dark Lord had returned from the dead. Capitulo 257, Chapter 256, The Death Eater's Reunion. It was his yew wand, adorned with a phoenix tail feather, the loyal companion of his dark endeavors. He recalled the words of the wandmaker, who had described the yew wand as rare and notorious for its prowess in duels and casting curses. Such a wand, he knew, demanded an extraordinary wielder, a titan or a fiend. In that moment, his aversion to ordinariness ignited into a blazing resolve. He would ensure the world remembered his name. This wand had been lost during his fateful encounter at Godric's Hollow, where he sought to end the life of the infant Harry Potter. Before his corporeal form was reduced to cinders, he had hidden the wand within the Potter residence by arcane means, evading detection even by the Aurors who investigated. Ultimately, it was Pettigrew in his rat form who aided in its retrieval, earning begrudging acknowledgement. With a reverent stroke, Voldemort gripped the wand and then aimed it at Pettigrew. Lifting the traitorous servant from the ground, he flung him onto the tombstone where Harry lay bound. Pettigrew crumpled beside the tombstone, his sobs echoing through the lonely graveyard. Voldemort's piercing crimson gaze fixed upon Harry, a chilling smile curling his lips. The robe enveloping Pettigrew's severed arm dripped with blood. "Master," Pettigrew choked, "Master, you promised." "Extend your arms," Voldemort commanded indifferently. Pettigrew obediently presented his maimed limb, but Voldemort's sneer deepened. "Not this one, Wormtail." "Master, please, please," Pettigrew begged. Voldemort stooped, seizing Pettigrew's left arm. Though unblemished by blood, it was marred by the absence of its lower portion. The sacrifice Pettigrew had made to eliminate Dumbledore, Sirius, and Lupin. A grim testament to his pursuit of dark magic's forbidden arts. Poor Pettigrew, now bereft of hands. Voldemort disregarded Pettigrew's plight, his attention consumed by more pressing matters. Unlike his portrayal in the original tale, his arrogance had been eroded during his harrowing exile, alongside his magical prowess. The previous year, he had encountered a dark wizard of formidable power, shrouded in mystery. Unbeknownst to him, this enigmatic figure hailed from an unfamiliar corner of the wizarding world, his reputation preceding him like a sinister specter. Reluctantly, he relinquished Nagini, the vessel he had earmarked for his next Horcrux. Then, when Crouch Jr. infiltrated Hogwarts on his behalf, everything went awry. Ancient, reclusive families began to emerge, including the Malfoys' second scion, who exhibited astonishing prowess. Their intent was to ensure Harry Potter, an unassuming lad with no lineage or arcane knowledge, would emerge triumphant in the Triwizard Tournament. The Cup's challenge was formidable indeed. Amidst this turmoil, a cadre of dark wizards he had encountered during his sojourn across Europe approached him, offering aid to surmount this obstacle. Ever astute, Voldemort discerned that this faction had long been in contact with Pettigrew, tracking him down through covert means. Curse it all, had he not needed Pettigrew's assistance, he would have disposed of the traitor long ago. Pettigrew had been dispatched to rendezvous with Merlin. Fortuitously, it appeared this group harbored no malevolent intentions toward him. Instead, they proposed a plan to procure Harry's blood, which was essential for his resurrection. Voldemort grasped the principle of rewarding merit, yet his thirst to reclaim his former might overshadowed any potential treachery from this group. Even if a conspiracy lurked beneath their offer, they would have to bide their time until he had fully regained his power. Nevertheless, it was precisely these considerations that rendered Voldemort more circumspect and accommodating following his successful resurrection than in the original narrative. He recognized that the times had changed. On this world stage, he and Dumbledore were no longer the sole players. Reclusive pureblood families, the Malfoys who defied tradition by sending forth prodigies, the enigmatic dark wizard organization operating in secrecy, and others emerged. Behind these factions likely loomed ancient monstrosities capable of challenging his supremacy. No longer the unassailable Dark Lord capable of brazen arrogance, Voldemort recognized the need for caution and strategic calculation. Thus, his immediate imperative was to reassemble his forces swiftly. Voldemort roughly rolled up Pettigrew's sleeves, revealing a bright red tattoo on his skin, a skull emitting a serpent from its mouth, the Dark Mark. Voldemort placed his long, pallid index finger on Pettigrew's arm. Harry screamed in agony as the scar on his forehead seared with pain once more. Pettigrew's cries echoed as if his arms were engulfed in flames. When Voldemort withdrew his finger, Pettigrew's dark mark transformed from bright red to pitch black. A cruel smirk of triumph adorned Voldemort's face as he straightened up, lifting his gaze to survey the darkened cemetery. Who would dare return after feeling it? He murmured, his glowing red eyes fixed on the stars. And who would be foolish enough to resist? Suddenly, the air crackled with the sound of shifting cloaks. From between graves, behind fir trees, and from every shadowy corner, wizards apparated. Hooded and veiled, they approached one by one, their steps hesitant and cautious, as if disbelief clouded their senses. Voldemort stood in silence, awaiting their reverence. A Death Eater fell to his knees, inching toward Voldemort to kiss the hem of his black robes. One by one, the Death Eaters followed suit, bowing before Voldemort, then stepping back to form a silent circle encompassing Tom Riddle's grave, Harry, and Voldemort himself. Surrounded by Wormtail, who lay on the ground, sobbing and twitching, there remained gaps in the circle as though awaiting others to join. Yet Voldemort no longer seemed to anticipate further arrivals. He surveyed the hooded faces around him. Though the air lay still, a faint rustling emanated from the circle as if it quivered with tension. Voldemort seethed with anger, real anger. He hadn't expected so few to answer his call. He had counted on the likes of Karkaroff, who would no longer dare to defy him. He had presumed that, under the Black Mark's dread, tracking down defectors would be effortless. How dare they truly betray him? He had estimated at least 30 would heed his summons, yet he struggled to muster even 10. "Excellent," he hissed, lips curling in fury. "Excellent. It appears that, during my time of weakness, many harbored treacherous thoughts and dared to abandon our esteemed ranks," he declared, voice dripping with menace. "They need to learn the consequences of such betrayal." Avery! One of the individuals within the circle suddenly collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself at Voldemort's feet, trembling uncontrollably. "Master," he wailed, "forgive me, forgive us. I am aware that the Lestranges, Dolohov, Mulciber, Rookwood, and Travers languish in Azkaban. Their loyalty remains steadfast. They would sooner rot in Azkaban than forsake me. When Azkaban is breached, they shall reap the rewards beyond imagination," Voldemort stated icily. "But what of those who failed to heed my call?" "Master," Avery trod cautiously, "since the birth of the Malfoy family's prodigious second scion, Lucius has distanced himself from us. The vassal families under his sway, such as the Goyles and Crabs, have followed suit." "Lucius," Voldemort's voice dripped with frost, "you dare betray me. Then. So where are the Caro siblings, and Roll?" "Master," another Death Eater, tall and gaunt, rose to address him. "Thorfinn was apprehended by Aurors for illicit activities in Nocturne Alley and dispatched to Azkaban. The Roll family met a mysterious demise." "Oh, indeed," Voldemort's gaze pierced the air. "Yaxley, are you familiar with these matters? Enlighten me." "Yes, Master. The Roll family's fate is not an isolated incident," Yaxley reported. "Earlier, the Lestrange family fell victim to a brutal attack orchestrated by a pack of werewolves." "Werewolves?" Voldemort's pupils contracted slightly. "That's unexpected." "Yes, werewolves. The same ones who have maintained an amicable relationship with the Roll family, with Roll acting as their intermediary," Yaxley affirmed. "We've thoroughly investigated the matter. It appears Thorfinn mishandled the situation. In hindsight, the entire affair seems suspicious." Capitulo 258, Chapter 257, Death Eater Rebellion. "We were skeptical, but upon investigation, we uncovered evidence suggesting a third party's clandestine influence within the werewolf ranks. Shortly after the Roll family's downfall, turmoil erupted among the werewolves of Nocturne Alley. Fenrir aligned with the Selwyns." He paused, glancing at a masked Death Eater. Upon receiving a confirming nod, he continued, "While others, under Fenrir's leadership, severed ties with Fenrir and established their own ventures." "Ah," Voldemort's eyes narrowed perceptibly, his keen mind swiftly seizing upon the crux of Yaxley's revelation. "Where did these departing werewolves disperse to?" "Most, bereft of Fenrir's authority, dispersed across the UK, inciting chaos. Many fell to Aurors attempting to enforce order." Yaxley's voice dropped, his tone weighted with gravity. "The most baffling aspect is the disappearance of a small faction, the instigators behind the werewolf split, those who championed the establishment of their own clan. Despite evading Auror capture, they vanished without a trace," Yaxley revealed. Voldemort emitted a disdainful snort, comprehending Yaxley's insinuation. The purported werewolf assault on the Lestrange estate, Thorfinn's subsequent arrest, the annihilation of the Roll family, and the ensuing werewolf schism. All orchestrated, suggesting a puppeteer orchestrating events from the shadows. "It dawned on us that we'd been deceived." Yaxley's voice quivered, torn between fear of Voldemort's retribution and simmering indignation. "The werewolf raid on the Lestrange Manor was a ruse to sow discord, framing Thorfinn and sowing dissent with the Roll family." "Just as our focus shifted to the Rolls," Yaxley ground out through clenched teeth, "werewolves stealthily infiltrated, subverting Nocturne Alley's underworld. Before we could react, the Roll family had been eradicated." "As if you didn't orchestrate it from the shadows," Voldemort scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "With Thorfinn's arrest and the Roll family's demise, wouldn't it have served your interests to claim sole control? I've seen your likes. When no more leashes were meant for you, you would go and bite the others for the sake of minor advantage. All these with the purpose of gaining just a bit of power, yet in the end it harms our forces more." Voldemort lamented. He looked toward the distance with no intention of meeting the eyes of his followers. At that moment, the Death Eater who had observed Yaxley arose. Though shorter in stature, his presence commanded attention, exuding a palpable aura of strength surpassing even Yaxley's. "Master, both Coben and I can swear the darkest magical oath. We had no hand in the Roll family's downfall," the masked Death Eater asserted confidently. "And me, Master, I swear I had no part in it," Avery interjected, his voice escalating in desperation, as if fearing his presence would go unnoticed. "Silence, Avery. You've lived comfortably all these years, but have you ever considered that your master still depends on his servants lurking in the shadows? Voldemort sneered, raising his wand. Excrucio. Allah, Avery writhed on the ground, his screams piercing the air. I had high hopes for you. How dare you repay me with those kinds of efforts? Voldemort furiously yelled at Avery as he was writhing on the ground. His airy voice infused with anger brought terror to the Death Eater's ears. The circle of Death Eaters quivered, each member appearing on the verge of retreat but paralyzed by fear. Meanwhile, Harry, bound to the tombstone, paled instantly, his wizarding robes soaked with cold sweat. Unlike his counterpart in the original world, this Harry lacked the same courage. He hadn't faced Voldemort in his first year, nor encountered the basilisk with the aid of Fawkes and the Sorting Hat, nor summoned a powerful patroness to defend Sirius against the Dementors. In this moment, he was consumed by terror. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, his body convulsing with fear as he fought against impending unconsciousness. Anyone, Professor Dumbledore, Hermione, Ron, even Malfoy will do. I want to live as well. Desperately, he prayed for his cries to reach nearby homes, summoning help anyone, anything. Selwyn, Voldemort's voice sliced through the tension, cold and unforgiving. Resume your explanation. If you fail to satisfy me, you know the consequences. Though Voldemort had inflicted a cruel punishment on Avery, a prominent member of the middle-class families, he hesitated to do the same to Selwyn and Yaxley. Despite his arrogance and cruelty, Voldemort wasn't lacking in intelligence. He understood the critical importance of the loyalty of his Death Eaters at this juncture. It was common knowledge among them that Voldemort ranked his followers based on their significance. Their positions within the circle spoke volumes, those closer to him held greater value. Figures like Lucius Malfoy, Selwyn, and Corbin Yaxley, with their prestigious bloodlines and influential networks, were undoubtedly among his most prized assets. Without the backing of these pureblood families, Voldemort would amount to nothing more than a mere thug. Their support elevated him from a mere murderer to a formidable force. Especially now, with the Malfoy family's allegiance hanging in the balance, Lucius's absence tonight spoke volumes. Without the backing of the powerful Malfoy clan, the support of the Selwyns and Yaxleys became paramount. Securing their allegiance was key. Once his forces were bolstered and his authority solidified, Voldemort would have ample means to control these influential families. Voldemort's decision to publicly torture Avery was strategic. It served as a method to instill fear in the other Death Eaters and shock them into compliance. Selwyn, bowing his head slightly, murmured, "Master, in the presence of your wise and discerning gaze, how could we ever dare to deceive you?" Truth be told, Selwyn continued, after the downfall of the Rowell family, Yaxley and I did entertain the notion of seizing their assets. He paused as Voldemort emitted a disdainful snort, visibly rattling Selwyn, before continuing, "However, when we, along with Avery, arrived at the Rowell ancestral home, we stumbled upon an unexpected sight." Voldemort scrutinized Selwyn intently, the red gleam in his eyes growing increasingly menacing and sharp, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. "Tell me more of what you saw." His cold voice put fear in his follower's heart. Though wizards might scoff at the notion of actual demons, the effect was nonetheless chilling. "We discovered," Selwyn stated calmly, "that the treasures, land deeds, and tomes of the Rowell family had already been plundered by the Malfoy family, the Knott family, and the Greengrass family. They had divided the spoils among themselves." "Malfoy not," Voldemort exclaimed, bewildered by the revelation. Merely by observing who stands to gain the most from this chaos, the true puppeteer behind the scenes becomes glaringly apparent. Voldemort's voice dripped with a profound chill. "It appears." The fiery glow in his eyes had dimmed, yet his imposing presence emanated an unmistakable aura of wrath. He continued icily, "Our erstwhile allies, Malfoy and Knott, they have dared to betray me." Capitulo 259, Chapter 258, Who Dares? The Malfoy family held the utmost power among his followers. In the years following his downfall, rumors circulated that Lucius had cultivated a close relationship with Fudge, the Minister of Magic. He had also ascended to the positions of chairman of the Hogwarts School Board and chairman of the St. Mungo's House Board of Trustees. His betrayal struck a significant blow to Voldemort, freshly resurrected. How dare he? At that moment, Voldemort's teeth ground together in frustration. Despite being the Dark Lord of an era, Voldemort wasn't the lunatic with diminished emotional intelligence portrayed in certain fan works from his previous life. His arrogance stemmed from his belief in having conquered death, not from a lack of intelligence or emotional acuity. He simply preferred to exert dominance through force, rather than intricate plotting and manipulation. The most telling sign was his treatment of his subordinates after his resurrection. While he tortured Avery, he merely scolded Lucius, McNeil, Goyle, Crabbe, and others, demonstrating his awareness of their shallow intentions. He refrained from administering true punishment, having seen through their feeble schemes. Instead, he reinstated Lucius as the commander-in-chief of operations for the assault on the Department of Mysteries. He understood the importance of balancing benevolence with power. While maintaining authority was crucial, he also recognized the significance of winning over hearts and minds, especially as he had just been resurrected and was in the process of building his forces. Lucius, Goyle, and Crabbe weren't the only notable absences tonight. Others like the Caro siblings, Karkaroff, and Snape were also nowhere to be seen. Their absence didn't incite true anger in him. Skilled in understanding human nature, he had anticipated betrayal from certain Death Eaters in the aftermath of his initial downfall. Consequently, he had decided to personally execute these traitors to demonstrate his intolerance of disloyalty. It was a strategy of clear rewards and punishments, coupled with decisive and vigorous action. However, Lucius, accustomed to relying on brute force, possessing exceptional foresight and cunning, was notably absent. Moreover, according to Selwyn's account, it was highly likely that Lucius had betrayed him. This revelation was truly unexpected. He, Voldemort's gaze fixated on the vacant seat beside him, once occupied by Lucius. The empty space next to it, reserved for the Lestranges, remained untouched. His voice softened as he murmured, "Does he truly believe that fathering a prodigious son is sufficient to challenge me?" The Death Eaters fell into a hushed silence, punctuated only by sporadic shivers. Mr. Selwyn, still with his head bowed, spoke in a solemn tone, "Master, do not underestimate Lucius's second son. This boy exhibits remarkable precocity and has demonstrated abilities surpassing those of underage wizards in the Triwizard Tournament. He possesses formidable magical prowess and harbors many enigmatic secrets that elude scrutiny." Oh, high praise indeed from the esteemed head of the Selwyn family. It appears he is more exceptional than I had presumed. Voldemort's gaze bore into Selwyn, his tone icy. "Tell me, what makes him so remarkable? What sets him apart?" "Master, there is something you may not be aware of. This boy authored and published a book while still in his 3rd year. The narrative recounts his purported defeat of a 1,000-year-old basilisk and his discovery of the fabled Chamber of Secrets, a storied legend within Hogwarts spanning millennia. The enigma of the book, the narrative within its pages is meticulous and seamless. I consulted my daughter, who is currently attending Hogwarts." Selwyn paused, gathering his thoughts. According to her account, the stories depicted in the book hold considerable veracity. At least, the school professors and Dumbledore have refrained from refuting them. With such remarkable feats, what more can I inquire? Besides our esteemed and venerable master, who among us gathered here could achieve such feats at the age of 12. He added, "Certainly not I dare say." The boy's renown within Slytherin House grew so monumental that my daughter, alongside the Lestrange and Black heirs, as well as several senior students, orchestrated a public duel in a bid to curb his arrogance. Yet, the Lestrange heir was decisively vanquished, further elevating the boy's stature. So, under my daughter's guidance, they forged a tentative alliance with the Phantom Society and devised a scheme to confront the boy. Voldemort remained silent throughout, making no indication of interruption. He recognized the potency of his own reputation in cowing these Death Eaters into submission. Whatever Selwyn intended to impart was undoubtedly crucial information, and he had no intention of squandering his valuable time with needless interjections. The assault plan failed. Lucius's esteemed son was targeted, Naturally, he wouldn't stand idly by. The very next day, he arrived at our doorstep to voice his grievances. However, at that juncture, we were adamant about curbing the Malfoy family's arrogance. Nearly all the prominent pureblood families rallied together, forming a temporary coalition. This coalition included the Selwyns, Yaxleys, Rolls, Averys, Carrows, Knotts, and Lestranges, a total of 7 families. Though Lucius is formidable, he understands that resorting to brute force would yield him no advantages. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. "Wait a moment," Voldemort interjected, a rare occurrence. He spoke deliberately. "In the coalition you mentioned, Carrow and Knott were among the 7 families." "Yes," Selwyn confirmed. "The incident transpired in March of last year. At the time, the boy was merely in his 3rd year. None of us could have foreseen the unexpected turn of events that unfolded within less than a year." Not long after that incident, during last August's Quidditch World Cup, Selwyn's voice grew colder, tinged with bitterness. That was when the Lestrange family faced an assault at the World Cup camp. Apart from a minor family member who was bitten by a werewolf and turned, the rest of the family was massacred by werewolves. Since then, events have unfolded in unforeseen ways. First, there was the incident at the Black Market Square, which led to Dolphin's arrest and imprisonment. Then the Rowell family was wiped out. At the time, we didn't link these events to the Malfoy family at all. Selwyn continued, "We all understand the level of effort required for events to escalate to this extent. Lucius couldn't have orchestrated it. Given his cautious and self-preserving nature, he wouldn't have engaged in such a confrontation with us." Then came the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. It appears that due to the events at the Crime Square in Knockturn Alley, under that entity's guidance, the German Hohenheim family and the French Moreau family have both made appearances. The situation has spiraled out of control, completely beyond our grasp. According to my daughter's account, the Moreau family's women spearheaded the assault, Selwyn continued, his voice weighted with gravity. They launched their attack on the night of the Yule Ball, nearly succeeding. He shook his head, conveying his incredulity at the turn of events. Unexpectedly, that Malfoy boy somehow tapped into a latent blood talent and thwarted their efforts. It's even conceivable that, he paused before continuing, this boy had long mastered these talents but concealed them adeptly. It wasn't until the Christmas ball that he was compelled to unveil his trump card in public. After that, Selwyn halted abruptly, as if recalling distressing memories. His entire frame seemed to tremble uncontrollably, suggesting he might collapse at any moment. However, he managed to remain standing. Despite Voldemort's imposing presence bearing down on him, Selwyn summoned enough willpower to steady himself. "I deeply regret my outburst, my master." Selwyn's voice quivered slightly, betraying the turmoil within him. Following that, the Triwizard Tournament loomed in February. My daughter partook in an operation orchestrated by the Moreau family, an assault on Malfoy beneath the Black Lake. Though their aim was to subject him to the Imperious Curse, my daughter confided that they had also entertained the notion of killing him outright. They reasoned that they could shift the blame onto the mermaids dwelling at the lake's depths afterward, exploiting the Ministry of Magic's existing disdain for them. Then, Selwyn continued, it's evident the operation met with failure. The Malfoy boy yet thrives at Hogwarts. Selwyn's fists clenched tightly, and he drew a steadying breath, struggling to maintain composure. With a determined resolve, he resumed speaking, but my daughter, my only daughter, Irina Selwyn, has vanished without a trace. Also gone missing is the last scion of the Lestrange lineage, Gallop Lestrange, who was afflicted with lycanthropy, he stated solemnly, and the heart of the Foley family, Hector Foley, the direct heiress of the Slughorn lineage, Lucinda Slughorn, and the scion of the Blige family, Miles Blige. "We finally figured out?" Selwyn's voice faltered, his expression reflecting a mix of horror and realization. "The individual we provoked isn't a mere fourth-year student, nor is he merely the second scion of the Malfoy lineage. He's nothing short of a monstrosity." The words hung heavy in the air, underscored by a collective sense of dread. As the truth dawned upon them, the Death Eaters exchanged uneasy glances, grappling with the implications of their grave mistake. In their misguided attempts to manipulate events, they had unwittingly provoked forces beyond their comprehension, an entity transcending mortal limits, a harbinger of chaos and destruction. Capitulo 260, Chapter 259, Voldemort's Plan. Voldemort's sneer echoed through the chamber, chilling the air like the eerie call of a nocturnal owl. But alas, Lucius remains oblivious to the current state of affairs. If only he'd bring his son to seek refuge with me, he mused, his tone dripping with scorn. I would gladly overlook his 13 years of betrayal and even offer him a position within the Death Eater's hierarchy. What's the matter? Voldemort's gaze fell upon a particular Death Eater, noticing a subtle tremor in their form at the mention of Lucius. With narrowed eyes, he demanded, "Folly, do you have objections to my handling of this matter?" Other than Folly, who was baffled by Voldemort's decision to forgive the Malfoys for his betrayal if Skylar would agree to join their ranks, the other Death Eaters were shocked by his decisions as well, but didn't seem to be brave enough to raise their voice. The Death Eater in question hailed from a lesser-known branch of the Folly family, officially estranged, but still maintaining clandestine ties. This was the modus operandi of the Folly family, maintaining a facade of righteousness in public while secretly delving into lucrative endeavors where none could see. When Grindelwald's chaos swept through Europe, the Follies found themselves embroiled in the Ministry of Magic's turmoil. Ostensibly, they organized Aurors to join the European governments in countering Grindelwald, but clandestinely, they undermined efforts, conserving their resources and subtly hindering European nations. This duplicity was the hallmark of the Follies, sanctimonious on the surface, yet hedging their bets and playing both sides. Following the disappearance of their direct heir, the Follies spared no expense in their search, but to no avail. They long suspected the Malfoy family's involvement, yet lacked evidence. Moreover, given the Malfoys' close ties to the Ministry of Magic, the absence of concrete proof rendered them untouchable. Faced with this impasse, the Follies knew that overt methods were futile, leaving them no choice but to resort to darker means. As a result, this Death Eater Folly was covertly summoned by the Folly family and tasked with sowing discord between Voldemort and the Malfoy family that day. Unable to directly confront the Malfoys due to their influence over the Ministry of Magic, the Follies enlisted the aid of Death Eaters, who were aligned with the Dark faction to act on their behalf. That's why Folly reacted the way he did when Voldemort mentioned how he handled the situation. He bears a significant family responsibility and is tasked with preventing the Malfoy family from rejoining the Death Eaters. It's imperative for him to ensure that the Malfoys face severe consequences. Folly continued, Master. While the Malfoy family boasts wealth and influence, their strength lies primarily in accumulating riches through generations. When it comes to combat prowess, they've always been lacking in numbers and martial prowess. There's never been talk of formidable warriors emerging from their ranks. Therefore, I believe... Folly paused, contemplating his next words carefully, then added, Lucius's audacity to betray his master likely stems from something other than sheer bravery. Master, Selwyn interjected, I concur with Folly's assessment. The Malfoy family's ascent in recent years has been alarmingly swift, bordering on unnatural, especially given the mysterious and enigmatic nature of many of their dealings. In the Ministry of Magic, there have been frequent and suspicious personnel changes, leaving many with a sense of unease. The head of the Black family was inexplicably demoted and reassigned to a menial role in the Centaur Liaison Office. A significant loss for me, as he was one of my most trusted allies among the vassal families under my command. But the true blow came when the Wakanda family, once the cornerstone of my influence, clandestinely defected to the Malfoy camp. I never anticipated the betrayal of the Wakanda family. For 6 centuries, they had been staunchly loyal to the Selwyns, their allegiance unshakable. To witness their treachery was utterly bewildering. What's more, following their betrayal, they inexplicably flourished under the Malfoys' patronage, rapidly ascending the ranks of both business and politics. Their newfound power now rivals even that of the revered 28 sacred pureblood families. With the Wakanda family's defection serving as a glaring example, the entire British wizarding community was thrown into disarray. First, it was the Bones family, followed by the McLagan and Runcorn families, each publicly declaring their allegiance to the Malfoy banner. Even esteemed houses like the Greengrass and Caro families, among the revered 28 sacred pureblood families, followed suit. The Malfoy family's dominance became undeniable. Selwyn's voice steadied, indicating he had regained control over his emotions stemming from his daughter's disappearance. "What's perplexing?" he continued, his gaze piercing and cold, "is that while we were engaged in our struggle against the Malfoys, 7 of our families formed a temporary alliance with the Lestrange and Knot families among them. But then," Selwyn's tone darkened, "we discovered that, unbeknownst to us, the Caro and Knot families had clandestinely aligned themselves with the Malfoys. The remnants of our alliance are baffled by the sudden betrayal of the Caro and Knot families, especially considering the numerous agreements and partnerships we forged at the outset," Selwyn lamented, his voice tinged with frustration. "The only logical explanation," Selwyn paused, his voice dropping to a whisper, "is Skylar Malfoy, the prodigious genius of the Malfoy dynasty. His mere existence and reputation account for all of this," Selwyn continued solemnly. "Throughout the annals of British wizarding history, spanning centuries, the Malfoy family has never wielded such influence. Lucius, though cunning, lacks the audacity for such feats. We suspect," Selwyn speculated, his tone grave, "that these families, large and small, aren't flocking to the Malfoy banner for the family itself, but for Skylar Malfoy's legacy. The extent of his capabilities surpasses mere magical talent and prowess," Selwyn mused, his expression betraying a sense of unease. "This boy is likely more formidable and ominous than we dared imagine, reminiscent of someone. That someone being, Master, your old adversary, Albus Dumbledore. The parallels between Skylar Malfoy and Albus Dumbledore are uncanny," Selwyn continued, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Both possess a magnetic charisma that draws followers like moths to a flame. Their influence transcends mere magical prowess, captivating hearts and minds alike. However," Selwyn's tone grew somber, "while Dumbledore championed light and righteousness, Skylar Malfoy appears to wield his power with a darker, more enigmatic purpose, a purpose that threatens to upheave the very foundations of our world. In facing such a formidable adversary," Selwyn concluded, his voice heavy with foreboding, "we must tread carefully, lest we fall victim to his insidious machinations." Voldemort took a few moments, trying to picture Skylar's feat of achievements. He imagined what kind of man Skylar would be if he could manage to get him under the Death Eater. A few moments passed before he opened his mouth, piercing the silence with his cold, eerie voice. "This reminded me of the Alliance, the predecessor before me, the other Dark Lord that manages to spread terror like us. Gellert Grindelwald," he let his words seep into the air before he continued, "that Malfoy kid has the same charisma as him. Under whatever cost, we must try to bring him with us. Imagine how far we can accomplish everything together." Capitulo 261, Chapter 260, The Boy Who Lived. He recalled a few of his old memories with Dumbledore after a while. Dumbledore. Not only are the Malfoys proving to be quite of a trouble, but he is still even causing major troubles. What useless bunch of followers I have if none could lessen my burden. Here I thought we would be ready to spread terrors once again to the wizarding world. Hearing Dumbledore's name, Voldemort's eyes narrowed into slits, akin to a provoked king cobra ready to strike. The red hue pulsing within them resembled thunderous lightning. He paused for a moment before continuing, trying to imagine Skylar's prowess. "You dare to compare him to Dumbledore?" His sharp voice cut through the air, betraying his lack of composure. "He resembles Dumbledore? Just how far the Malfoys have grown." Voldemort's ferocious visage contorted into a wild laughter, his red eyes now hollow and chilling, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. "You dare to suggest such a thing? If any of you were useful for an ounce of your being, none of this would have happened." With a mere flick of his wand, he unleashed a surge of magical power, whipping the wind into a violent frenzy around the cemetery. "I've faced death, yet all of you can't even take care of keeping the others in the line. Do I need to take care of everything?" His voice is enough to bring even the strong members of the Death Eaters' knees trembling. The Death Eaters were forced to tighten their cloaks, struggling to maintain their balance. "Master, allow me to explain," Selwyn interjected respectfully, taking a step forward. The Knot family and the Caro family are not ordinary clans. They rank among the elite within the Sacred 28, surpassing even the Everleigh and Folly families in influence and power. For a family like this, you can suppress him, attack him, or even eliminate him after paying a certain price. But if you want to turn them into enemies and make them change their alliances when they were originally hostile, to turn to yourself and become a loyal and solid ally, this requires quite powerful means. As Voldemort's hand rose, Selwyn's body was sent flying horizontally, crashing hard onto the ground 3 feet away, spewing a mouthful of blood. The idea of having the Malfoys go under his command, and even the idea of Skylar being brought under his wings, were gone from his head as he unleashed his anger. He fully comprehended Selwyn's implication, knowing deep down that it held truth. However painful it was for him to compromise, it was undeniable truth. Voldemort was aware of his own nature and methods. He ruled with authority and terror, binding others through fear and self-interest. Those who defied him faced swift punishment. Yet, to turn enemies into allies, to win their loyalty, this was beyond his grasp. He is not Gellert Grindelwald, who built the Alliance and brought all the Alliance members purely with his charisma. He ruled others under an iron fist. In this regard, only the old man with a white beard, preaching love and forgiveness, possessed the willingness and ability to influence adversaries. Selwyn's words subtly insinuated that while the Malfoy boy's personality might rival Dumbledore's, it also implied his inferiority in comparison. That's why Voldemort couldn't restrain himself and cast Selwyn aside. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the influence of the Horcrux inevitably tainted his temperament, fueling impatience and irritability. Interesting? It's so interesting. After this outburst, Voldemort's rage gradually subsided, his tone reverting to its former coldness. He feigned indifference, remarking softly, "It appears that the Malfoy family is not as aligned with me as I presumed." Selwyn, Folly, and Yaxley exchanged knowing glances. They understood. This maneuver was a scheme to sow discord and eliminate a threat by proxy. It is a show to prove to his followers that he is way beyond who he was before dying. Observing the shift in Voldemort's demeanor and tone, they deduced that he had been swayed by their arguments, abandoning the notion of recruiting the Malfoy family. Voldemort's approach was always straightforward. Anyone not under his command was deemed an adversary. From this, they inferred his forthcoming strategy against the Malfoy family. Cut off the roots. We can't let the Malfoys to stand on a pedestal and threaten us. Voldemort's command echoed through the air, revealing the depth of his aversion to the name Dumbledore. Ignoring the vacant space once occupied by Lucius, Voldemort pressed forward. Taking 2 measured steps, he halted, casting his gaze at the space between Malfoy and the adjacent figure, a gap sizable enough for 2. "The Lestranges should be standing here," Voldemort murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, "but they were captured and imprisoned in Azkaban. Their loyalty knows no bounds. They'd sooner rot in Azkaban than forsake me. When Azkaban falls, they'll receive rewards beyond their wildest dreams. The Dementors will rally to our cause. They are our natural allies. We'll rally the exiled giants. I'll have at my disposal a legion of loyal servants and a host of magical beasts feared by all." Struggling to rise, Selwyn straightened, bowing respectfully. "My master, the werewolves who defected from the Roll family now serve you." "Excellent, excellent." Voldemort aimed his wand at Selwyn, unleashing a crimson mist that snaked through the air, seeping into Selwyn's form through his robes. In an instant, Selwyn felt his wounds vanish, replaced by newfound vigor and heightened magical prowess. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he exclaimed, "Thank you, master. Thank you for your generous boon." Voldemort proceeded, his presence looming over each Death Eater he encountered, some in silence, others with a word. "Macnier, Wormtail informed me of your endeavors to neutralize dangerous beasts for the Ministry of Magic. Rest assured, Macnier, greater tasks await you under Voldemort's patronage." "Thank you, master. Thank you," Macnier murmured gratefully. Moving on, he approached Pettigrew, fashioning a silver-white prosthetic hand for the latter. Pettigrew, tears of gratitude in his eyes, kissed Voldemort's robe. Finally, he stood before the largest gap, his gaze piercing as if directed at an invisible figure. 6 fewer Death Eaters, 3 perished for me, 1 lacked the courage to return. He will face consequences. Another, I suspect, has permanently departed, and of course will meet his end. But 1 remains, my most loyal servant, now back in my service. A ripple of unease coursed through the Death Eaters, masked faces exchanging furtive glances. My loyal servant resides in Hogwarts, and it is through his efforts that our young friend graces us tonight. All eyes turned to Harry. Voldemort's lipless mouth curled into a twisted smile. Yes, he declared, Harry Potter makes his grand entrance at my resurrection gala. He may even be considered my honored guest. Then, Voldemort launched into a detailed narrative of his meticulous resurrection plot, boasting to the Death Eaters. Harry, once his nemesis, was now in his grasp. With Lily Potter's protective magic coursing through his veins, Harry was no longer shielded from Voldemort's touch. He pressed his fingers onto Harry's forehead, relishing in the boy's agony. I will crush your bones, boy. Voldemort's voice sliced through the air, chilling the room. Harry's screams echoed, his body convulsing in torment until his cries ebbed into weak whimpers. Left dangling from the ropes, he panted heavily, drained. Now, Voldemort declared, I'll dispel any misconceptions. Dumbledore is absent, and his mother's protection is irrelevant. He will face me in a fair duel. Lower him, Wormtail, and return his wand. Everyone swore they could see a slight smile form on the edge of their lord's lips, as he saw Harry in a pitiful position. Capitulo 262, Chapter 261, The Messenger. Let us show courtesy, Harry, Voldemort intoned, bowing mockingly, his serpentine visage fixed on Harry. Come now, proper etiquette must be observed. Dumbledore would expect nothing less of you. Show respect. Bow before death, Harry. The Death Eaters erupted in laughter, while Voldemort's lipless mouth curled into a smile. But Harry refused to bend. He wouldn't allow Voldemort to toy with him before his demise. He wouldn't let him succeed. I said, bow, Voldemort commanded, raising his wand. Harry felt an invisible force pressing relentlessly against his back, bending his spine forward. The laughter of the Death Eaters intensified. Very well, Voldemort murmured softly, lifting his wand, and the pressure on Harry's back vanished. Now, look at me like a man. Hold your head high, just as you did when your father perished. Now, let the battle commence. Against whom? Voldemort's gaze suddenly shot upward to Harry's upper left side. A weighty, unseen pressure materialized in the heart of the cemetery. All the air seemed to vanish in an instant, as if a colossal shroud had descended from the heavens, enveloping the cemetery's center. Harry felt as though his lungs were being squeezed, making each breath a struggle. Collapsing to his knees, he gasped for air. The Death Eaters, too, were affected, visibly discomforted under the oppressive force. Forced back by at least a dozen steps, a vast empty space opened up in the center of the cemetery, leaving only Voldemort and the kneeling Harry. Dumbledore, Voldemort's icy voice echoed faintly. Silently, a swirling vortex of color materialized, and from it emerged a figure. Despite the myriad of transformative techniques in the wizarding world, Voldemort was certain that this was not Dumbledore. The visage that greeted him was that of a chillingly young boy, no more than 15 years old at most. His platinum blonde hair billowed in the wind, his dark gray eyes gleamed with intensity, and the corners of his mouth curled in a cynical smile. His expression, indifferent and aloof, conveyed a sense of detachment from the world. Even during Voldemort's recent years in hiding, he had heard of this name, particularly after Peter Pettigrew's discovery. Images of this boy frequently graced the pages of major media outlets and newspapers, a name that had been discussed by Voldemort and the Death Eaters not long ago. Skylar Malfoy. A murmur rippled through the ranks of the Death Eaters. The recent atmospheric disturbance had nearly compelled them to their knees in supplication or to flee in terror, their minds momentarily convinced that Dumbledore himself was descending upon them. Yet, the emergence of a mere boy from the vortex left them utterly confounded, unable to comprehend the stark contrast. Is it you, the one that has been thwarting all of my plans? Voldemort's pupils contracted slightly, betraying his acute perception. None of the Death Eaters raised their wands in hostility toward the newcomer. Clearly, this was a formidable form of psychological magic, capable of subtly eroding their aggression and resolve. Overwhelmed by the preceding pressure, they remained stunned, their capacity for action momentarily paralyzed. Voldemort swiftly unleashed his magical power, causing the temperature to plummet and an aura of dread and desolation to pervade the cemetery. How audacious, daring to venture here alone! Voldemort's voice sliced through the eerie silence, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Skylar as he began formulating his strategies. Fascinating! Skylar's initial reaction upon seeing Voldemort was one of bewilderment. Shouldn't I be meeting Meredith? How did I stumble into this gathering of Death Eaters? Skylar mused to himself. True to form, Skylar swiftly composed himself. Despite confronting the infamous Lord Voldemort and being encircled by 10 lethal Death Eaters, he maintained an indifferent smile, as though nothing before him could perturb him in the slightest. How intriguing, my esteemed Dark Lord, Skylar remarked with a smile. Your expression suggests that you recognize me, which is curious indeed. I am a direct descendant of the Malfoy lineage, your most loyal subordinate, the biological offspring of Lucius Malfoy. Upon my sudden appearance, shouldn't your initial inquiry have been? Why am I here? Where is my father, Lucius? Skylar's smile waned, replaced by the keen gleam of his eagle-like eyes. Could it be that I am representing my father, attending this gathering of Death Eaters in his stead? Then, Skylar's gaze darkened. Why, upon stepping onto the stage, did I sense not affection, but rather a profound hatred emanating from each of you? Where is the hospitality? Voldemort's brow furrowed slightly, indicating his impatience. He was not one for unnecessary banter. He could clearly sense that something was amiss. Observing Voldemort's reaction, Skylar found himself unable to decipher the Dark Lord's thoughts. The noble and illustrious Dark Lord. Skylar's gaze swept around the assembly with lightning speed, causing the Death Eaters to involuntarily shrink back as if caught in the act of some misdeed. Yet despite their retreat, Skylar's smile returned. It appears that prior to my arrival, you were engaged in a lively discussion with your esteemed Death Eater comrades, were you not? And pray tell, could your conversation have centered on none other than myself? It seems likely. I'd venture to guess your final conclusion. The Malfoy family has committed some act of betrayal, and I, besides dear old Dumbledore, have become the foremost adversary of your Death Eaters. Am I correct? Voldemort remained tight-lipped, offering no response. It appears my assumptions were on the mark, Skylar sighed, feigning sorrow. I must say, you disappoint me greatly. We are all members of the esteemed pureblood lineage. Even in the face of disputes over interests, we remain bound by our shared social standing and affiliations. My father and yourself, Dark Lord, have long been regarded as the most trusted and capable lieutenants. Must you treat me with such hostility? I've pondered this for quite some time, yet I fail to comprehend how I've incurred your wrath, unless, Skylar's gaze fixed on one of the Death Eaters. Someone has set you against me, perhaps another master lurking in the shadows. He smiled softly. My esteemed Dark Lord, I'm genuinely curious. Who was the first to mention my name to you just now? Let me hazard a guess. Selwyn. See, Selwyn. Voldemort's fury erupted. Master, please, hear me out. It's not what you think. Master. Selwyn hastened to kneel, groveling on the ground, pleading for mercy. Tremors racked his entire frame, revealing the depths of his fear. I am merely taken aback. Voldemort's voice softened. How could those insidious puppeteers orchestrate Potter's unwitting involvement in my resurrection? It seems I've been used as a pawn. The Shadow Dragon, using me as a pawn. Voldemort lamented with a disappointed expression. Ha ha ha, Skylar's laughter rang out, as if he'd heard a particularly amusing jest. What's so amusing? Voldemort struggled to contain his mounting anger, striving to maintain his composure. Tonight's events demanded his utmost restraint. He couldn't afford to act rashly. Dear Dark Lord, you've truly tickled my funny bone, Skylar chuckled, his hand patting his chest as if to quiet his laughter. Have you been absent from England for too long? Have you lost touch with the recent developments? His demeanor shifted, his eyes growing colder, a hint of wariness creeping into his gaze. His lips quivered slightly as he spoke in a solemn tone. My lord, times have changed. How can you be so certain that the Shadow Dragon regards you as the wielder of the spear? He paused for emphasis. And not me. Capitulo 263. Chapter 262, The Meeting of Two Dark Lord. Rarely had anyone dared to address him in such a manner for an extended period. Most individuals, upon encountering him, would quiver with fear, their demeanor and tone permeated with a deep-seated dread. Even the Death Eaters in his proximity oscillated between fear and reverence. Even the elderly man with the white beard, concealed within Hogwarts as its headmaster, couldn't hide his profound trepidation upon encountering Voldemort. What manner of youth stood before him now? Not only did he lack fear, but he also sported a playful smile. The implication of his last statement was clear. He possessed the audacity to challenge Voldemort himself. "You mean," Voldemort's voice cut through the air like a knife, cold and unwavering, "the Shadow Dragon believes you capable of confronting me?" Skylar's countenance remained tranquil, unruffled by honor or disdain. He chuckled softly. "Dark Lord, have you ever pondered how I found myself here? You must realize, I shouldn't have been present at this juncture originally. If my assumptions are correct, your initial scheme involved a less-than-intelligent servant sneaking into Hogwarts to retrieve Harry for you. Though Dumbledore may be aged, he is far from foolish. The inclusion of Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire was a reckless maneuver that I couldn't help but notice. It served only to raise Dumbledore's suspicions. Even I surmised that the issue likely stemmed from the Goblet of Fire. If you believe Dumbledore incapable of deducing as much," Skylar shook his head, a soft sigh escaping his lips, "then perhaps I've overestimated you." "Did you speculate that the Goblet of Fire was tampered with?" Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "Of course, it's the Confundus charm, isn't it?" Skylar maintained his faint smile. "It's not a difficult deduction. Hogwarts meticulously monitors all interdimensional magic. If Harry were to be transported here without leaving Hogwarts grounds, the only plausible method would be to tamper with the Portkey spell set within the Goblet of Fire using a confusion curse. It's quite straightforward." "You're spouting nonsense." Voldemort struggled to contain his rising anger. He couldn't bear the insinuation that Dumbledore had thwarted his machinations. It stung his pride to think he'd been outwitted by the old coot once more. Then why, pray tell, did Dumbledore not intervene? Even if he didn't discern the culprit, he could have prevented the ensuing chaos by nullifying the confusion spell on the Goblet of Fire. Why did he abstain from doing so? "Who's to say?" Skylar shrugged, a suggestive smile playing on his lips, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. "Perhaps Harry's arrival here was part of Dumbledore's scheme." "Impossible, you speak nonsense." Voldemort ground his teeth, his magical energy coiling into a twisted, black serpentine smoke that languidly encircled his form. Enveloped by the mist, his figure became both tangible and ethereal. His expression obscured save for the fiery crimson glare of his eyes. "Believe it or not," Skylar continued, "whether Dumbledore uncovered your plot is inconsequential to me. What truly matters is that the machinations of you and your foolish lackey have been laid bare. I've seen through the charade. Your imbecilic servant, Barty Crouch Jr., has also met his end by my hand." "You claim," Voldemort's voice regained its calmness, yet an aura of heightened danger emanated from his being, akin to the eerie stillness preceding a tempest. "Crouch Jr. met his demise at your hands." "Yes," Skylar replied nonchalantly. "He sought to apprehend me and claim merit from his other master, hence he met his demise by my hand. So, you see, you should now believe that I did indeed discern the anomaly with the Goblet of Fire. Initially, I could have effortlessly dispelled the Confundus charm and ascended to claim my rightful championship, basking in the glory of my victory. But I refrained," Skylar interjected, "for the Shadow Dragon issued a threat through Crouch Jr. Forced to take care of the problem myself, I find myself here. In truth, after making contact with the Goblet of Fire, I hadn't anticipated being teleported to this location at all. I had presumed, but never mind. Since the Shadow Dragon went to such lengths to transport me here, it's evident they did not intend for me to perish, correct?" Skylar smiled wryly. "If they wished to dispose of me, they could have easily directed me into their predetermined snares and perils, exponentially increasing their likelihood of success. Beyond employing me as their instrument to confront you, I can discern no other motive for my presence here." Skylar paused, pondering briefly before adding, Considering Potter's sudden appearance alongside mine, it's evident those individuals are pulling the strings. Given their role in your resurrection and my dispatch here, one can speculate that they aim to orchestrate a fatal confrontation between us. What Schuyler left unsaid was his astute comprehension of the sinister machinations of the Shadow Dragon. The array of powers exhibited by Schuyler in the presence of others bordered on the incredulous. Many were arcane arts long forgotten or entirely unprecedented, suggesting an arsenal of hidden trump cards beyond reckoning. Indeed, the extent of his repertoire remained an enigma, known only to himself. Hence, the Shadow Dragon sought a formidable adversary capable of eliciting and testing Schuyler's full potential. The resurrected Voldemort proved an ideal pawn for this purpose. Regardless of the outcome of the confrontation between Schuyler and Voldemort, the Shadow Dragon stood to gain. Indeed, it might even emerge as the ultimate victor. Should Voldemort suffer defeat, the Shadow could glean invaluable insights by compelling Schuyler to reveal his hidden trump cards. Moreover, individuals like Selwyn, who harbored an irreparable animosity towards Voldemort due to the loss of their loved ones, would ensure a perpetuating vendetta against him. It's not a stretch to anticipate that the remaining Death Eaters will rally under Selwyn's leadership and align themselves with the Shadow Dragon after today's events. Furthermore, if Schuyler were to suffer defeat, it would serve the Shadow Dragon's interests even more profoundly. It would allow them to neutralize a potential threat without expending a single soldier. Moreover, considering Schuyler's formidable abilities, his defeat would undoubtedly bolster the Shadow's strength significantly, further undermining the influence of Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Even with the recent reorganization of the Death Eaters, their numbers are likely limited, especially without all core members present. Following Schuyler's weakening of their forces, the Death Eaters would be rendered ineffectual in comparison to the might of the Shadow Dragon. Everyone in the Death Eaters started having second thoughts upon hearing what Schuyler had to say. Even Voldemort started pondering whether his words held value or were just bravado to let himself escape unscathed from this fated meeting. Capítulo 264, Chapter 263, Life is the Answer. Voldemort regarded Schuyler with an icy stare, offering no response. Truly, Schuyler feigned disdain, the illustrious Dark Lord, the omnipotent figure feared throughout the British wizarding world, resorting to intimidating an underage wizard to assert dominance. How utterly depraved. A murmur rippled through the assembly of Death Eaters, sensing the chilling aura that permeated the air even before Voldemort uttered a word. Despite Schuyler being a sworn enemy to many among them, harboring a hatred so deep it seemed insurmountable, they couldn't help but acknowledge. In this moment, a mere 15-year-old boy stood boldly before Voldemort, articulating his thoughts with eloquence. The composed confidence radiating from his slightly green countenance, coupled with his audacious rhetoric, elicited a begrudging admiration from the onlookers. What do you know? Voldemort's outburst was involuntary. He realized in that moment that his carefully crafted facade was crumbling, and he quickly reverted to a cold tone. There are deeper implications at play here. If you fail to comprehend them, there's no need to feign superiority. And what deeper implications could those be? Schuyler's gaze dripped with disdain. It's evident you fear the blood magic between Potter and his parents. Your sole aim is to demonstrate to your followers that you vanquished that bond, nothing more. Dark Lord, Schuyler's smirk deepened, who is Potter truly? Without Dumbledore to bolster him, what claim does he have to stand as your equal adversary? Schuyler paused, then continued with a sly grin. Engaging Potter would only tarnish your wand. As a scion of the Malfoy lineage and the offspring of your most trusted lieutenant, Lucius, I propose. Schuyler's smile widened deviously. Why not let me handle it for you? A glint of cunning danced in Schuyler's eyes as he turned abruptly to Harry, his voice cutting through the tense air. Potter, rise, look at me. Summon your courage and face me in a fair duel like a true wizard. When Harry faced Voldemort alone in the past, fear had gripped him so tightly that he could barely stand. But now, confronting Schuyler, a peer who had competed alongside him in the Triwizard Tournament, Harry felt a resurgence of courage. With a deep breath, he rose to his feet, brandishing his wand with steely determination. As Harry prepared to speak, he caught a glint of peculiar light flickering in Skylar's eyes. In the span of a heartbeat, Harry felt a momentary dizziness, and Skylar's voice echoed in his mind, devoid of emotion. "Potter, consider yourself fortunate. Tonight was meant to be your demise. However, someone interceded on your behalf. I owe a debt to Professor Snape for sparing your life. Be more cautious in the future, and value the life and everything around you." Voldemort, sensing a disturbance, bellowed angrily, "You meddling brat, stay out of my affairs, Avada Kedavra." A blinding green bolt hurtled towards Harry. But Skylar was swifter still, offering a smirk as he interjected, "Inept Potter, your presence irritates me. Begone." Unsurprisingly, Skylar had mastered this spell through self-study as early as his first year at Hogwarts. Through relentless practice and refinement over the years, his mastery of magical control and spellcasting techniques had soared to unprecedented heights. The repelling charm he unleashed was as swift as lightning, executed with finesse and effortless grace. The potency of the repelling charm he unleashed upon Harry was meticulously calculated. And as Harry's slender form was sent hurtling through the air, he soared, he tumbled, until finally he plummeted to the ground. Just beneath him lay the glimmering goblet of fire, still spewing forth tongues of flame. Without a moment's pause, Harry descended onto its rim, his seat engulfed by the azure flames. With a deafening crack, his trousers ignited in a burst of fire. Harry barely had time to emit a gut-wrenching cry before. In an instant, both he and the goblet of fire transfigured into a swirling vortex, vanishing from sight. Only his agonized screams reverberated through the desolate cemetery. The Death Eaters, hearing Harry's anguished wails, found the spectacle oddly amusing, though stifling their laughter. But laughter froze on their lips for Voldemort fixed Skylar with a predatory glare, his loathing a palpable force. "You let Potter slip away?" His voice sliced through the air like shattered glass. "You've thwarted my plans. Regardless of the Shadow Dragon's machinations, I care not. Today I will kill you." His wand quivered, poised to unleash the killing curse. Skylar's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by steely resolve. As Harry was repelled, his wand slid seamlessly from its concealed sleeve pocket into his grasp. Simultaneously, he unleashed a torrent of magical energy towards the origin of the deadly curse. A cold, malevolent grin spread across Voldemort's face as he silently jeered. "Fool! Did Dumbledore never warn you that the killing curse is unstoppable?" He could almost envision the moment when the killing curse would pierce through Skylar's defenses, sealing Skylar's fate. Students were just students, their theoretical knowledge and magical prowess paling in comparison to his own, the greatest dark lord in the world. Yet, he would soon discover just how mistaken he was. Even Hagrid, the giant gamekeeper expelled from Hogwarts in his third year, was given a position by Dumbledore himself. Hagrid, with his imposing stature, abused his authority, leading to numerous injuries among the students in his terrifying lessons. Potter's survival hinged on the ancient magic triggered by his mother's selfless sacrifice. This magic required a person to willingly choose death when they could otherwise survive, activating a powerful protective enchantment. Typically, Voldemort's immense magical prowess could easily override such protective enchantments, especially since he had already taken the blood of Potter's mother into himself. But the crux of the matter lay in Potter's repeated acts of mercy toward her, allowing her to live despite her Muggle lineage. Each act of forgiveness fueled the ancient magic, layering protective energies upon Potter. For Voldemort, Potter's survival wasn't a testament to his resilience or his mother's bravery. It was a stark reminder of his own lapse in judgment. He vowed never to repeat that mistake, determined to eliminate Potter once and for all. Yet, as he witnessed Potter's defiance against the killing curse, Voldemort was consumed by shock. The killing curse was his ultimate weapon, feared even by Dumbledore. If Potter could resist it, what other means did he have left that wizards couldn't thwart? Just as Voldemort grappled with this unthinkable development, an even more astonishing turn of events unfolded before his eyes. Capítulo 265, Chapter 264, The Inferi. Avery lay motionless on the ground, his lifeless form stark against the cold earth. The hood that once concealed his features now lay discarded beside him, revealing his pale, lifeless face. His eyes stared wide in disbelief, his mouth agape in a silent scream of terror, frozen in the moment of his demise. Voldemort's gaze swept over the circle of Death Eaters, each one quivering with dread. They had instinctively distanced themselves further from the confrontation, retreating almost 10 feet away. At this distance, even the swiftest spell would struggle to reach its mark. The unknown nature of Avery's death sent a shiver down their spines. They had witnessed only a flash of green light before Avery collapsed, his demise swift and silent. Such arcane and inexplicable magic left even the most knowledgeable among them baffled and uneasy. In the hushed aftermath, a sense of foreboding gripped their hearts, a shadow of uncertainty that refused to dissipate. Voldemort's eyes narrowed a dangerous glint of red dancing beneath his lids. Is it spatial magic? Voldemort's voice was measured, devoid of his usual arrogance and brimming instead with solemnity. Did you redirect my attack onto Avery? Skylar's demeanor remained unchanged, his face adorned with the same indifferent smile as before. To him, the cataclysmic attack he had just orchestrated seemed inconsequential, a trivial matter not worth acknowledging. It is indeed spatial magic, Skylar confirmed nonchalantly. A secret of my own creation, the moon turns and the stars move. Quite poetic, don't you think? He clicked his tongue in mild frustration. Though I'm still torn between the moon turns and the stars move and the stars turn around. Which do you prefer, or perhaps a simpler name such as dimensional shift? Voldemort's response was icy. You haven't mastered spatial magic yet, have you? Otherwise, why redirect the attack to Avery instead of me? Skylar's laughter reverberated through the tense atmosphere. You truly have a high opinion of yourself, sir, but have you considered that perhaps those secrets you believe are safeguarded are no longer secrets to many? His tone dripped with conspiracy. What secrets, precisely, am I referring to? What did you say? Voldemort's shout sliced through the air, a chill creeping into his heart. Since Skylar's arrival, he had maintained a firm grip on the situation, his words and actions hinting at a deeper knowledge, one that should have remained hidden. You know what I'm talking about. After all, the killing curse can't touch you, can it? Unless someone happens to uncover all your secrets. Skylar's smirk widened, a cunning glint in his eyes. Bastard! Voldemort's realization struck like a bolt of lightning. Skylar had discovered the Horcruxes. The mention of several secrets held profound meaning. Skylar knew about his multiple Horcruxes. Creating Horcruxes was Voldemort's most closely guarded secret. Not even the Death Eaters were privy to it, let alone the fact that he had made more than one. That Skylar could deduce such a secret hinted at possibilities beyond Voldemort's imagination. Skylar had stumbled upon one of his Horcruxes, if not more. Now, battling was the furthest thing from Voldemort's mind. His priority was to apparate and inspect each of his Horcruxes. Kill him, Voldemort's voice sliced through the air like a blade, but the Death Eaters were frozen by the spectacle of Skylar's appearance on stage and his bizarre method of dispatching Avery. None dared to move. They were not fools. Disobeying Voldemort might earn punishment from his followers, but acting recklessly could lead to death. That much was clear to everyone. Aware that his single-target killing curse was ineffective, Voldemort shifted to darker magic. Fiendfire, the fire spell erupted from Voldemort's wand, twisting into a monstrous serpent of blue flame, hurtling towards Skylar with insatiable hunger. Skylar merely shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his expression. Is that all you've got besides the killing curse? Despite the rapidly advancing fire serpent, Skylar remained unfazed. He strolled forward casually, as if the looming threat of the enormous blue serpent didn't even register on his radar. Did you know that the final form of the Fiendfire, Skylar paused for effect, is actually black? With a sweeping motion of his wand, the once towering blue serpent let out a whimper as it split cleanly down the middle. One half transformed into jet-black flames, engaging the remaining blue portion in a fiery clash. The duel of black and blue ignited the air, distorting it with their searing heat. Voldemort remained silent, but the red glimmer in his eyes dimmed as a sense of foreboding crept over him. He had gained no ground in this battle, and now he found himself subtly outmatched. Not one to persist in fruitless endeavors, the idea of retreat began to take root in his mind. But before fleeing, I must leave this wretch with a parting gift. Skylar's ebony flames gradually overwhelmed the azure serpent, diminishing it to a fraction of its former size. Just as the blue fire faced imminent defeat, Voldemort let out a piercing, sustained scream. In response, the surrounding cemetery plots erupted one by one, disgorging over 20 mummified figures from the earth. Skylar recognized it in an instant. What kind of magic was this? It was the Inferi. The Inferi, lifeless corpses summoned by a dark wizard's spell, acted as puppets to carry out the wizard's commands. The hollow, foggy eyes of these mummies fixed on Skylar, their ragged garments trailing behind them as they lurched forward. Contempt etched onto their sunken faces, they extended their arms towards Skylar with dry, grasping hands. Voldemort waved his wand in a complex gesture. Suddenly, countless giant black mist serpents materialized around the Inferi, baring their bloody fangs menacingly at Skylar. In Voldemort's heart, a secret smirk formed. These were not ordinary Inferi, they lacked intelligence and only knew how to attack blindly. Since accepting the Shadow Dragon's aid in his resurrection, he had harbored suspicions about their inexplicable kindness. To counter any potential threat, he had ordered Peter to brew vast quantities of highly dangerous dark potions, which were then poured into the cemetery day and night. If these Inferi were attacked, they would self-destruct. The force of the explosion surpassed even the most potent blasting spell. Originally intended as a contingency plan against the Shadow Dragon, Voldemort hadn't anticipated being compelled to use this trump card prematurely by a mere boy not yet 15. Capitulo 266, Chapter 265, Gravitational Domain. Unlike the stereotypical wizards who secluded themselves to master magic and emerged as formidable sorcerers, Skylar was a seasoned combatant with a history of hundreds of battles. While many believed his victories against Gallop, Harry, the Basilisk, and the Fire Dragon were his greatest feats, they remained unaware of his other triumphs, such as his defeat of Lupin in werewolf form, his clashes with the Shadow Dragon led by Lockhart, the obliteration of an entire A-tide spider lair, his victory over the Ghost Society, and his triumph against the combined heirs of major German and French families at the bottom of a lake. Not to mention his defeats of the quasi-mage Armand II and the pirate king Barbarossa. These diverse experiences had honed his instincts to a razor's edge, particularly on the battlefield, and he placed great trust in them. Well aware of the Inferi's vulnerability to fire, Skylar understood that while they were formidable, they were not insurmountable to experienced wizards. Having just bested Voldemort in their fiery confrontation, with the black flames now consuming the blue serpent and transitioning into their final form. Inferno. Once Inferno took form, even if the number of Inferi on the field multiplied 10 or 20-fold, they would still be woefully insufficient to pose a threat to Inferno. So why then would Voldemort, an expert on Inferi, summon them without knowing this fact? A shrewd gleam flashed in Skylar's eyes as he planted his wand firmly into the ground. The blazing Inferno gradually receded and eventually vanished. In an act of caution, Skylar decided to quell the flames first, lest they inadvertently affect the Inferi and turn against him. Voldemort, caught off guard by Skylar's swift comprehension of his plan, displayed a hint of surprise before quickly regaining his composure and ordering the Inferi to hasten towards Skylar. Skylar, unwilling to engage the Inferi until he discerned Voldemort's intentions, formulated a plan. Since Voldemort directed the Inferi to approach him, it was evident that whatever peculiar abilities these creatures possessed, they required proximity to their master to enact them. Skylar's battlefield intuition guided him to anticipate the opposite of the enemy's intentions, ensuring his strategy aligned with the unfolding reality. "Dark Lord, your ploy is transparent to me," Skylar proclaimed with bold laughter. "Let's see how I thwart your schemes." With a graceful wave of his wand, Skylar chanted a modified wind spell, "Hurricane retreats the enemy." Ethereal threads of wind emerged from the wand's tip, weaving and swirling around him to form a circular tornado with him at its epicenter. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, the tornado effectively impeded the Inferi's advance, rendering them unable to approach him. They could only thrash about in frustration, their pallid, withered hands flailing ineffectively. Voldemort hissed in Parseltongue, unaware that Skylar understood the language. While he couldn't decipher the specific meaning of the phrase, it was evident that it involved some form of dark magic. As expected, the black mist serpents ensnaring the Inferi entered their orifices, infusing them with an eerie power that rendered them impervious to the wind. Unfazed, the Inferi pressed onward, undeterred by Skylar's defensive measures. The failure of his plan to repel the Inferi did not perturb Skylar in the slightest. "I had a feeling," he chuckled calmly. "Your tactics with the Inferi were too obvious, weren't they? You're desperately trying to bring them closer, again and again. If I couldn't see through your scheme, I'd be quite dim." With a light leap, Skylar propelled himself into the air, supported by 2 wind chakras sprouting from the soles of his feet. From this elevated vantage point, the Inferi below, with their gnashing teeth and outstretched claws, posed no threat. "Can you fly?" Voldemort's voice dripped with icy menace. Flight without the aid of broomsticks or other magical instruments had always been one of his trump cards. Skylar's sudden aerial maneuver immediately raised suspicions, his mind racing to Snape's possible betrayal as a Death Eater. Not good, Voldemort realized something dire. With Skylar now airborne, even if the Inferi were to detonate simultaneously, they likely wouldn't harm him at all. Worse yet, he realized the opportunity for Skylar to counterattack. Voldemort leaped into action, aiming to utilize weaponless flight like Skylar, intending to confine and restrain him in midair to prevent any counterattack against the Inferi. With Avery's demise, he could ill afford to lose any more Death Eaters. Each one remaining was precious, even if only half-heartedly loyal like Selwyn. However, as Voldemort sprang upwards, he was met with an unexpected force that left him utterly bewildered and speechless. He felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, an intense gravitational pull yanking him back to the ground the moment his feet left the earth. Confusion clouded his mind as he scanned his surroundings. What he saw astonished him beyond words. More than 20 Inferi and the remaining 9 Death Eaters lay prone on the ground, as if an invisible weight pressed down upon them, their bodies forced against the earth, backs to the sky, faces downcast. Though the expressions on the Death Eaters' faces remained unseen, their trembling fingers betrayed the agony they endured. Voldemort strained to lift his head, his emotions a chaotic whirlwind impossible to articulate. Unlike his comrades who lay prostrate, he struggled against an unseen force, his every movement an arduous feat. It felt as though invisible hands, numerous and relentless, pressed upon him, threatening to drive him to the ground. Summoning every ounce of magical energy, Voldemort unleashed his power, momentarily alleviating the crushing force. With great effort, he managed to speak, his voice strained. "What manner of sorcery is this?" "Levitation spell," Skylar replied, meeting Voldemort's inquiry with candor. Voldemort seethed inwardly, a torrent of curses flooding his mind. This magic threatened to subdue him, its potency surpassing even Dumbledore's formidable water prison. Magic is not known for its modesty. To claim such a formidable enchantment as mere levitation is a blatant understatement. Are you attempting to amuse me with such a blatant understatement? Skylar's grin widened. Your indignation suggests you don't find this amusing, Dark Lord. Perhaps rumors of your obsolescence hold more truth than you care to admit. Indeed, this magic is a levitation spell, Skylar continued, his gaze piercing and self-assured. Yet, consider this, at its core, levitation is but a fundamental offshoot of gravity manipulation. This principle should be familiar to you, Dark Lord. Recall the ingenuity you displayed in crafting wandless flight from the rudimentary concepts of levitation. In your relentless pursuit of immortality, your thirst for power has blinded you to the foundational knowledge you once possessed. Skylar's tone was articulate and impassioned. In truth, I mastered advanced levitation techniques as a second-year student. I dubbed it the thousand-fold descent, employing it to vanquish a foe far my senior, Bellatrix Lestrange. In fact, you could deduce its function from the name alone. The essence of the thousand-fold descent curse lies in manipulating the levitation spell to swiftly elevate the target into the air, only to reverse its effect, sending them hurtling back down to the earth. For quite some time, this curse has been among my arsenal. Schuyler's demeanor remained composed, his smile unwavering. But it wasn't until a fortuitous encounter that I devised another form of magic. Gravitational domain. Capitulo 267, Chapter 266, Voldemort's Monologue. Today was meant to be a glorious day of rebirth. By the way, this isn't my first time being reborn. I was born in a London orphanage under the name of Tom Riddle, a name as mundane as any other orphan's. Everything seemed ordinary. Yet, from a young age, I sensed my difference. I possessed magical abilities. Intense emotions would unleash an invisible force that shaped reality. I kept my powers secret, believing myself a superhero from comics, a person born with extraordinary gifts. I thought I was unique until that cursed old man appeared. Dumbledore burned my illusions, revealing me as just another wizard, nothing special. There were others like me, he said, and a school, Hogwarts, existed to educate us. He visited me to extend an invitation. I refused to yield. I couldn't. Blame that wretched old man for shattering my dreams of uniqueness. Yet there were glimmers of hope. Ollivander, in his decrepit shop, claimed that the wand chooses the wizard. Chosen by the U-Wand, I was destined for greatness. And at Hogwarts, I unearthed the Chamber of Secrets, a trove left by a powerful dark wizard, uncovering the truth of my lineage. My instincts were validated. I am not ordinary. I am a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, one of history's greatest wizards and heir to the Slytherin legacy. I resolved to honor my ancestors, restore pureblood glory, and make Slytherin's philosophy a reality. Yet Dumbledore loathed me. He monitored my every move since my first day at Hogwarts. As I delved into the chamber's dark arts, rising as a leader in Slytherin, his watchful eye only intensified. Though I successfully wielded the basilisk to rid the world of a filthy mudblood and framed the blame on Hagrid, I knew it was time to halt. Under Dumbledore's loathsome surveillance, I realized Hogwarts couldn't harbor my ambitions. My dreams awaited beyond its walls. At the 7th year's end, I departed Hogwarts with top honors and a student council presidency. Traversing the globe, I mastered formidable dark arts, underwent perilous magical transformations, and forged Horcruxes with legendary artifacts. Upon my return to Britain, I was reborn. I am no longer Tom Riddle, a name bestowed by my detestable Muggle father. I needed a name that would inspire dread and darkness, befitting my lofty stature. Henceforth, I became Lord Voldemort. Gathering like-minded pureblood families, I sought to cleanse Britain's wizarding world. Yet, due to a careless oversight, I perished at the hands of a mere babe. Absurd, yes, but the harsh reality. After 13 long years, today marks my triumphant return from the abyss of death. This day was meant to be the pinnacle of my return. I had meticulously planned to slay that insufferable Potter before my followers, a ritual to mark my resurgence to unparalleled dominance. But what transpires now? More than half of my disciples are absent. Potter, far from meeting his demise, slipped through our grasp unscathed, a mockery of my authority. And here stands this wretch before me, sporting a counterfeit grin. He is Lucius's second son, born into one of my esteemed servants' households. A scion of pure-blood lineage, he was destined to be a stalwart commander in my ranks, yet he chose defiance. But that's not the crux of the matter. I've witnessed purebloods swayed by Dumbledore's rhetoric, sitting complacent in his shadow. Ending him would be trivial. The quandary lies elsewhere. I cannot overpower him. This isn't to suggest fear on my part. I am Voldemort, the preeminent Dark Lord of our time. I am immortal and unrivaled on the path to eternity. Granted, in terms of magical prowess alone, this youth pales in comparison. The reason I couldn't best him was his demeanor upon arrival, as if he held a damning secret. I feared he'd uncover the truth behind my Horcruxes. Moreover, my relentless concern for their safety hindered my resolve. The Horcruxes are my ultimate safeguard, the font of my immortality. There's no margin for error. Consequently, I lack the fortitude for a direct confrontation, rendering many of my spells impotent. My sole aim now is escape, to ascertain the security of my Horcruxes. Thus, I summon my bespoke Inferi, primed to detonate upon attack. It's a last resort, a ploy to buy time. Even I, ensnared amidst such infernal throngs, must first flee and strategize. Adaptation and long-term planning are paramount. Securing my Horcruxes is paramount. Of the 6, 1 remains in my grasp. As for the rest, Lucius's diary is likely lost, and Bellatrix's cup may be compromised. It's precarious. The certainty lies with 3, Ravenclaw's diadem, the Gaunt family's ring, and Slytherin's pendant. The diadem's location eludes easy discovery, and that boy shouldn't possess such power. I hope. The ring's surroundings are ensnared in potent curses, not easily dismantled. As for the pendant box, it's my best-kept secret. Apart from its concealed location, breaching its defenses requires unparalleled magical skill and a sacrificial victim. But before I could revel in my schemes, he effortlessly subdues the Inferi and Death Eaters. How? When did magic advance to such a level? The absurdity of him calling it a floating spell. Damn the floating spell. Wait, his explanation does have some merit. Magic spells possess versatile applications. I've always known this truth, but my interest in exploring magic seems to have waned over time. When did this change occur? Ah, it dawns on me. Since I created my first Horcrux, I have lost fascination with conventional magic. Power has become my sole pursuit. I yearned for potent dark magic, not frivolous spells that make objects levitate or foolish charms that merely illuminate wands. Enough reminiscing. I must focus on the present predicament. Confronting him directly is the only option. You may wield the deadliest killing curse, but the magic stored within the wand must connect before it's discharged. This phenomenon is known as wand resonance. Once our wands engage, he won't be able to redirect the spell elsewhere. There's only one way to determine the outcome. The outcome hinges on the magical prowess and sheer will of both contenders. My magical might undoubtedly surpass his. Opting for Avada Kedavra is a testament to my unyielding desire to obliterate. This curse amplifies my determination to its zenith. I refuse to entertain the notion that my illustrious Dark Lord could fall to a mere child. But even if the wand resonance yields an unfavorable outcome, I have a contingency plan. The moment the connection breaks, I can channel the residual magic in the wand to disapparate instantly and escape. It's a unique spellcasting technique I devised during my studies of seamless spellcasting. I venture to claim that nobody in the world is privy to it, except perhaps for the one I inadvertently imparted it to years ago. That imbecile Quirrell. But that's inconsequential, the wretch is long dead. By the by, let's be clear, I'm not fleeing, I'm strategically repositioning. There's a distinction. How could I, the illustrious Dark Lord, cower and scurry from an adolescent? Preposterous. Nobody would buy into such a tale, would they? Truth be told, there's an abundance of peculiarities surrounding this lad. I must gather more intelligence before determining how best to handle him. Once I've amassed sufficient information, well, then we'll see how I orchestrate his demise. As for my loyal servants, their fate hinges on their individual wits and fortune. If they're astute enough to seize the moment and escape, I reckon at least half of them stand a chance. Capitulo 268, Chapter 267, The Shadow Dragon Entrance. As described previously, just as Schuyler and Voldemort prepared for their deadly confrontation, they unexpectedly halted their aggression and agreed to a ceasefire. Schuyler's brow furrowed deeply. He felt a subtle tremor in every particle and element in the air, signaling the imminent emergence of a potent magical surge. His pupils, typically gray, now flickered rapidly among 4 colors: red, blue, azure, and white. This signaled that he had pushed his magical vision to its limits. Schuyler recognized the unusual magical fluctuations. They were characteristic of space magic. At that moment, a realization seemed to dawn upon him. His brows slowly unfurled, revealing an expression that was a blend of complexity. Anticipation, excitement, nervousness, and fear intermingled with memories, bitterness, and melancholy. This whirlwind of emotions left him unsure of what he truly felt at that moment. Meanwhile, Voldemort's expression underwent a drastic change. Even his serpentine visage, far removed from human semblance, appeared pallid with apprehension. Though the nature of this magical surge remained obscure, it couldn't elude his perception. It was evident that specialized techniques had suppressed this magic surge. The false piece belied the terrifying power that lurked behind it. "Darned brat," Voldemort muttered, his shock palpable. He couldn't fathom that Schuyler had additional contingencies at this critical juncture. But as the enigmatic expression on Schuyler's face shifted, Voldemort's realization dawned. It wasn't a gambit by Schuyler, but an unforeseen scheme in which both of them were unwitting pawns. "Who the fuck dares to interrupt our sacred duel?" Schuyler yelled with annoyance as he looked toward the direction of the dark energy brewing. What puzzled him more was the expression on the boy's face. As the most infamous Dark Lord of the century, Voldemort had engaged in numerous battles, his facade of hypocrisy never faltering. Yet now he observed Schuyler's countenance, which mirrored someone who had stumbled upon a magical artifact and simultaneously realized their own demise. What emotions played across the boy's face? Throughout his reign over the wizarding world of Great Britain, Voldemort wielded power unmatched by any other. Even Dumbledore, hailed as the world's strongest wizard, struggled to thwart him. Mastering the Imperius and Cruciatus curses, he subjugated and destabilized societal order. This demonstrated his composure. How finely tuned his mind was in a rational state. Observing the shift in Schuyler's expression, Voldemort inferred that the boy likely grasped the situation. "Boy," Voldemort couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Do you understand what's happening?" "Can't you see?" Schuyler's gaze remained distant, ignoring Voldemort. His voice, devoid of emotion, carried a hint of detachment. "This is a massive anti-apparition enchantment. I'd wager apparitions impossible within a 100-mile radius." "What?" Voldemort attempted to disapparate, but to no avail. His wave of the wand yielded no movement, confirming Schuyler's claim. His voice grew hoarse. "How is this possible?" Impatience simmered within him. His escape plan, hinged on apparition, now lay in ruins. Moreover, even if he could brute force his way out, he doubted the competence of his lackluster servants. Schuyler chuckled at Voldemort's futile attempt. "You don't seriously think I orchestrated this, do you?" "It wasn't you after all." Voldemort sought confirmation despite his suspicions. "Who else could orchestrate such a grand scheme right under our noses?" Schuyler's tone remained casual. "You should have a guess, shouldn't you?" "Meaning?" Voldemort's query trailed off as a loud crack resounded from Schuyler's hand. It resembled the abrupt snap of a high-voltage wire disconnecting. A radiant white light erupted from Schuyler's left hand, previously maintaining the area of gravitational excess. With an unseen force, his palm was violently wrenched open. Schuyler couldn't suppress a soft cry as searing pain shot through his hand. Recoiling, he brought it to his lips and blew gently. Glancing quickly, a stark black mark marred the center of his palm, appearing as though the flesh had been scorched. Voldemort inexplicably felt weightless. Simultaneously, the Death Eaters and the Inferi broke free from the grip of gravity, rising to their feet once more. Yes, the enchantment that even Voldemort found insurmountable, Schuyler's domain of excess weight, had been shattered. Voldemort checked his body's condition, trying to see whether he was truly free from Schuyler's grasp or if it was just a fluke. To his surprise, there are no more spells weighing or targeting him now. Schuyler lifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes slightly at the cemetery's entrance, where a moss-covered, dilapidated statue once stood. Voldemort's crimson gaze flickered continuously, mirroring Schuyler's scrutiny of the same direction. In a silent accord, both Voldemort and Schuyler remained still, fixating on the cemetery entrance. The Death Eaters congregated nearby, their silence palpable. Even the mindless Inferi remained motionless, comprehending the gravity of the moment. The scene descended into an eerie calmness. The only sound punctuating the stillness was the gentle rustle of the breeze. Abruptly, a crunching reverberation shattered the silence as the monstrous statue fissured from top to bottom, cleaving apart to reveal a gaping hole in the earth below. The entire process transpired in less than a minute. From the depths of the pit, a tinkling laughter akin to silver bells resonated. "Ah, let me enlighten you. Your intelligence is quite flawed," spoke a melodious female voice, imbued with a robust Scottish lilt yet exuding elegance. "When we struck our accord, I distinctly recall, your valuable intel failed to mention the Malfoy boy's proficiency in gravity manipulation, let alone the mastery of fire and spatial magic capable of deflecting the killing curse. Good thing I followed my instincts." The figures of a man and a woman ascended slowly from the pit. Skylar's pupils constricted, his wand hand trembling as veins protruded, betraying his recognition of the duo. The man, clad in a sleeveless leather vest adorned with immense skull tattoos on his brawny arms, was none other than the Pirate King Barbarossa, whom Skylar had gravely wounded in their previous encounter. The woman possessed a voluptuous figure, with crimson lips framing dazzling white teeth. Yet her most striking feature was her pair of mesmerizing eyes, one green, the other a sea blue hue, a rarity known as heterochromia. It was Meredith, or rather Morgan Le Fay. "HMPH, your esteemed lord fell to a mere youth in single combat, a deed so ignoble, and yet you lack conviction," the woman chided with a smirk. "When I heard your plan, it struck me as odd. Now it's apparent," her plump lips curved upwards, "not only did you fail to defeat him, but you also failed to draw out his full strength. If today followed your directives, well, it'd be quite a farce. You should be grateful for this. Thankfully, tonight I meticulously orchestrated this Battle of Titans scenario." The woman's keen gaze fixed on Skylar, their eyes locking in a silent exchange. "See, doesn't this showcase the true prowess of my dear Skylar?" Upon her words, she gracefully gestured with her hands. Black fissures materialized one by one on the ground behind them, and from these fissures emerged figures cloaked in black robes, nearly 100 in total. These figures were enveloped in a dark aura, obscuring their true visages. What remained unmistakable, however, were the black robes adorning them, each adorned with red flying dragons embroidered on the collars and cuffs, a distinctive attire that unmistakably identified their allegiance. The Shadow Dragon has finally made their presence known to the other parties of the wizarding world. What would be the fate of Voldemort and Skylar, who had their fight halted right in the middle? Capitulo 269, Chapter 268, The Shattered Hearts. Hence, he recognized them immediately. Although he couldn't identify the leading couple, his serpent-like intuition hinted at their formidable magical prowess. Each member, at least a quasi-mage, posed a significant threat to him, and with their numerous subordinates enveloped in that ominous black aura, the danger multiplied. With a lifetime dedicated to delving into the dark arts, Voldemort's knowledge surpassed even Dumbledore and Skylar combined. He discerned the sinister black aura as the soul-destroying curse, an ancient and fearsome magic. Those marked by this curse were known as dark souls, practitioners of a black magic that demanded the sacrifice of their soul and life force in exchange for heightened magical abilities. The apex of this dark magic bestowed upon the dark souls could elevate even an underage wizard to challenge elite aurors. It wasn't merely an augmentation of magical potency. It also endowed them with additional abilities like swifter spellcasting and heightened resilience against magical attacks. Faced with juvenile dark souls, aurors could only rely on their magical arsenal and extensive field experience. Yet the sheer size and stature of the dark souls before them indicated they were far from underage. The pulsating torrents of magic within them bespoke their prowess. All 100 present were elite aurors. Even Voldemort found himself momentarily stunned. Were there truly this many elite aura-caliber wizards in the UK? During his last campaign, the Ministry of Magic was still recovering from Grindelwald's rebellion, boasting at most 60 aurors, half of whom were inexperienced or novices, leaving only a fraction as elite as these. During his leadership in that conflict, less than 30 aurors partook in the battle. Some fell in combat, others retired due to injuries sustained in the fray, and a few from pureblood lineage defected to Voldemort's faction, only to be incarcerated in Azkaban or exiled. After just 13 years of clandestine revival and strategic maneuvering, Voldemort could deduce, with a cursory estimation of the British wizarding population, that the Ministry's current Auror count likely didn't exceed 40, with elite members possibly numbering fewer than 10. The sudden appearance of 100 elite Auror-caliber wizards profoundly rattled his perceptions. The dark souls of the Shadow Dragon transmuted into billowing black vapors, alighting behind their leaders with an eerie uniformity reminiscent of ancient wizarding battle formations. Their silent presence, standing resolute and unyielding, cast a palpable sense of foreboding across the scene. Confronted with this ominous display, Voldemort felt a surge of disquiet gnawing at his core, his crimson gaze wavering. Finally, he turned to Schuyler and uttered in a subdued tone, "Their numbers are formidable. Should we consider an alliance?" Unexpectedly, Schuyler appeared to be suddenly afflicted by petrification, his entire being transforming into an inert stone statue, devoid of movement or response. He stood there, seemingly entranced, gazing into the distance with vacant eyes. "Boy, are you listening?" Voldemort tried to confirm toward Schuyler once again. There was no reaction whatsoever to Voldemort's proposal. Schuyler didn't even acknowledge his presence. Voldemort couldn't be certain if Schuyler had registered a single word of his suggestion. In the eyes of this youth, once brimming with shrewdness, ambition, and intellect, now lingered only intense emotions. Emotions Voldemort couldn't quite discern, but unmistakably tied to the dreaded concept of love. Voldemort, a product of his mother's artificial infatuation induced by a love potion, harbored a deep-seated aversion to anything associated with love. He neither recognized nor believed in its power, finding the mere mention of the word repugnant. The irony of how one side of the party despises love, yet the other is currently struck as he tries his hardest to fight the feelings in his heart. The shattered heart that saw hope once again as Meredith made her entrance. Today marked June 24th, precisely 310 days since Meredith's disappearance. Unbidden, memories surged forth like a rushing tide. Their initial encounter aboard the Hogwarts Express, the camaraderie forged beyond the confines of Potions class, their shared exploration of the Patronus charm, the tender embrace shared in Hogsmeade. Vivid scenes played out in his mind, each moment etched with clarity, familiar words and voices echoing in his ears. Schuyler couldn't help but feel a sense of reverie as if he had been transported back in time, as if every memory were just yesterday. The woman stood tall, her glossy black hair cascading over her shoulders, framing a mature and alluring face. Though this should have been an entirely unfamiliar visage, Schuyler discerned traces of Meredith in the contours of her features. Meredith's radiant smile from the past seemed to cast a shadow, blending with the image of the woman before him. Schuyler parted his lips, intending to speak, but his throat was parched and his voice hoarse. He blinked, realizing his eyes were already brimming with tears. "Cat got your tongue, dear Schuyler," Morgana teased with a cold smile. Countless times he had imagined what he would say and do upon encountering the possessed Meredith again, but reality proved far more daunting than his conjectures. Never had he felt so emotionally fragile. He once believed he could move on, and that his emotions would fade into the background with time. He once believed that after a year of rigorous training, after facing danger alongside his comrades, after enduring the brutal torment of captors, and after witnessing the harsh reality of death, his heart had grown callous and unyielding. He even once deluded himself into thinking he could replace her presence with the affections of others. Yet at this moment, all those convictions crumbled, leaving only one raw and undeniable emotion: regret. Merlin's wisdom, shared through the memories left to Schuyler, said that while admiration and hatred may be powerful, regret is the most profound of all. It's the haunting realization of missed opportunities, of not treasuring what was once within grasp until it's too late. Schuyler was consumed by anguish. He had lost all desire to fight. The sudden appearance of his beloved Meredith in her entire new identity is too much for him to handle. His strength had never solely relied on powerful magic or vast knowledge. He was a strategist, his greatest weapon being his keen analytical mind, his ability to remain composed under pressure, his tactical acumen. But now, stripped of his composure and fighting spirit, his overall combat prowess faltered. Confronted with a formidable adversary, he bit down hard on his tongue. The pain jolted him back to the present, yet it also unleashed a floodgate of tears from his already moistened eyes. Capítulo 270. Chapter 269, The Pain of Regret. Morgan's icy voice sliced through the silence. Selwyn quivered, his whole frame trembling under the moon's stark gaze. Despite his thick black cloak, his hesitation was palpable as he hesitated to approach. Among the shadowy figures behind Morgan, a person in the front row lifted the brim of their hat, revealing the composed features of a middle-aged woman, Mrs. Selwyn. She was Selwyn's wife in name, but in reality, she was a spy planted by the shadow of the dragon within prominent pureblood families. Positioned at the forefront, her status within the organization was undoubtedly significant. While the group had orchestrated her marriage to Selwyn, the passage of time had woven genuine feelings between them. She had spent countless days and nights with Selwyn, making it impossible for her not to harbor some affection for her husband. Observing her husband's hesitation, Mrs. Selwyn couldn't fathom his inner turmoil. Despite the glaring power imbalance between the two sides, Selwyn had yet to make a move. Witnessing Voldemort's ruthlessness firsthand had instilled a deep-seated fear within him, paralyzing his resolve and preventing him from taking action. In a bold display of support, she called out, her voice ringing with assurance, "Travers, come here quickly. Trust me, no harm will befall you with us." At the sound of his beloved wife's words, Selwyn seemed to find renewed strength coursing through his veins. With newfound determination, he hastened his steps, sprinting toward Morgan and Barbarossa's encampment with urgency, propelled by a mixture of fear and hope. "Insolence!" Voldemort's voice reverberated with fury and coldness. Betrayal stoked the flames of his wrath, and he wasted no time in unleashing a deadly killing curse aimed squarely at Selwyn's retreating form. While Voldemort had come to realize the significance of manpower in his current predicament, it did not temper his intolerance for treachery committed openly before him. The killing curse was a signature move of Voldemort's, unparalleled in its lethal precision and power. Indeed, in the realm of magic, none could wield the killing curse with the same proficiency as Voldemort, save for death itself or its chosen heir, were they to be resurrected. Voldemort's version of the killing curse was swift, accurate, and possessed such ferocious force that even Dumbledore had required the protection of a towering activated bronze statue to withstand its onslaught. There had been some foolish individuals in the wizarding world who mistakenly believed that the killing curse operated on the simple principle of harvesting souls. In their misguided attempts to circumvent its effects, they had sought to shield themselves with tiny creatures, such as flobberworms and earthworms, thinking these insignificant lives could serve as proxies for their own. However, their efforts ended in disastrous failure. All were obliterated in the ensuing blast, along with their unwitting insect allies. The emerald light of the killing curse streaked forth with the speed of lightning, mere inches from striking Selwyn's back. Yet, just as doom seemed imminent, a mysterious whisper seemed to ripple through the air, accompanied by the sudden appearance of a dark, enigmatic vortex behind Selwyn. The vortex resembled a gaping black hole, swallowing everything in its path. The once fierce emerald light, akin to thunder and lightning, vanished into the vortex's depths the instant it touched its core. Not a trace of the deadly curse remained. It couldn't even leave a ripple in the air surrounding the swirling void. Voldemort's eyes narrowed, the intense red glow in his pupils dimming slightly. His prized killing curse, the very epitome of his invincibility, had failed him twice that night. What made it worse was that both failures were linked to spatial magic of some sort. He wasn't foolish, merely accustomed to his own strength after years of dominance. During the First Wizarding War, Dumbledore aside, there was none who could stand against him. Even Moody, the revered Auror General, couldn't last more than a handful of encounters. But now, faced with this unexpected turn of events, Voldemort found himself questioning his approach for the first time in ages. Had his reliance on brute force left him vulnerable, exposing a weakness in his tactical repertoire? Little did Voldemort realize that this moment of introspection would mark a significant stride in his future magical development. Morgan's grin twisted into an eerie smile before she shifted her gaze to Skylar, her voice taking on the captivating timbre of Meredith's. "It's been a while, my dear Skylar." Despite his stoic demeanor, Skylar's eyes betrayed a tumult of emotions he struggled to contain. Tonight's situation teetered on the edge of peril, and any lapse in focus could yield consequences too dire to fathom. Yet, Morgan's hauntingly familiar voice struck a painful chord in his heart. "You're quite the spatial magic adept yourself," Morgan continued, her tone dripping with affection, as if addressing a cherished lover. "Tell me, how does my swallowing magic vortex stack up against your moon turn and star shift?" Skylar's complexion drained of color as he expelled a small spurt of blood with a hiss, his once formidable aura diminishing significantly in the wake of repeated clashes with Voldemort. The assault on his psyche was formidable indeed. Morgan had unleashed a charm magic more potent than that wielded by a pure-blooded Vila, an ancient sorcery derived from the lineage of the extinct harpy siren, wrested from the annals of Vila ancestry. Vila blood, renowned for its innate charm, lent its purest essence to this magic. Yet, what truly rendered it formidable was Morgan's adept fusion of legilimency, psychic magic that delved into minds and memories. By melding the attributes of charm and psychic magic, Morgan's enchantment breached Skylar's defenses with alarming ease. Admittedly, as a seasoned Acclumens and adept in spiritual magic akin to absolute dominance, Skylar's spiritual fortitude should have been far from fragile. Yet, in his vulnerability upon beholding Meredith, Morgan exploited this lapse with precision, emulating Meredith's mannerisms, voice, and demeanor to ensnare Skylar. This weakness dealt a crippling blow to Skylar's spirit. Skylar's vulnerability stemmed primarily from the haunting specter of Meredith's shadow. Had the adversary not masqueraded as Meredith, Skylar's psyche might have withstood the assault far more firmly. Nevertheless, Skylar's resilience was remarkable. Swiftly recognizing the intrusion into his mind, he paid the physical toll without hesitation, channeling his entire mental prowess to shatter the enchantment and erect impenetrable barriers through occlumency. Layer by layer, he fortified his spirit, denying the foe any chance of a resurgence. Despite their adversarial relationship, Voldemort understood the imperative of unity in the face of a common threat. Skylar's demise would bode ill for Voldemort's own prospects of survival. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort's curse thundered forth, aimed squarely at Morgan. Yet before the curse could find its mark, a water elemental surged forth from the earth, crystallizing into an icy barrier that shielded Morgan. Resilient, she weathered the onslaught, though the force of the killing curse shattered her form into glittering shards of ice. "Voldemort, have you forgotten my existence?" The Pirate King, who had been conspicuously silent until now, seized the moment to assert his presence, sending a ripple through the atmosphere. Morgan clicked her tongue in reproach, taking the floor with her own voice this time. Voldemort, though a newcomer, you've made waves in this era, but resorting to sneak attacks, it's beneath you and truly disappointing. The grandiosity and moral posturing of the powerful are mere facades for hypocrisy. I have no use for such pretense. What matters is efficacy. Whether noble or despicable, success justifies the means, Voldemort retorted, his tone frigid. "Well said," Morgan chimed in, a saccharine smile gracing her lips as she applauded lightly. "Truly befitting a legend. But do you know why we've chosen this moment to reveal ourselves, instead of waiting for you two to exhaust each other in battle?" Voldemort was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't considered this angle. Why hadn't the opposition waited until he and Skylar were locked in a life-or-death struggle before making their move? At that point, with one of them likely deceased and the other severely weakened, any scheme would have a higher chance of success. If they had opted for that timing, wouldn't it have shown greater confidence in their plan? Morgan's ability to orchestrate the confrontation between Sharon and Voldemort here demonstrated her profound strategic acumen. Surely, she must have pondered this question thoroughly. "That's because," Morgan began, her smile as sweet as ever, "we are not foes." Morgan continued with a tone that hinted at a deeper understanding. According to the information I've gathered, both you, Voldemort, and you, Skylar, she paused, are individuals driven by ambition. You refuse to accept the status quo, yearning to reshape the world in your image. We do not belong in the categories of white or dark in the wizarding world. We simply want to get stronger, but the other wizards can't accept our existence. They deemed us to be dangerous and rallied against us before we could proceed further. She shifted her focus. If we were to categorize based on our magical practices, despite attending different magical institutions, the truth remains undeniable. Her tone turned icy. We are all deemed dark wizards in the eyes of the public. Skylar's expression darkened at the reminder. Voldemort's classification of him as a dark wizard was not easily forgotten. As if sensing Skylar's internal turmoil, Morgan spoke calmly, cutting through the tension. There's no need for pretense. The wand you hold, it's the Thestral wand, isn't it? Skylar's reaction was immediate. His pupils contracted, his lips pressed into a thin line as he battled the impulse to strike out at Morgan then and there. Capitulo 271, Chapter 270, The Death Wand. Concerned that Skylar and Voldemort might miss the point, Morgan delved further. During that era, shortly after Hogwarts' founding, the prevalent magical pedagogy followed a traditional master-apprentice structure. There wasn't the chaos of categorizing magic into charms, transfiguration, or herbology. Magic was simply magic. Schools existed, but not the notion of disciplines. Some were surprised with the sudden appearance of the norms, while some, she stared at Skylar before flashing an alluring smile, like us, opposed the idea of it down to our very core. Magic is supposed to be free. There are no boundaries or limits to constrain one's way of learning magic and how one wants to apply it. Yet, the foolish weak of the masses demand the other way. They banded together and supported the wrong cause. Skylar was already acquainted with this historical context from the archives of prominent families and Ravenclaw's research. Yet, hearing it recounted by a contemporary added a new layer of significance. In this era, magical schools weren't about specializing in distinct magical fields or employing diverse spell-casting methodologies. Rather, they resembled Muggles' religious affiliations. For instance, Druids focused on nature, shaping their magic, be it spells, enchantments, conjurations, or divinations, around nature's influence. As for Voldemort's lack of knowledge on this matter, Skylar prefers it that way. A half-blood wizard raised in a Muggle orphanage might chronologically be 68 years old. Still, considering his 13-year hiatus between life and death and his origins outside this world, he's hardly had time amidst his pursuits of forming alliances and delving into dark magic to study wizarding history at length. Such is the distinction between the nouveau riche and the old guard. The latter's lineage speaks volumes. Voldemort's ascent to power is undeniably impressive. Among the many magical institutions, only a handful can be considered top-tier. The Thestral wand hails from one of these elite schools, the Death School. Focused on the essence of death, they explore life's terminus and strive for the power to raise the departed. The Thestrals, embodiments of mortality, symbolize their pursuit. In the 13th century, the legacy of the Death School officially fell into the hands of the Peverell family. Antioch, a cunning lad, managed to harness his ancestors' achievements to craft the legendary Death Wand. Though the wand you hold may not match my memory's image in appearance or length, it evokes a striking sense of familiarity. Having had dealings with the Peverell family for certain reasons in the past, I trust my instincts implicitly. My intuition won't falter. Even if your wand isn't the genuine Death Wand, it's certainly connected to it in some way. The Death Wand you speak of? Skylar seized upon the keyword, affecting an air of indifference as he inquired, is it the Elder Wand? Ha ha ha, Morgan chuckled. The Elder Wand is merely a moniker bestowed by later wandmakers, ignorant of its true nature. Contrary to popular belief, the wand's power goes beyond mere elder wood and the Thestral tail feather core. But there's little point delving into these matters further. What I want to convey is... Morgan's eyes shimmered, a subtle hint of insatiable greed glinting within. The wand in your possession has undergone a transformation. The latent potential in my bloodline can sense it clearly, Morgan spoke softly. The core of your wand, the Thistral tail feather, has evolved into something ancient and formidable. One of the 5 ancient dragons, the Night Corpse Dragon. Skylar was surprised at Morgan's mention of the Night Corpse Dragon. He didn't expect Morgan to mention it right now. Morgan took a notice on the sudden moment when Skylar's expression changed just now. She knew that Skylar is not as fool as the others think he is. You might not grasp the significance of this. Morgan's smile took on a playful edge. It signifies that the wielder of this wand has delved into exceedingly potent and arcane black magic, harboring an unyielding intent for murder. Have you resolved to take someone's life? If my deduction holds true, that individual would be my unfortunate underling, Barty Crouch Jr., the double agent. He met his end at your hands, am I correct? Skylar compressed his lips, offering no response. Undeterred, Morgan pressed on. Silence speaks volumes, frankly. Capitulo 272, Chapter 271, No Fly Charm. Skylar's assessment was accurate. Despite her descendant's strong will, her physical prowess was lacking. Over time, she gradually seized control of 90% of Meredith's being, effectively sidelining her memories. This dominance allowed her to orchestrate Skylar's arrival at the cemetery. Having never met Skylar, she relied on Meredith's memories to gauge his character, thus exploiting his weaknesses. Expecting her to redirect her focus to Voldemort after his rejection, the others were caught off guard by her next move. So, what about you? Morgan addressed the 8 remaining Death Eaters. It's clear you stand little chance tonight. Selwyn's choice speaks volumes. Now, I offer you the opportunity to reconsider. Selwyn, any words for your former comrades? While this is the start for our journey, I am generous enough to offer the chance for you to join my ranks, Morgan teased with a smile. At this pivotal moment, Selwyn, having narrowly escaped Voldemort's killing curse, regained his composure. Observing the prowess of the 2 newcomers, it was evident they could rival Voldemort, especially in a 2-on-1 scenario. Despite being brought into the Shadow Dragon through his wife's connections, Selwyn remained a newcomer. This presented a prime opportunity for him to make his mark. With urgency, he beckoned. Corbin, Claude, join me swiftly, along with our affiliated families. Our organization is none other than the Shadow Demonic Dragon, rumored to be the Avalon School, dating back to the Middle Ages. It rivals even the legendary Merlin. Our pure-blooded lineage demands leadership with such heritage. He hesitated, wary of Voldemort's presence, opting not to voice his complete thoughts about the Dark Lord. It's time we severed ties with those of mixed descent, he concluded instead. The Death Eaters murmured among themselves, clearly stirred by Selwyn's words. Soon, Yaxley took the initiative. It wasn't a difficult decision. Apart from a handful of fanatics like Antonin and Bellatrix, most Death Eaters didn't harbor much loyalty to Voldemort. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be there when Voldemort was presumed dead. In a heartbeat, they chose betrayal, drawing a clear line with Voldemort. Ultimately, siding with Voldemort was about preserving the monopoly of pure-blooded families. It was all about self-interest. Put plainly, their allegiance hinged on whether Voldemort's ideology aligned with their interests, and whether he possessed the strength to enforce it. But the current scenario painted a different picture. Voldemort struggled even against a young Malfoy, hinting at his waning power. Yaxley, as the head of a prominent pure-blooded family, couldn't afford to be naive. It was evident to anyone with clear sight that Voldemort's reign was over. Meanwhile, 2 enigmatic figures suspected to be magisters stood opposed, accompanied by 100 dark wizards whose might rival Voldemort's own. In this moment, with the enemy extending an olive branch, failing to seize this rare opportunity would mean sinking with Voldemort's sinking ship. As Yaxley safely approached Selwyn, the other 7 Death Eaters followed suit, even Pettigrew tremblingly making his way to Selwyn. The only companion left with Voldemort was the lifeless body of Avery sprawled on the ground. In the dim moonlight, Voldemort stood alone, his expression impassive against the chilly wind. The night breeze swept over his face and black robes, emitting an eerie sound. The scene held a haunting desolation. Lord Voldemort, Morgan's eyes shimmered as she smiled beguilingly. Behold, you stand alone now. Even with Skylar by your side, you cannot match our strength. Moreover, he may not even emerge from hiding, and if he does, he's wounded and unable to defend himself. For individuals of your caliber, our organization always extends a welcoming hand. As I mentioned earlier, Morgan spoke lightly, we could have intervened after you faced each other in a fight to the death. But truth be told, the outcome would have favored us even more. We chose to appear just before that moment because we value your exceptional talents. I hope you won't be unappreciative. Moreover, Morgan's smile took on a cunning edge, akin to a sly fox. With the anti-apparition formation in place, you stand no chance. HMPH, Voldemort cut in, his tone icy, you think to confine me with anti-apparition measures. You underestimate me. Haha, I haven't finished. Morgan's smile widened. Compared to the enigmatic Skylar Malfoy, your intelligence is commendable in gathering information. Are you planning to rely on unsupported flight to escape the formation's reach? But since we're aware of your capabilities, do you truly believe we'd be foolish enough to grant you that chance? Voldemort's brow furrowed. Tonight had been rife with bizarre magic, and he couldn't discern if the threat was genuine or a bluff. Unexpectedly, it was Skylar who interjected first. There's no denying her words. Skylar's gaze bore into Morgan's, his tone icy. It's a no-fly charm. When we first attempted to escape, we were both ensnared without a sound. Such a curse, not only would wandless flight be impossible, we'd likely struggle to cast even the most basic levitation charm. The no-fly charm, an incantation unnamed in canonical lore, should have been within Voldemort's realm of expertise. This form of magic operates without the need for a wand, lacking the telltale stream of light typical of spellcasting. Instead, it demands the recitation of a lengthy incantation in a near-silent bass. The sole stipulation lies in the unwavering gaze of the spellcaster, fixed upon the intended target throughout the casting process. During Harry's first year at Hogwarts, it was Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, who employed this curse. Harry nearly plummeted from his broomstick during a Quidditch match, saved only by Hermione's quick thinking that inadvertently set Snape's robes ablaze. The ensuing chaos disrupted Quirrell's focus, halting the curse and preventing Harry from sustaining serious injury. While this magic remains veiled and its execution elusive, it falls within the realm of comprehension for the likes of the Harry, Ron, and Hermione trio. Skylar and Voldemort, perched at the apex of the wizarding world's hierarchy, are among the select few at this pinnacle. Even if the no-fly charm were covertly planted upon them, the mere initiation of its incantation by Morgan would likely trigger their senses, eliciting their vigilance. Morgan's timing in casting the spell proved astute beyond measure. At that pivotal moment, when Skylar and Voldemort poised for their decisive strike, their focus was singularly fixed on each other. They were engrossed in the spellcasting duel without any external distractions, and they remained wholly oblivious to the opportunistic intervention of a third party. Voldemort took a brief pause, digesting the truth of Skylar's revelation. His countenance underwent a rapid and drastic transformation. Stripped of the two trump cards of apparition and weaponless flight, his odds of overpowering his adversary plummeted to a dismal fraction, less than 10%. Now, Morgan's expression swelled with pride as she addressed Voldemort. How do you plan to proceed, Lord Voldemort? Voldemort could only lament the situation. No matter how hard he tried to think, there was no way there was a great outcome of this situation that would benefit him. Capitulo 273. Chapter 272, Voldemort-Morgan Alliance. Fear of death gripped Voldemort tightly, a fear so potent that it surpassed that of any other character throughout the 7 original books. He was willing to go to extreme lengths to evade death, sacrificing fragments of his soul, his once handsome appearance, and enduring any cost imaginable. Despite his certainty of his own immortality, Voldemort harbored a deep-seated dread of the oblivion that death promised. 13 arduous years had elapsed since his fall, during which he endured countless trials to reclaim his corporeal form, restore his lost might, and ascend once more to the pinnacle of his power. His journey back from the brink was riddled with obstacles, exacerbated by his inability to wield his wand or unleash his full magical potential in his spectral state. What he craved now was an ally, a devoted servant who could wield the magic he had meticulously studied to aid him in crafting a new physical vessel. 4 years prior, amidst the dark recesses of the Albanian jungle, fate had delivered Professor Quirrell to him, a man of moderate magical prowess, but a mind easily swayed and manipulated. It had been a golden opportunity for Voldemort, yet ultimately he fell short of success, ensnared by Dumbledore's cunning schemes. He emerged from that encounter empty-handed, save for the bitter realization of his vulnerability to Potter's hand. The irony lay in the simplicity of his demise, an ancient bloodline protection spell triggered by an infant's touch. Voldemort's downfall stemmed not from Potter's prowess, but from his own negligence. But the true object of Voldemort's ire was Dumbledore, a master manipulator cloaked in the guise of righteousness. Behind his facade of moral rectitude lay a mind more intricate and calculating than any Machiavellian schemer. Dumbledore, cognizant of the prophecy, had groomed Potter as a weapon against Voldemort, bolstering the ancient protection spell with additional enchantments to shield the boy from harm. Henceforth, Voldemort's influence could no longer touch Potter. Blind to this reality, Voldemort fell into Dumbledore's trap. The moment Quirrell laid hands on Potter, he was obliterated, leaving Voldemort bereft of yet another loyal servant. Humph, Dumbledore, you may be complacent about your plan, but you probably haven't thought about it. I have figured out a way to crack it. I used the boy's blood as the raw material for my resurrection. I have obtained, with the protection of blood magic in his blood, I no longer need to be afraid of touching him, ha 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 ha. This is Voldemort's idea. Of course, because he lost his servant, Voldemort could only choose to lie dormant again. Lady Luck once again favored him and brought him Peter Pettigrew. Although Pettigrew was full of lies and was greedy for life and afraid of death, he finally gave himself the opportunity to return from resurrection, and this time he successfully seized the opportunity. Now new problems arise. All Death Eaters, including Pettigrew, had betrayed. If he dies here again, even if he is immortal, will he have the luck of being favored by the goddess of luck for a third time and get another chance to be resurrected? Voldemort didn't dare to gamble. Morgan could see that Voldemort was already interested and knew that the time was ripe, so he put in the last bargaining chip. As a gift to welcome you to join us, I can give you a piece of precious information for free. You have produced multiple Horcruxes. In fact, Dumbledore and Schelling have noticed the matter. They have probably mastered it or destroyed some of your Horcruxes. What did you say? Voldemort, who had been acting cold all this time, finally couldn't help showing a shocked expression and cried out. Morgan ignored Voldemort's reaction and continued. If you join us, we can arrange manpower to help you retrieve your Horcrux and arrange manpower to protect it tightly. I can guarantee that including Dumbledore included. Morgan's two-color pupils shone like gems, and she whispered, no one can take away your Horcrux easily. Voldemort's expression changed from shock at first, then to disbelief, and finally to despair. From Morgan's words, he understood one thing: he had always felt too good about himself. He thought that making multiple Horcruxes was his biggest secret, but in fact, so many people had known about it all along. Morgan's words were clearly saying that she had known about the Horcruxes for a long time, and had already mastered at least one of his Horcruxes. Voldemort was confident in the Horcruxes he had hidden in the Room of Requirement and the Seaside Cave, but the one in Gaunt's old house was too obvious. This Horcrux was most likely to fall into the hands of the Shadow of the Dragon, although he was in Gaunt's old house. Some traps and protections were set up, but they were aimed at sanctimonious white wizards like Dumbledore. He did not think that the black magic above could stump Morgan, the Black Witch from thousands of years ago. Finally, Voldemort's expression stopped changing. He took a long breath, nodded slowly, and said, I agree to join you, but this does not mean that I am willing to obey any of your commands. I want to have a certain autonomy, at least the time to move freely. Wise choice, Morgan smiled, unsurprised by Voldemort's decision. Don't worry, as the most notorious and powerful Dark Lord in our time, you deserve the highest respect from everyone in our organization. After joining us, I promise you that no one will dare to boss you around. We will seek sincere cooperation with you and are very willing to help you achieve your ambitions and goals. Although Voldemort was forced to bow his head to reality, he would not lose his pride as a generation of Dark Lord. He said in a cold tone, "Do you know my ambitions and goals? This is natural. Since we dare to recruit you, we are naturally somewhat sure." Morgan smiled faintly, the confidence in his tone unquestionable. "More than 10 years ago, under your leadership, the Death Eaters launched the First Wizarding War, and the slogan of that war was "Destroy the wizard traitors and the lowly bloodline that steals wizard magic," indicating that your goal was to establish a pure society ruled by blood families with an iron fist. Actually, this war is far from your goal. At best, it is just a process and a means for you to achieve your personal ideals. Your goal is: let your name, Voldemort, bring despair and fear to the whole world. Let the whole world, not just the small land of Great Britain, remember your name firmly. Let your name become a black legend for all eternity." Voldemort narrowed his eyes slightly, but raised the corners of his mouth, evidently finding these words very useful. Morgan nodded. "Our organization's goals do not conflict with yours. In fact, as a mysterious organization that exists in the darkness like a shadow, we need a figure like you to serve as our spokesperson and represent us in the world. Act on the surface, and you can also use our power to destroy your enemies and establish your kingdom of darkness." "Very good." Voldemort's pupils lit up with a fierce red light again. "I believe you this time. Our joint cooperation is indeed a perfect combination." Capitulo 274, Chapter 273, The Dragon Bloodline. "I really can't believe it." Skylar's voice carried an exaggerated tone of surprise, yet it was laced with undisguised contempt and disdain. "Merlin's beard, what on earth have I witnessed? Are you meeting like-minded partners and planning to form a big alliance of villains?" Skylar continued, his tone mocking. "Is this the legendary combination of beauty and basilisk? Oh, I'm sorry, I momentarily thought of pirate kings. Perhaps the demonic trio would be a more fitting name." Even Lord Voldemort, who has held power in Great Britain for over a decade, knows how to set aside his pride, make wise decisions for self-preservation, and evaluate the situation, Morgan remarked with a sweet smile. "Compared to him, you are still young with a long future ahead. Will you reconsider, join us, and seek a path to mutual prosperity?" Morgan continued once again, extending her offer to Skylar. "Ha ha ha, I'm afraid your approach won't work for me. Being inferior to others means being inferior to others. There is no need to use fancy words of seeking common prosperity to cover it up. I am not as innocent and cute as Lord Voldemort," Skylar continued, unfazed by Voldemort's livid expression. "Speaking of which, do you know that your overly enthusiastic solicitation rhetoric has exposed your true intentions? There may be something about valuing talent and cherishing talent, but I don't believe that is your real purpose behind it. You said so much. You are nothing more than..." Skylar's playful smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression and shrewd eyes. "You just want me to appease Meredith's soul in you." The corners of Morgan's lips, previously raised in a smile, smoothed away at Skylar's words. Her demeanor shifted to seriousness as she regarded Skylar, her voice softening. "It seems that you have done a lot of homework. You seem to know a lot about the situation between me and your little girlfriend. Don't underestimate the heritage of the pureblood family. Looking back carefully, the history of the Malfoy family is even earlier than the Avalon school you created," Skylar said coldly. "What you did to Meredith wasn't just bloodline fusion. It was an ancient black magic that relies on bloodline fusion as an opportunity to assimilate magic, spirit, soul, and body, eventually replacing the host as the core of the body. Well, you actually know about blood fusion. It seems that your intelligence has been greatly underestimated. But even if you know this, so what? In fact, I'm afraid what I know is far beyond your imagination." Skylar's lips curled up slightly. "Do you know that during your conversation just now, I guessed something else?" "Oh really? Tell me, what is it?" Morgan stared at Skylar intently, her fiery eyes shining. "As you said before, my wand has evolved, and the ancestor of the Thistral is the Night Corpse Dragon." "Yes, and what next?" Morgan nodded seriously and asked eagerly. "Do you still insist on continuing to pretend?" Skylar chuckled softly, raising the wand in his hand. "My wand has indeed undergone magical changes, but I have already used alchemy to coat the outer layer of the wand with a layer of grapevine wood. Skylar gently pinched the wand, and cracks suddenly appeared on its surface. Layers of thin wooden skins slowly fell off, revealing a slender wand covered in bright silver. Dark golden lines on the wand began to illuminate and dim, creating an illusion that the wand was alive, breathing. The air around the wand's end seemed to vibrate rapidly, as if invisible magic was about to erupt. Suddenly, Voldemort and Barbarossa exclaimed, "Ah!" simultaneously. They looked at each other, their expressions shifting from shock to seriousness. Just then, their wands vibrated unusually, sending a jolt through their hands, causing numbness and itching. But that was a minor sensation compared to the sudden and inexplicable feeling that the mysterious connection between themselves and their wands had been severed. They could no longer feel the familiar smoothness and comfort they were accustomed to when wielding their own wands. Now, it felt as though they were using someone else's wand to cast spells, as if they were borrowing someone else's magical instrument. Injecting magic into the wand felt awkward and jerky, lacking the usual fluidity. A dreadful possibility dawned on them. Their wands had lost their innate spirituality, becoming mere tools for casting spells rather than symbiotic partners capable of communicating with the caster and resonating with magical energy. In this state, while they could still cast spells, the speed, fluency, and potency of their magic would be significantly diminished. Facing an ordinary adult wizard or even a mid-level auror might not pose much of a challenge, given the inherent gap in magical ability. However, mere minutes ago, Voldemort had engaged in a fierce duel with Skylar. It could even be argued that Voldemort had been slightly outmatched and disadvantaged during their confrontation. Now, Voldemort's heart was consumed with nothing but frustration. Tonight was supposed to be the grand occasion of his resurrection and triumphant return. He had only sought to rise again quietly, perhaps eliminating a Potter at most. What had gone wrong? Why had his carefully laid plans unraveled like this? Leaving Voldemort's despondency aside, let's return to Skylar. The only way you could discern its true nature is through those possibilities. Skylar paused, glancing once more at Morgan before continuing. Regardless of which possibility it may be, it all traces back to the ancestor of the Thistral, the Night Corpse Dragon. Whatever you're holding resonates with my wand on a level deeper than the soul, reaching the most profound depths. It must be something from the same era and caliber as the Night Corpse Dragon. It stands to reason that the most probable explanation is that you're wielding the Elder Wand of the Peveril family, or the Death Wand. Through the resonance of the Thistral's tail feather core, you've discerned the anomaly of my wand. But fortunately, I happen to know the whereabouts of this wand. It's not in your possession, so I can confidently dismiss this possibility. Skylar smiled faintly, a glint of self-assurance in his eyes. I was still puzzling over how you could perceive the changes in my wand, but your mention of blood power just now reminded me. The blood running in your veins, is it that of one of the 5 ancient dragons, the Dragon King of Hell? Skylar continued, his tone precise. To be more accurate, the inheritance of the Avalon School you've heard of stems from the earliest practitioners in ancient times, a lineage of wizards who wielded the power of dragons, correct. Remarkable, Morgan's expression turned appreciative, and she softly applauded. You've hit the mark. The potency in my bloodline does indeed trace back to the Dragon King of Hell. I can hardly believe you could glean so much from a simple sentence. I must concede, you truly are the most exceptional genius of our era. I'm truly relieved now. If it weren't for my meticulous planning, if I hadn't gone to such lengths to teleport you here alone and provoke Voldemort into facing you first, compelling you to reveal your trump card abilities prematurely. Well, even with our sizable force here, I fear our confrontation with you today would have introduced many unpredictable variables. Morgan smiled coldly toward Skylar as she finished her sentence. Capitulo 275, Chapter 274, Morgan and Meredith. It'd be a squandering of your sharp mind. Can't you see that tonight, we've come thoroughly prepared? You stand no chance. Morgan's captivating eyes remained fixed on Skylar as she spoke with sincerity. I perceive you as someone who holds sentiment in high regard. Perhaps you're still pondering over this descendant of my bloodline in your heart, correct? But Why not consider it from another angle? She and I are essentially the same entity. Morgan's tone softened further. The essence of blood fusion isn't about consumption. I didn't consume her soul, but rather merged with her, becoming one. In a sense, I am her, and she is me. If you look upon my visage again, dare you deny seeing the semblance of your beloved in this face? Then, Morgan whispered, why can't you just regard me as her? If you recall her, then I'll always go by the name Meredith from now on. Morgan's expression softened, a rare shyness adorning her features like that of a young girl. I can assure you that I'll be the most well-behaved and obedient wife you could imagine. Morgan's bashful words seemed oddly fitting, coming from her ethereal countenance. Despite her true age spanning close to a millennium, much of that time had been spent in a semi-dormant state, and following the blood fusion ceremony, her soul intertwined and fused with Meredith's. Though predominantly influenced by Morgan's consciousness and personality, traces of Meredith's persona lingered, subtly shaping her demeanor. It must be acknowledged that the magical effects of bloodline fusion are truly remarkable. Unlike users of the Philosopher's Stone, who endure accelerated aging of both body and soul, leading to Nicolas Flamel's voluntary demise at over 6 centuries old, those undergoing blood fusion remain unaffected by such burdens. Living without the onset of physical deterioration or mental decline, individuals are spared the bleak prospect of existence defined by monotony and decline. It's also unlike a Horcrux, which necessitates sacrificing the core, humanity, within the soul, morphing the body into something neither human nor ghost, nor snake-like. To accommodate his fractured soul, Voldemort subjected his body to countless perilous transformations of dark magic. This resulted in the forfeiture of the handsome visage inherited from his Muggle father, leaving behind a noseless, serpentine countenance. Contrast this with the resurrection of the Dark Queen, Morgan Le Fay, through blood fusion. Not only does she possess the youthful form of a maiden, but she also boasts a captivating allure. Sherlin scrutinized Morgan closely. As noted, she retained 3/3 of Meredith's silhouette, hair color, and figure. Her ebony tresses cascaded like a waterfall, interwoven with streaks of chestnut hues. Clad in a medieval sorceress, attire adorned with black gold accents and a neckline plunging to reveal her mature bosom and seemingly delicate waist. While Meredith herself was no stranger to beauty, Morgan inherited all of Meredith's advantages and rectified any perceived flaws, akin to two sisters sharing similar features, yet differing subtly due to minor deviations, resulting in two distinct countenances. In front of Schuyler, Morgan exuded the demeanor of a youthful maiden and the regal grace of a sovereign, amalgamating into the singular style of the Dark Queen. How about it, dear Schuyler? You have nothing to lose. Instead, you'll find the perfect partner for the rest of your life who fits your long-term goal. You can even ask me to cook, and perhaps I'll give you a meal that would make Merlin drool over his beard, Morgan cheekily said as she maintained her alluring stare with Schuyler. Schuyler maintained an unwavering gaze on Morgan, eventually releasing a protracted sigh. According to ancient texts, Dark Queen Morgan Le Fay reigned during the 11th century as the sovereign of Avalon Island. Possessing formidable magical prowess and keen intellect, she stood as a formidable adversary to Merlin, renowned for her strategic acumen and cunning, Schuyler stated calmly. In my youth, I often envisioned the magnificence of figures like you, Merlin, and the 4 founders of Hogwarts School during that era. Today, I find myself face to face with a legendary figure from history, Schuyler continued with a faint smile. Setting aside your magical abilities for a moment, your intellect, strategic acuity, and eloquence are unparalleled in my experience. It would be disingenuous to claim indifference, yet, his voice remained tranquil, devoid of any hint of turmoil. I still choose to decline. You may label me as stubborn or even foolish, but, Schuyler declared with unwavering resolve, I firmly believe that if I were to yield to you and compromise today, I would cease to be myself. Even if, as you suggest, I were to delude myself into seeing you as May, Schuyler's voice trembled subtly, but were the real Meredith to learn of it, she would never forgive me. I couldn't live with that regret. With these words, Schuyler pressed firmly with his left thumb. Instantly, all the runes on the death wand illuminated simultaneously, emitting a brilliant golden radiance. To Morgan, who stood nearest to Skylar, it appeared as though he held a dazzling orb of light, the wand obscured from view by the intensity of the glow. For Skylar, the wand's owner, as the final layer of disguised grapevine bark fell away, myriad golden arcs of electricity swiftly enveloped his left arm like ethereal serpents, coursing toward his body. Skylar became engulfed in a luminous aura, with shimmering golden arcs dancing around him. Waves of crackling energy surged from his feet, accompanied by the sound of electrifying bursts. Skylar's complexion and the folds of his black wizard robe were now suffused with a golden hue, as if he had stepped forth from the pages of a mythological tale. The once amiable smile that graced Skylar's lips had vanished, replaced by a gaze of keen discernment and a countenance of solemn resolve. A haunting, otherworldly sound echoed faintly in the void, reminiscent of a dragon's roar melded with the whinny of a horse, yet also tinged with the mournful wail of the departed, the ethereal cry of specters, the roar of vengeful spirits. In an instant, Skylar's depleted magical reserves surged back to their zenith, and he appeared to transcend his prior limits, ascending to the pinnacle of magical prowess, a realm nearly equal to that of Dumbledore wielding the Elder Wand. Astonishing, Morgan, Barbarossa, and Voldemort all drew in a sharp breath simultaneously. Though seasoned veterans of countless battles, hardened to the rigors of combat, they could not help but be staggered by the revelation of Skylar's hidden ace. It can't be. He is ascending to new heights even in the face of death. Voldemort softly clicked his tongue, envious of Skylar's achievement as someone who came from death once yet found Skylar's current present to be threatening. Capítulo 276, Chapter 275, 3 verses 1. However, in a pivotal showdown with Merlin, she was nearly defeated when he employed the potent Book of All Laws to all but sealed her fate. Only through her animagus form's unique ability to disengage from her physical form did she narrowly escape. Yet this escape exacted a heavy toll, depleting much of her magical reserves. Here, the term magic power refers not merely to the energy expended in spellcasting, but to the essence of magic itself, a fusion of soul, spirit, and corporeal form. This core essence, shrouded in mystery, lies at the heart of ancient magical theory, its true nature eluding even the most erudite wizards. Legend has it that in the ancient East, a roving mage named Lu proffered a theory on the genesis of magical power within the body. Regrettably, owing to Lu's unconventional lifestyle, his teachings failed to gain enduring traction. Skylar once had the privilege of hearing Master Chang He allude to this theory, wherein the spirit was elucidated as consciousness. The theory posited by Chang, he delineated the spirit as consciousness, the soul as unconsciousness, and the body as the conduit that orchestrates a self-regulating cycle within the human form, a concept known as Yuan-Shen or the primordial spirit. In applying this theory to Morgan's predicament, it becomes apparent that her affliction stemmed from damage to her soul, a malady for which there existed no immediate remedy. Her only recourse lay in an extended period of dormancy, spanning millennia, to allow her soul to gradually mend. However, a conundrum emerged. While the soul could convalesce over time, Morgan's corporeal vessel was not impervious to the erosive forces of the ages. Encased within an alchemically fortified coffin and entrusted to the guardianship of her most loyal confidant, the shadow dragon, Morgan would await her resurrection for a millennium. Her plan entailed the acquisition of a descendant's blood, which would facilitate her corporeal return. Regrettably for Skylar, with the extinction of the pureblood lineage, Meredith stood as Morgan's sole remaining descendant. Thus, her only avenue to resurrection lay in the possession of Meredith's body. Yet, despite Morgan's commanding personality, it is crucial to acknowledge that within this vessel, Meredith holds sway. For Meredith harbored an enduring fixation, the very same fixation that now governed her thoughts. With less than 10% of her consciousness remaining, Meredith had been battling her thoughts for nearly a year, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Morgan, adept at understanding human nature, recognized the source of Meredith's resilience. It was the power of pure love. Love is not to be underestimated. In the realm of magic, it holds a profound and often inexplicable force. Many times, much weaker opponents have unexpectedly defeated formidable dark wizards, and love often plays a role in these outcomes. While there are multiple factors at play, love consistently emerges as a significant one. Due to this influence, Morgan finds herself unable to fully assimilate Meredith's consciousness, resulting in an inability to access the magic potential of her host body fully. This limitation hinders her magical and spiritual development, preventing her from reaching the threshold of becoming a quasi-mage. In contrast, Barbarossa, another powerful figure present, is only at the level of a quasi-mage despite his stature as the leader of all pirates in the Seven Seas. His humble origins belie his current position of influence. Originally just a low-level wizard who graduated from Beauxbatons, Barbarossa struggled to find decent employment in Spain after completing his studies. Faced with financial hardship, he resorted to traveling across various European countries, engaging in clandestine activities to sustain himself. His ventures led him to the shadowy underworld of places like Nocturne Alley, where he operated in the murky realms of magic. In an unfortunate turn of events, Barbarossa accidentally killed a wizard in Spain, later discovering that the victim was none other than a young disciple from a prestigious pureblood family and the personal apprentice of the notorious Joker, one of the 4 esteemed wizard masters of the Silver Spear. Known for his unpredictable nature and formidable abilities, the Joker held immense influence and was fiercely protective of his disciples. Barbarossa's actions incurred the wrath of the Joker, subjecting him to relentless pursuit and danger. Driven by desperation and the need to evade his vengeful pursuer, Barbarossa fled the European continent, seeking refuge among the wizarding world's pirate factions. Embarking on his humble sailor's journey, Barbarossa sought solace in the open sea, hoping to elude the relentless pursuit of the vengeful Joker. Little did he know, this decision would irrevocably alter the course of his destiny. Fate took an unexpected turn when the pirate vessel, Dark Phoenix, under Barbarossa's command, ventured to explore ancient ruins nestled upon a remote desert isle. Their expedition was abruptly interrupted by the malevolent Kraken, a legendary sea-dwelling behemoth. Barbarossa miraculously survived the harrowing encounter and stumbled upon the hidden treasures concealed within the ancient ruins. Word of Barbarossa's discovery swiftly reached the ears of the pirate lord governing the region, and even caught the attention of the former pirate king. Impressed by Barbarossa's bravery and resourcefulness, he was warmly welcomed into the ranks of the pirate king's loyal followers. Thus began Barbarossa's remarkable ascent to prominence, as he accompanied the pirate king on daring exploits across the Seven Seas. Following the pirate king's demise, Barbarossa assumed the mantle of pirate king himself, ruling the vast expanses of the ocean with unrivaled authority. His saga epitomized a legendary tale of grassroots ascent from humble beginnings. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Barbarossa's meteoric rise in power owed much to an encounter that reshaped his destiny: the fateful meeting with the enigmatic black wizard of ancient Persia, Jafar Yahya. To delve deeper, Jafar Yahya's essence was encapsulated within a Horcrux, a dark artifact of immense power. With Jafar's aid, Barbarossa was bestowed with unparalleled might, enabling him to surmount the myriad challenges within the ruins and claim the treasure as his own. However, Barbarossa would later uncover the unsettling truth. Jafar was but a pawn, a mere facade for the true mastermind lurking in the shadows, Herpo the Foul, the nefarious figure who once roamed ancient Greece and now presided over the enigmatic cabal known as the Knights of Walpurgis. Endowed with innate magical prowess as a scion of the Pirate King lineage, Barbarossa's sorcerous abilities were formidable. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his pact with Jafar came at a grave cost. Concealed within Barbarossa was a dark curse, clandestinely placed by Jafar, which bound him to the will of Herpo. Henceforth, Barbarossa found himself ensnared in Herpo's web of control, compelled to heed his every command. Fearful of Barbarossa's potential to transcend his influence, Herpo imposed a malevolent curse that stifled Barbarossa's magical advancement, akin to the enchantment afflicting Morgan Le Fay. Thus, Despite his lineage and inherent prowess, Barbarossa found himself impeded from furthering his magical prowess beyond the threshold of a quasi-mage. As for the third formidable figure, Voldemort, he stood as a true magician in his own right, wielding power that transcended mortal limitations. In engagements with Dumbledore, the wielder of the revered Elder Wand, Voldemort displayed a proficiency that surpassed mere mastery of magic. His prowess not only eclipsed the rank of a magister, but potentially elevated him as the foremost among them. Yet, Voldemort's over-reliance on the brute force of dark magic and his penchant for singular approaches revealed glaring vulnerabilities. The recent clash with Skylar starkly illuminated these deficiencies. Despite leveraging his formidable might, Voldemort found himself stymied at every turn, unable to capitalize on his strengths and instead grappling with constraints that left him disheartened. In essence, facing Skylar, who had unveiled the pinnacle of magisterial prowess, posed an unprecedented challenge. None of the trio, Voldemort, Morgan, or Barbarossa, held an unmistakable upper hand in a one-on-one encounter with Skylar. Contemplating this reality, a sense of unease pervaded the trio. Were it not for their numerical superiority, they might have contemplated strategic retreat as a prudent course of action. Capitulo 277, Chapter 276, Morgan's Past. Say, don't you think we should work together to show our utmost respect toward the opponent we are currently facing? Morgan spoke, planning to invite Voldemort into her side momentarily to take care of Skylar. Even Skylar already saw this from a mile away. He is still quite shocked at how obedient Voldemort seems to change sides after suggesting earlier that he and Skylar should work together to take down Morgan and the Shadow Dragon. While this was her first collaboration with that person from Nocturne Alley, the weight of responsibility fell heavily on her shoulders. Despite their ostensibly equal footing, that person being unable to intervene left Morgan accountable for the operation's success. She understood the precariousness of their situation. Despite outnumbering Skylar 3-1, internal discord could lead to their downfall. Morgan's concern was not unfounded. She alone had never tasted defeat at Skylar's hands. Barbarossa fell to Skylar in single combat, and Voldemort nearly succumbed to his power moments ago. The urgency of their escape now dominated their thoughts, especially considering the awe-inspiring display of Skylar's might. It was clear that his power had shaken the resolve of her companions far more profoundly than her own. "You possess formidable abilities and a depth of strategy," Morgan sighed, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "Your resilience surpasses that of most. While youth often breeds impetuosity, you display a patience akin to that of an elder. To wield such power yet exercise restraint until now is truly commendable. However, I concede that I may have underestimated your true strength," Morgan interrupted, her hand gesturing gracefully. Instantly, a gold ring adorned with rubies materialized on her forehead. Matching rings appeared on her wrists. Finally, her wand manifested in her right hand, a pure golden wand with the handle intricately carved in the likeness of a fire dragon's head, its mouth adorned with a matching gold ring. "Oh, how I miss having this in my hand." Morgan's soft voice fills the heavy atmosphere as she gracefully drags the wand through the wind, creating an afterimage of magic particles dancing in the air. As her wand materialized, a surge of power emanated from Morgan, pushing against Skylar's presence with such force that they stood almost evenly matched. "Dear Skylar, I wish you are ready for whatever is going your way." A mighty gust of wind surged between Skylar and Morgan, rapidly coalescing into a powerful tornado. Within moments, it swept up everything in its path in fairy, tombstones, and dead leaves, lifting them into the air. The ruby adorning Morgan's forehead suddenly emitted a crimson glow, as tendrils of red energy emanated from the gem, drifting toward the trio. Astonishingly, the energy was absorbed by them through their robes and skin. Skylar furrowed his brow, recognizing the energy. It was the pure blood legacy of Slytherin, a potent force continuously delivered to him via a blood bead above his heart. However, he had yet to comprehend its benefits or absorb it fully. "You may possess your own trump cards, but so do we." Morgan's demeanor and tone grew colder, influenced by the magical artifacts adorning her. No matter what feats you may perform today, we are fully confident in our ability to handle them. And should this young wizard meet his end, I shall not lay claim to his treasures, they shall all be yours. Voldemort and Barbarossa's eyes ignited with fervor, brimming with fighting spirit. While the wand chooses its wielder, its power is more than enough compensation. It would be naive to assume they harbored no covetous intentions toward Skylar's wand. Do you hear that, kid? This time it would be different. I won't lose to any of your tricks anymore. Just surrender quietly and meet your demise, Barbarossa exclaimed as he brandished his wand. Moreover, their interest extended beyond the wand to include the ring adorning Skylar's finger, the cloak upon his shoulders, and the wizard's robe he wore. Though he had never utilized them, characters like Barbarossa and Voldemort could discern from the faint magical emanations that these items were likely extraordinary. You must give it your all, even if it means ending this youth's life. I have a plan. Morgan's eyes gleamed with an increasingly manic light. Seal his soul the moment he perishes, imprisoning it within the gem on my forehead. Let it become my weapon spirit, bound to serve me across lifetimes. Ha 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 ha. She lost control of her emotions and laughed wildly. Arthur, Merlin, and now you men. I am not repulsive, yet you all reject me without hesitation. The only solution is to make you mine. We'll be together forever, never parted. Her laughter echoed, sending shivers down Skylar's spines, even toward Voldemort and Barbarossa, even though they were allies. Skylar's lips twitched slightly. Whatever you've endured in the past, haven't you considered? He shook his head, sighing softly. Is it your own issue? Merlin seems like a kind guy. You speak nonsense. What do you know? There was a hint of cruelty in Morgan's voice. Arthur is a scoundrel. He had me, yet betrayed my love and trust. With my supreme magic and the power of Avalon, I built an empire for him. But did you know what he did to pay back all of my love? We, of the Dragon King's bloodline, are blessed with vitality and longevity, but at the cost of difficulty in bearing children. Yet for him, I risked my life to bear his offspring, but Morgan's tone turned icy. He took advantage of me during my vulnerable pregnancy, cavorting with that wench Guinevere. Can you imagine the devastation it wrought upon me when I discovered it? Her gaze burned with hatred. My precious child, my only offspring, conceived through sacrifice and struggle, snatched away. Her eyes glinted with malice as she continued. I sought vengeance on that wretched Guinevere, employing the cruelest means. Arthur and I became enemies, but it matters not. I no longer love him. I desire not his death but eternal imprisonment. I want him to suffer, to languish in endless torment, forced to witness my triumph and his own despair. But that damned Merlin, Morgan's lip curled in disdain. Merlin always pokes his nose where it doesn't belong. I tried to avoid him because of his favoritism toward Slytherin, but he couldn't care less about my wishes. Ignorant fool. Did you two fight? Skylar inquired, puzzled. This didn't align with the timeline he'd gleaned from Merlin's memories. The decisive battle between Morgan and Merlin didn't seem to fit this narrative. No, Morgan replied, a fleeting expression of nostalgia crossing her features before she hardened once more. That self-righteous hypocrite. He's just... She trailed off, her expression darkening. I won't say more. In any case, his end is destined to be grim. Merlin can't fight his fate no matter where he goes. I'm not particularly interested in your feud with Merlin, Skylar interjected. What intrigues me more is, this blood mist you keep absorbing. What is it? Capitulo 278, Chapter 277, already planned. Tisk, Skylar scoffed, his lips curling with disdain. For a wizard once as renowned as Merlin himself, and hailed as the most formidable sorcerer a millennium past, it's quite the spectacle to witness you now resorting to such crude tactics. Frankly, ever since I discovered Meredith was ensnared by your influence, I've been anticipating this moment. Had you simply relented just now? On the contrary, I would have been sorely disappointed. Skylar's pupils abruptly dilated into narrow slits reminiscent of serpent's eyes, his voice booming with intensity. Come forth, let us behold what treasures lie within the depths of the Dark Demon Queen's dominion, millennia hence. Despite his bravado, Skylar remained inherently cautious, never underestimating unfamiliar powers. His confidence stemmed from one key fact. The other party remained oblivious to his own latent reservoir of this misty energy, albeit unmastered. When the time came for Schuyler to act, should he discern the true purpose of this energy, he might just wield it as his ace in the hole. Morgan fixed her gaze on Schuyler, unblinking, as though striving to unravel his true intentions. She harbored doubts about the young man's purported confidence to confront 3 adversaries alone. Yet, considering Schuyler's deliberate nature and unwavering composure, she reasoned he wasn't one to act rashly. The notion of him engaging in a direct confrontation seemed implausible. Schuyler's demeanor suggested he wasn't bluffing, he appeared poised to act. Could it be? After a moment, she chuckled softly before remarking, "I must admit, I nearly had you spooked. No matter your prowess, you cannot surpass Merlin himself. Even with the combined might of the 3 of us, challenging us solo would be foolhardy. Unless you harbor some clandestine scheme, a notion not incongruent with your character. However, in the face of such a vast power disparity, any stratagem would surely falter." "You're awaiting reinforcements, aren't you?" Morgan's expression turned triumphant. "The only one capable of bolstering a confrontation of this magnitude would be Hogwarts' current headmaster, Dumbledore, isn't it? He's the reason you're undaunted by us. He's your ultimate ace in the hole." Observing Schuyler's stoic silence, Morgan's confidence swelled as she continued. "Dumbledore's reputation precedes him. Undoubtedly, he possesses the strength to intervene in this conflict and potentially quell it. Yet, introducing such volatile elements. Do you truly believe we haven't anticipated his arrival after meticulously planning for this day? The most potent anti-apparition wards have been established here. Even if he were the pinnacle of the Grand Magister, his ability to apparate would be nullified." Morgan's eyes gleamed with certainty, her voice tinged with pride and chill. "Do you suppose we would overlook the Phoenix at his side?" "Ha, let me enlighten you. We've long been aware of his Phoenix's ability to traverse space and teleport vast distances. My estimation suggests it could likely breach the anti-apparition barriers here." "So?" Morgan paused briefly, then continued, "We've engineered a few obstacles specifically for him, ensuring he's preoccupied elsewhere. Thus, surrender now, for even if this confrontation spirals into chaos, he won't grace us with his presence. Your ace in the hole has been neutralized." "Ah," Schuyler breathed out in surprise. It wasn't that Dumbledore's absence flustered him, but rather, he hadn't anticipated these individuals would go so far as to plan for Dumbledore's involvement. This woman, Morgan Le Fay, truly possessed remarkable foresight. No wonder she ascended to the throne of a nation. It required not only formidable magical prowess, but also adept strategizing and political acumen. What truly astonished Schuyler, however, was that she had succeeded. For most ordinary folk, Dumbledore evoked images of a glorious figure radiating an aura of greatness, renowned for his extraordinary magical abilities and formidable combat skills. Yet in Schuyler's estimation, Dumbledore's true strength lay not solely in his magic, but in his strategic prowess. His most remarkable feat was a meticulously crafted plan, spanning from Harry Potter's infancy to his coming of age at 17. Innumerable variables and intricate relationships were at play, yet Dumbledore orchestrated it all, ultimately leading to Voldemort's defeat despite the latter's overwhelming power compared to Harry Potter's. The fact that such a mastermind could be manipulated, as a mere pawn in Morgan's schemes, underscored the magnitude of her cunning stratagems. Schuyler harbored no doubts regarding the validity of Morgan's assertions. Upon a moment's reflection, the explanation became apparent. As one of Harry Potter's closest confidants, Hermione Granger would undoubtedly have been a primary concern for Dumbledore. How, then, could she have been abducted within the walls of Hogwarts? The training regimen for Harry Potter had long been Dumbledore's paramount focus, an endeavor too critical to overlook. Thus, it must be inferred that unforeseen circumstances had diverted much of Dumbledore's attention. Some abrupt event had evidently compromised his typically astute judgment. So, what could distract a centenarian, nearly at the pinnacle of his wisdom, and devoid of personal desires? Schuyler hesitated for a prolonged moment before finally speaking, his words deliberate. "If my assumptions are correct, you, may have raided Nurmengard prison. Correct. Skylar pondered further, realizing that Dumbledore's family had all but perished. His sole biological sibling resided in the Pig's Head Inn, not far from Hogwarts. The only individual who could have been targeted for manipulation by Morgan and her cohorts, thereby inducing a critical misstep from Dumbledore, was the inmate held within Nurmengard prison. Brilliant, Morgan's expression softened with admiration. The day preceding our arrival here, we orchestrated a breach of Nurmengard prison, liberating the Dark Lord within. The notion of him and Dumbledore, once bitter foes turned unlikely allies, reunited amidst a backdrop of mutual enmity and history. Oh, the irony. The prospect of their reunion is positively riveting, wouldn't you agree? Ha! So, Morgan's demeanor grew serious. Do you comprehend now? You stand alone, devoid of any support. No matter your might, you are but one individual. You will perish here alone. Morgan's tone dripped with animosity, her inexplicable disdain palpable as she ground her teeth. It's too late for you to reconsider. I must eradicate you, you wretched. Whoa, 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 Skylar interjected, his voice tinged with indignation. While we may have been adversaries from the outset, Miss Morgan, today marks our first encounter, devoid of any prior grievances. Must you vilify me so? Furthermore, you just asserted. A glint flickered in Skylar's eyes, his trademark evil grin surfacing. That I am solely alone. Capitulo 279. Chapter 278, Skylar's Resolution. The Shadow Dragon, heed my command and form the trapped dragon full moon formation. Even at the cost of your lives, do not allow this individual to escape. Form up, now! The collective cries of hundreds resonated simultaneously. Dark energy surged from within their beings, spreading outward in all directions, intertwining their forms into a unified whole, a sight to behold. Their silhouettes vanished into the black haze, yet the faint sound of footsteps betrayed their movements as they meticulously arranged themselves, encircling Skylar with a meticulously crafted formation. Tisk, tisk, Skylar's eyes sparkled with fascination, as if beholding a rare treasure. War magic, truly a sight to behold after so long, today's encounter proves most enlightening. Barbarossa, Voldemort, pay no heed to this brat's prattle. Let us proceed. With that command, the trio formed a triangle, effectively hemming Skylar in, leaving him with no room to evade or maneuver. Ha, Skylar's laughter dripped with smugness. If you insist, since you claim I am but a mere mortal, perhaps you'd care to enlighten me as to why I am one. In an instant, Skylar's form seemed to waver, multiplying into 100 replicas in the blink of an eye. Skylar had executed his signature magical transfiguration spell, the skies filled with myriad gods and Buddhas. Each duplicate of Skylar bore an exact likeness to the original, from attire to the wand grasped in hand, exuding an ancient aura. As expected of a millennia-old sorceress, Morgan, though momentarily stunned, swiftly regained her composure, retorting with icy disdain, merely a transfiguration spell. I concede, your mastery over illusions is formidable, making it arduous to discern truth from fiction. Yet these soulless doppelgangers serve no purpose beyond intimidation. Though not Skylar's first time employing this illusion, it marked its debut before an audience. Previously showcased solely to Draco, Elinor, and his captives, it now unfolded as a fresh tactic for Morgan and her cohorts. Despite Morgan's dismissive words, a sense of unease crept over her as Skylar unveiled yet another hidden stratagem. Skylar's mastery of the transfiguration spell had reached such heights that even without formidable combat skills, he posed a formidable challenge. Morgana was consider this. I couldn't discern the true Skylar amidst the multitude of clones. I could only bide my time, waiting for him to inadvertently reveal his true self. But in doing so, weren't we relinquishing the initiative in combat? Moreover, should Skylar choose to flee and scatter his clones in all directions, apprehending him would prove no easy feat. After all, the three of us lacked the confidence to confront Skylar individually. We had to maintain close proximity to each other to avoid being picked off one by one. Barbarossa, Morgan's voice rang out with a soft command. Allow me to handle this, Furor Maris. Barbarossa swept his wand downward, conjuring forth a spectacular surge of water. With a swift motion, the torrent transformed into a colossal wave, towering like a miniature mountain, hurtling toward the 100 Skylar clones with the force of a tsunami. Indeed, when facing multiple adversaries, area of effect magic stood as the most effective countermeasure. But could it be that Skylar hadn't anticipated this? Morgan ground her teeth, her eyes ablaze with intensity. In many ways, she and Zulin shared a common archetype of combat, strategic wizards. Both were adept at formulating plans before engaging, crafting intricate tactics tailored to exploit the weaknesses and strengths of their adversaries. Unlike Voldemort and Barbarossa, who relied predominantly on combat instinct and intuition, Morgan's approach was characterized by meticulous calculation and foresight. At this moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind in an instant. Yet, amidst the flurry of considerations, an ominous premonition lingered, unshakable. She couldn't shake the sense that they had stumbled into Skylar's meticulously laid trap, a realization that sent a chill down her spine. Damn it, why was this happening? Despite their meticulous preparations, comprehensive intelligence gathering, and apparent strategic advantage, why were they still forced into such a strenuous confrontation? In the blink of an eye, amidst the tumultuous onslaught, a dark figure materialized amidst the towering waves. Morgan's narrowed gaze discerned a shape resembling a bird in flight, sparking a flicker of familiarity. The towering wave seemed to part, creating a void through which a black shadow surged, transforming into an imperceptible white light that barreled toward them. Morgan, positioned at the forefront, bore the brunt of the onslaught. Unable to discern the nature of the attack, Morgan hesitated to employ spatial magic for evasion, nor did she dare to erect defensive barriers. Instead, she sidestepped and retreated a few paces, swiftly flinging forth the golden ring adorning her left wrist. As the ring resonated with a metallic hum, the sound elongated, splitting into 2, then 4, and multiplying until 32 golden rings materialized, intercepting the incoming white light. Click, click, click. The white light emitted a shrill, piercing chirp akin to a cacophony of 1,000 birds in unison. It struck the first golden ring, then swiftly traversed to the next, accelerating with each successive strike. In an instant, it surged from ring to ring, closing in on Morgan with alarming speed. "It's you," a spark of recognition ignited within Morgan as she identified the entity. It was none other than Aquila, the familiar of Ravenclaw. Among the 4 esteemed founders, Ravenclaw stood as a figure of noble lineage, renowned for her aloof demeanor and aristocratic bearing. Rarely seen in public, let alone engaged in combat, the notoriety of her demonic companion persisted through the ages, a testament to its formidable prowess. Empowered by a levitation charm, Morgan hastened her retreat. With a flourish of her wand, over a dozen iron ropes infused with a crimson aura erupted from the ground, coiling into a net poised to ensnare Aquila. Little did she anticipate the astonishing piercing capabilities of the white light emanating from Aquila. Ordinarily, these iron ropes, blessed with magical enhancement, rivaled the hardness of the fairy ancestors' Wujin. Yet before Aquila's onslaught, they crumbled like brittle twine. Such piercing power, a rarity among elemental magics, lightning magic. Drawing upon her millennia of combat experience, Morgan swiftly devised a countermeasure. Dropping to a crouch, she plunged her wand into the earth, murmuring softly, "Solidus Petra." A sudden rumble echoed forth from where she plunged her wand, and a wall of earth, bathed in a faint golden halo, surged rapidly before her. In the face of all-encompassing thunder and lightning, the steadfast stability of earth proved the most effective defense. Voldemort and Barbarossa wasted no time. Seizing the opportunity, they darted past Morgan and the fortified barrier, flanking the colossal waves on either side, and directed their most potent magic towards the breach. Avada Kedavra. Sigida Karasiva. 2 thunderous reports reverberated, signaling the impact of their curses hitting their mark. Simultaneously, expressions of triumph graced the faces of Voldemort and Barbarossa. "It's done," Barbarossa's lips curled into a slight smirk as he spoke with chilling indifference. "No more than expected." Not necessarily. Morgan's countenance remained taut, her gaze fixed solemnly on the dark void within the towering waves. At that moment, the mountainous tsunami crashed upon the earth with immense force. What followed? The ground, now drenched from the onslaught, bore witness to the aftermath. Yet, amidst the chaos, Schuyler remained unscathed, standing resolute. And his proclamation. 100 Schuylers. Capitulo 280. Chapter 279, Pinnacle of Human Alchemy. This is inconceivable. The furious waves of the tempestuous sea could lay waste to a small town's defenses in ancient times. How could it be that even a few transfigured clones remain unscathed? Barbarossa bristled at the suggestion of incompetence. HMPH, what if the opponent is employing a strong magical barrier to halt all of our spells? Voldemort sneered contemptuously. Invulnerability to all evil is rumored to be the pinnacle of defensive spells, indeed capable of thwarting such attacks. But does he have the time for it? Even if the precast incantation for invulnerability to all evil couldn't be done easily by Merlin, it would still require at least 3 minutes. From the moment I initiated the spell to his counterattack with that bird, barely a minute has elapsed, Barbarossa retorted icily, refusing to yield. Enough, cease your bickering. Morgan's once serene countenance turned frosty as she interjected sharply. Speak less with your mouths and observe more with your eyes. You'll soon discern. His clones are unlike any we've encountered before. Though the prowess of the trio stood on equal footing, both Voldemort and Barbarossa, having tasted defeat at Schuyler's hands, now deferred to Morgan's lead. Upon her directive, their squabbling ceased, attention pivoting towards Schuyler. Barbarossa scrutinized the clones intently, eventually discerning a telltale lack of vitality in their eyes, a stark departure from their previous agility, resembling instead, inferi. Ha ha ha, Voldemort's laughter brimmed with smugness. Schuyler Malfoy, you are truly cut from the same cloth as I, a loyal disciple molded by Dumbledore's teachings, parroting ideals of love and justice. Yet beneath this facade lies a mastery of dark arts rivaling my own. These so-called clones trailing behind you, are they not inferi? Constructs fashioned from the remains of those you've slain. Oh, the dreadful taste, to fashion them in your own likeness. Before Schuyler could retort, Morgan interjected. Locking her gaze onto Schuyler's, she spoke in a low, unwavering tone. They are not inferi. How can they not be? Look at those lifeless eyes and pallid complexions. Ms. Le Fay, do not forget, you face a master of inferi. Voldemort asserted firmly. The count of inferi under my command tallies not in the hundreds, but 800. I stand by my judgment. Morgan brushed aside Voldemort's boasts, addressing Schuyler directly. Undead magic is rooted in alchemy. I detect a potent aroma of alchemy, if my deduction is correct. This is human alchemy, isn't it? Schuyler, positioned at the forefront, reverted to his usual demeanor, a smile playing across his lips. As expected of the Dark Witch, knowledgeable and formidable, far surpassing your dim-witted lackeys. Damn it, Barbarossa erupted, his temper flaring. Are you courting death? Boy, I concede your strength, but remember, you are still a human. It would be wise not to cross me. Voldemort's eyes blazed with emerald fury, his voice chilling. Human alchemy? Morgan mused aloud. Unexpected, truly unexpected. Even in my era, human alchemy was deemed one of the highest taboos in the wizarding world. Only the most deranged dared to delve into its depths. I never fathomed that after millennia of slumber, someone would dare to explore human alchemy to this extent. Though I've slumbered, the Shadow Dragon's intelligence network remained unbroken for a millennia. These puppets of yours, I can discern the rise and fall of their breath, the coursing of blood in their veins, the steady rhythm of their hearts. They're nearly indistinguishable from living humans. Only the Hohenheim family, renowned for their mastery of human body alchemy in Germany, could achieve such precision. If my deductions serve me right, Morgan ventured, the doll hails from the Hohenheim lineage, does it not? A glint of cunning flashed in Schuyler's eyes. You seem well acquainted with my circumstances, akin to a Hogwarts insider. It prompts me to wonder, could there be a mole within Hogwarts? HMPH, Hogwarts boasts a plethora of students. There's no need for internal espionage to keep tabs on you, Morgan retorted, her demeanor cool and composed. Ha ha ha, Schuyler chuckled, a sly grin forming. Your swift denial only deepens my suspicions. How could mere students possess knowledge of my whereabouts? Is your informant none other than Irma Pince? Morgan's countenance momentarily froze, but she swiftly regained her composure, her expression and tone icy as she remarked, "Your speculations are your own affair and bear no relevance to me." Schuyler remained calm, a smirk playing at his lips. He possessed the ability to clandestinely surveil, coupled with proficiency in legilimency, the art of delving into minds. Despite Morgan's subtle movements, they didn't escape Schuyler's keen observation. Moreover, since his first year at school, he had sensed a peculiar aura emanating from Miss Pince. Now, there seemed to be a clue to the librarian's true identity. However, Schuyler opted not to dwell on the matter, steering the conversation back to the topic at hand. "Nevertheless, your conjecture is accurate. These are the alchemy puppets bestowed upon me by Aliner," he disclosed, "a symbol of the enduring alliance between our families." Upon hearing Schuyler's affectionate reference to the Hohenheim family's young Aliner, a pang of discomfort pricked at Morgan's heart. Without thinking, she interjected, "Though I've had no dealings with the Hohenheim family, they are known paladins from the ancient times. The descendants of Hohenheim naturally uphold the pride befitting their lineage. Human body alchemy, to my knowledge, stands as the most closely guarded secret within their family. It's their prized possession, a legacy not casually shared. Do you truly expect me to believe they'd entrust such a vital asset to you merely for the sake of an alliance? It appears your ties with the Hohenheim family run deeper than I presumed. Rather than presenting this as a gift from the Hohenheim family, you might as well claim it as a token of affection from that doll-like girl," Morgan quipped, a peculiar slip of the tongue. Then, she added, "You, young man, seem to be rather fortunate." Abruptly, she winced and clutched her chest as though struck by a sudden pang. Morgan, ever astute, swiftly deduced the cause. Despite her dominion over this body, Meredith's personality hadn't entirely receded but remained suppressed. The recent exchange seemed to trigger a resurgence of Meredith's persona, subtly influencing Morgan's consciousness. Simultaneously, she discerned that this conversation was likely a deliberate ploy orchestrated by Schuyler, exploiting the natural inclination towards jealousy to provoke her dormant persona. Forcing herself to regain composure, she retorted coldly, "Boy, spare me your attempts to rattle my resolve with your words. I grew weary of such tactics a millennium ago." "They're nothing more than mindless puppets," Morgan continued icily. "To ordinary wizards, these humanoid weapons, unflinching in the face of death, might inspire dread. But to us, whether there are 100, 1,000, or 10,000 of them, in what case should we fear them?" Having forcibly steadied her mind, Morgan suppressed the intrusive thoughts and endeavored to clarify her thinking. These puppets bore an uncanny resemblance to Schuyler, causing a jarring visual impact that momentarily disoriented the trio. In essence, they were akin to Inferi, save for their immunity to flames, an apparent weakness eradicated. For wizards of their caliber, numerous strategies existed to counter such adversaries. "Oh, is that so?" Schuyler's expression shifted to one of mild disappointment. He shook his head, then spoke with deliberate slowness. "It appears I may have overestimated you. Your perspective seems rather narrow. If what you claim is true, then what sets these human puppets, hailed as the pinnacle of human alchemy in this age, apart from those crudely fashioned metal automatons? Why not opt for the latter? Traditional alchemy can fashion metal puppets with copper skin and iron bones. Wouldn't they offer superior defense, convenience, and cost-effectiveness?" Capitulo 281, Chapter 280, Seraph's Formation. "Human puppets? They can only be puppets, not living beings," Morgan pondered aloud, her voice a low murmur. "It defies possibility. Even the most advanced alchemy cannot breathe life into inanimate matter. It defies the very laws of magic. Magic, despite its vast power, is not without its limitations. Alchemy, in particular, adheres staunchly to the principle of equivalent exchange, unless—" Suddenly, Morgan's heterochromatic eyes widened, her body trembling uncontrollably. Disbelief etched across her features, she exclaimed, You possess the Philosopher's Stone." "Bingo, though alas no prize for guessing," Schuyler declared triumphantly. "Aquila." Ouch, boy, that enhanced lightning spell you unleashed was truly impressive. Your power alone is formidable, yet you chose to toy with me so mercilessly. Aquila grumbled incessantly as it descended from the skies, eventually coming to a halt midair above Skylar's left shoulder. Its wings ceased their dazzling display, returning to their customary appearance. Boy, the original thunder and lightning magic traces its lineage back to the Rosier family in France. Initially, it was an obscure form of sorcery, only gaining prominence after being refined by a young prodigy named Grindelwald decades ago. His enhancements birthed the thunder spell, renowned for its swiftness and devastating power, Morgan elucidated. Even Aquila, nearing a millennium in age, couldn't help but show a flicker of admiration. I never imagined you capable of innovating and refining upon it. However, while your technique is undeniably potent, it does have its drawbacks. When Lady Ravenclaw fashioned me, she designed me to be a familiar adaptable to any magical element, capable of manipulating elements in combat through the bond shared with my master, Aquila explained, a hint of bitterness shadowing its countenance. Yet, Lord Ravenclaw wielded the wind element. Though I can channel any attribute, the gentle breeze is the essence most attuned to my being. Your thunder and lightning are far too tempestuous for me. A few more strikes, and my form may not withstand it. Just get on with it, no need to explain everything to this dark wench. Skylar snapped, hurling a stone aglow with crimson light toward Aquila. Hearing Skylar call her a wench pinched Morgan's heart for a moment. She never expected such words would actually harm her in a way she never even imagined. It was none other than the philosopher's stone procured from Nicholas Flamel. With swift precision, Aquila swooped past and, in a single gulp, swallowed the magical artifact. Skylar's voice reverberated with newfound vigor. Witness the might of my human puppets. Remember this well, I, Skylar Malfoy, stand never alone. Upon ingesting the philosopher's stone, Aquila underwent a startling transformation, splitting into countless ethereal duplicates. They burst forth as radiant streams of multicolored light, converging with each of the puppets. In unison, the vacant eyes of the human puppets ignited with a crimson glow, revealing faint, eagle-shaped patterns deep within. This was Skylar's concealed arsenal hundreds of combat-ready war puppets named Seraphs. The throng of puppets surged in every direction, their target not Morgan and her companions, but the dragon Shadow and the encircling Death Eaters. It appeared their minds and wills had been ensnared by the encroaching darkness. The eager dark soul disciples from the Shadow Dragon, unable to enter the fray due to the intensity of their leader's battle, now seized the opportunity to engage. Each transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, their human visages faintly discernible at the forefront, roaring as they surged toward the human puppets. Amidst the onslaught, the emotionless voices of the first row of puppets rang out. Seraph, activate Earth Shield. With a flash of magic in their hands, massive shields materialized, adorned with ancient runes of Iwez that shimmered with golden light, infused with potent earth magic. The collision ensued, yet the puppet formation remained steadfast, neither faltering nor retreating. Instead, the black mists morphed into humanoid forms one by one, recoiling in defeat. In response, the second row of human puppets began to emit mechanical sounds. Seraph, Initiate, Flumen Sigita Ventorum. Each wielded a colossal blue mechanical crossbow, arrows poised at the ready. A swirling vortex of wind whirred violently, accompanied by the rhythmic whooshing of arrows. Invisible gusts, carrying the fury of the tempest, surged forth towards the Dark Souls with overwhelming force. Reacting swiftly, the Dark Souls shifted into human form, unable to revert to their impervious black mist state in time. Instead, they hastily invoked Pratigo, each casting a formidable line of defenses which in hope would be enough to halt Skylar's attack. Yet with the barrage of arrows coming to their way, it seems impossible. With a sharp metallic clang, the arrows clashed against the shields, erupting in showers of dazzling sparks. Despite the shields shattering under the relentless assault, their rotating motion effectively dissipated the kinetic energy of the arrows. Just as they began to breathe a tentative sigh of relief, believing they had weathered the storm, a mechanical voice from the third row of human puppets sent shivers down their spines. Seraph, Activate Fire of Burning Heaven. Simultaneously, they opened their mouths and spewed forth torrents of black magical flames. The dark souls, already drained from their transformation into black mist, and the casting of the whirling shield spell was now faced with the onslaught of deadly magical flames. With little magic power remaining, they summoned whatever protective spells they could muster. Some conjured ordinary iron armor. Others created watery barriers. Some morphed the earth into walls, and a few even ignited flames of their own to meet the inferno head-on. Despite their dwindling magical reserves, the black energy from the Avada Kedavra hastened the burning of their life force, replenishing their magic power just enough to continue the fight. As for the Death Eaters not ensnared by the black energy, one had already perished, while the rest seized the opportunity to retreat, fearing they too would succumb to the aftermath of the onslaught. Just when they believed the confrontation was reaching a stalemate, a mechanical voice echoed once more. If the previous assault had only induced fear and exhaustion, this subsequent pronouncement was the final blow, plunging them into the depths of despair. Seraph, Fountain of Evil, activate. The angels in the fourth row finally emerged from their covered positions, wielding jet-black revolvers that discharged thick, viscous black liquid akin to a torrential waterfall. The substance resembled a blend of water and oil, seamlessly complementing the demonic flames emitted by Seraph as it merged with them seamlessly. With a resounding clang echoing through the sky, the flames suddenly transformed into the ultimate form of fiendfire, the one rumored to bring about an end to all things. Atrumfire. Atrumfire metamorphosed into over 100 fire dragons, serpents of flame, and chimera, effortlessly piercing through the defenses of the dark souls in a matter of moments. In their final desperate gaze, they were engulfed by the fiery onslaught. In less than a minute, Atrumfire vanished. Simultaneously, the 100 dark souls vanished without a trace, leaving behind not even a mote of ash. Only the 8 remaining Death Eaters remained, gazing blankly at the scene unfolding in the distance. Barbarossa and Voldemort could feel cold sweats and fear start to settle in their heart as they saw the absolute extermination of the dark souls. Even Morgan, who was calm all the time, started showing a panic expression on her face. Couldn't say any words toward the relentless barrage of absolute strong spells. Capitulo 282. Chapter 281, Jormungandr's Mighty Presence. They were not fools. Despite not fully understanding the combat capabilities of the human puppets, the sheer number of these humanoid weapons, combined with Skylar and Aquila wielding the Ravenclaw's diadem, indicated that they posed a significant threat to the battle's outcome. Their earlier numerical advantage was now in question. If Skylar's puppets succeeded in eliminating the Dark Souls, Morgan, Voldemort, and Barbarossa would find themselves confronting both Skylar and the remaining forces simultaneously. Faced with an army of puppets, they would be outnumbered and at a disadvantage. Therefore, they recognized the urgency of the situation. Before the tide of battle shifted, they needed to leverage their 3-to-1 advantage to eliminate Skylar swiftly. Once Skylar fell, without a controller, the human puppets would be rendered powerless, mere objects to be claimed as spoils of victory. Ancient Dragon King, bestow upon me your essence and blood, grant me the power of the dragon, and reveal my draconic might. With palms pressed together and a devout expression, Morgan beseeched the heavens. A subtle tremor rippled through the earth. The very air seemed to freeze in anticipation. From the ground, a golden radiance surged forth, pulling in the surrounding atmosphere and coalescing into a swirling tempest around the trio. Morgan's hair grew wild, Voldemort's complexion flushed crimson, and Barbarossa's muscles bulged as if infused with newfound strength. Across their visages, fine triangular scales sprouted, tracing a path from their eyes down to their chins. Their pupils elongated into serpentine slits, reminiscent of Skylar's, yet lacking the cold cruelty. Instead, they emanated a regal aura, suffused with a golden glow that exuded an air of ancient authority. They appeared as if they were embodiments of some primordial force, recently awakened from eons' long slumber. Dragon eyes, Skylar mused aloud. Could this be a form of half-dragon, half-human hybrid? Well, so it appears they are tapping into the pure bloodline to channel the power of their ancestors momentarily. Skylar's gaze was sharp as he meticulously observed the trio. Skylar's keen eyes meticulously catalogued each subtle shift and inconspicuous transformation in their bodies. Their alterations are remarkable. It's not just an augmentation of magical potency. There's an aura about them, previously unseen. Morgan's lineage traces back to sorcerers who venerated the Dragon King of Hell. Hence, the likelihood of ancestral invocation is high. Perhaps she's emulating the combat forms of her ancient forebears. Skylar continued to scrutinize them unwaveringly, his mind racing like wildfire. I cannot afford to be complacent. Ancient lore is scarce, leaving me ignorant of the traits of this martial manifestation. Yet, it's evident she'll likely activate some bloodline talent akin to my magic eye. Though Skylar's countenance bore a solemnity, a glint of anticipation danced in his eyes. Within this dimensional realm, adversaries capable of matching his prowess were a rarity, fueling his eagerness to test his mettle. Only adversaries of such formidable caliber could provide the challenge and refinement necessary for Skylar's ascension along the path of ultimate sorcery. Interesting. Skylar shifted his attention away from Morgan, directing his gaze towards the other two. Morgan may possess the Dragon King's bloodline, yet this secret enables his comrades to harness the power latent within his own blood momentarily. They say magic in the Middle Ages was forged amidst war, and it seems the rumors hold true. The medieval era was a shadowed epoch within the wizarding realm. It wasn't uncommon for lords to enlist wizards in their martial endeavors, thus the magic of that era often bore the mantle of war. Contrastingly, contemporary wizardry emphasizes individual and group duels, prioritizing speed, efficiency, and ease of mastery. Skylar harbored no inclination to underestimate his adversaries. In this confrontation, he intended to unleash every stratagem and marshal his full strength. With a vigorous sweep of his right hand, he lofted his cloak high, the contents of his spatial pouch hurtling forth one by one. Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, the nameless mask of the Black family, Merlin's tome of magic, the rod of destiny attributed to Merlin, and the true dragon throne crafted by Skylar himself. All had been activated upon Skylar's touch of the goblet of fire, propelling them into this enigmatic realm. Suspended in the air, they radiated an iridescent array of magical hues, a spectacle of fantasy and grandeur. Ha 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 ha, Morgan's laughter echoed unrestrained, punctuated by her proclamation. Are you trembling in fear? Behold my ultimate trump card, the dragon warrior form. The essence of dragon power, revered in ancient lore, has stirred within you. Compared to it, your feeble bloodline is akin to a firefly challenging the brilliance of the sun and moon. Ha 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 ha. Though your magical prowess may rival that of a grand mage in sheer quantity, against the potency of true dragon might, it pales. Were you to awaken the primordial chaos within, perhaps you'd stand a chance. Yet, your current level of magic is not but a rudimentary bloodline, scarcely awakened. With 3 against 1, your demise is assured. I've told you countless times, yet you still crave humiliation, Skylar sneered, his eyes rolling in exasperation. Had your fill of humble pie today, have we? Your obstinance is truly baffling, he continued, a tinge of frustration evident in his voice. Why persist in provoking me? What pleasure do you derive from goading a human? With a resigned sigh, Skylar raised his wand, the air crackling with anticipation. If humiliation is what you seek, then humiliation you shall receive. Appear, Skylar bellowed, his voice echoing through the ether. Hunter Yermangander. As the incantation left his lips, twin beams of radiant light shot forth from his wand. Suddenly, a colossal dragon materialized on Skylar's left, its form ablaze with a kaleidoscope of dazzling hues. The aura it exuded rivaled that of Morgan's triumvirate. It was Skylar's guardian, the demon Hunter. The once laid dormant decrepit corpse of mighty creature has been summoned forth to deal with Morgan's army. Though it had made a fleeting appearance earlier in the narrative, its full potential had yet to be realized. Now, after more than 100 chapters of anticipation, it stood poised to unleash its might. Eager beyond measure, it let loose a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the heavens. As the deafening roar echoed through the air, the sheer force of its sound waves dispersed the clouds and mist, unveiling the star-studded expanse above. Twisting sinuously through the air, a serpentine form emerged from the shadows, wreathed in viridescent flames that danced along its scales. Crowned with 3 resplendent golden horns, it bore the countenance of a regal monarch, the true king of serpents. As the demon hunter's roar reverberated, the 3 Morgans felt a tremor course through their beings. Morgan remained composed, his demeanor hardly perturbed. Voldemort swayed slightly, but quickly regained his equilibrium. However, Barbarossa faltered, his gaze momentarily vacant as he staggered backward before steadying himself. A hiss rippled through the air, and the 3 Morgans locked eyes with the serpentine visage of Yermingander. Formerly a basilisk nurtured by Slytherin himself, Yermingander had now transcended its origins, having assimilated Skylar's blood and the essence of the Holy Spirit's bones. Awakened from its slumber, it had ascended to its rightful mantle as the sovereign serpent. Once a basilisk nurtured by Slytherin himself, Yermingander's soul had been ensnared within a pendant upon its demise. Possessing eyes imbued with a lethal curse, its power had only grown more formidable upon its rebirth, surpassing even its former self from the era of Slytherin. Barbarossa's agonizing shriek pierced the air, his eyes sealed shut as tears of blood cascaded down his cheeks. "I can't see, I'm blind," he cried out in despair. Voldemort recoiled, his eyes momentarily ablaze with golden light before reverting to their familiar crimson hue. Taking several steps back, he struggled to regain his composure. Morgan, however, stood unfazed, channeling her strength to meet Yermingander's gaze head-on. In response to her unwavering stare, Yermingander emitted a mournful wail, its form gradually diminishing until it was only half its former size. While the potency of dragon eyes seemed to overshadow Yermingander's ocular abilities, Barbarossa and Voldemort, mere recipients of borrowed power without true dragon lineage, were unable to harness their full potential. Capítulo 283, Chapter 282, Hagrid's Misfortune. Upon returning to school, Harry was met with an unexpected absence. Hagrid, his care of magical creatures instructor, was nowhere to be found. In his place stood Professor Grubblyplank, a stern-looking witch with short gray hair and a prominent chin. It was only then that Harry discovered Hagrid's secret. He was a half-giant. This revelation had been uncovered by none other than the notorious reporter Rita Skeeter, who wasted no time in broadcasting the scandalous news. According to Rita's exposé, Hagrid had been expelled from Hogwarts during his 3rd year. Since then, he had served as the school's gamekeeper, a position allegedly secured through dubious means. Rita's damning article painted Hagrid as a menacing figure who abused his authority, instilling fear in the students under his care. Dubbed the Unhinged, Hagrid's classes were described as harrowing experiences, with numerous students purportedly suffering injuries and traumas. Despite these allegations, Dumbledore remained conspicuously silent on the matter, leading many to question the integrity of Hogwarts leadership. Adding to the controversy, recent evidence has come to light, revealing that Hagrid's lineage is far from what he has portrayed. Contrary to his claims of being a pureblood wizard, Hagrid is not even of pureblood descent. Our investigation has uncovered that his mother is none other than the giantess Fridwolva, whose whereabouts remain unknown. Fridwolva was notorious for her cruelty and bloodlust, and her kind faced near extinction due to relentless slaughter. Those who survived, numbering only a dozen, joined forces with a mysterious individual, participating in some of the most brutal massacres of Muggles during his reign of terror. While many giants perished in battles against Aurors combating the forces of darkness, Fridwolva was conspicuously absent from such conflicts. Speculations suggest she sought refuge in one of the few remaining giant villages nestled in remote mountain ranges. However, the unsettling behavior witnessed in Hagrid's care of magical creatures class suggests he may have inherited his mother's savage nature. Shockingly, reports indicate that Hagrid formed a close bond with a young boy, a connection that ultimately led to the downfall of the enigmatic figure, thereby betraying Hagrid's origins. The boy in question? None other than Harry Potter, whose own mother remained in hiding to escape persecution. Their classmates, aware of the inherent dangers of associating with half-blood giants, undoubtedly view Hagrid with newfound wariness. The Harry trio made numerous attempts to locate and contact Hagrid, but their efforts proved futile as Hagrid seemed to be deliberately avoiding them. Despite persistent knocking on the door of Hagrid's hut, they received no response. Days turned into a week, and still, there was no sign of Hagrid. He failed to make appearances at meals in the Great Hall, and his absence on the grounds as the gamekeeper was conspicuous. Meanwhile, Professor Grubblyplank continued to fill in as the substitute teacher for care of magical creatures, further fueling speculation about Hagrid's prolonged absence. In mid-January, during a trip to Hogsmeade, Schuyler once again took the initiative to gather members of the Serpentes Vigil Club at the Three Broomsticks. The club, now boasting 30 members, including 12 recent additions from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, were delighted to discover the perks of being part of the organization. They found themselves able to enjoy various activities and amenities, with the senior members generously covering the expenses. This newfound camaraderie and sense of belonging fostered among the club members further solidified their bond. During the festivities at the Three Broomsticks, Schuyler noticed the Harry trio entering the establishment with somber expressions. They took a seat at a table and engaged in what seemed to be a serious conversation. In a dimly lit corner, Ludo Bagman was huddled with a group of goblins, speaking to them in hushed tones. The goblins appeared formidable as they crossed their arms and glared menacingly. Bagman, looking nervous, glanced toward the bar and spotted Harry. Hastily, he rose from his seat and approached Harry, leading him to a secluded spot away from the prying eyes of Madame Rosmerta. They engaged in a lengthy conversation, their voices barely audible. Eventually, Bagman appeared disappointed and somewhat irritated as they bid each other farewell and parted ways. Unbeknownst to Harry and Bagman, Schuyler, observing from another corner, keenly caught every detail of their interaction with his sharp eyes. It dropped. This book has been on hiatus since chapter 284.